Chapter 343. In a remote snow forest outside Bailing City, Gu Fei was blocked by two young cultivators who were tailing him on a small path in the forest. "Brother, we don't want to take your life. Put down that sword and you can go," said a dark-skinned, sturdy young man from behind Gu Fei. The man was not tall, but he was extremely strong. The aura he exuded was like that of a ferocious tiger. His skin was visible, and his muscles were as strong as a horned dragon's. "Hee, you want my sword? Come and take it if you can," Gu Fei said with a smile. The cultivation of these two fellows was not high. They seemed to be in the 8th or 9th heaven of the awakening state. Perhaps it was because these two fellows thought that Gu Fei's cultivation was on par with theirs, and there were two of them. They dared to block the path and ask for Gu Fei's sword. "Humph. Boss, don't talk to this kid. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish." The tall, thin, and sallow young man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness seemed to be a little impatient. When Gu Fei heard this, he reached out and untied the ancient sword on his back. Then, he stabbed it into the snow in front of him together with its scabbard and said coldly, "My sword is here." Seeing how calm Gu Fei was, the two young cultivators did not dare to act rashly. They could already tell that Gu Fei did not seem to care about them at all. It should be known that a sword cultivator's abilities were all in the sword in their hands. When Gu Fei stabbed the sword into the ground, he had already revealed a message to the two young cultivators. That was, he did not need to draw his sword to deal with them. "Kid, you're very arrogant. Let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant." As the sturdy young man behind Gu Fei spoke, his figure suddenly sank. His feet pushed against the ground, and the snow under his feet immediately exploded. At the same time, his body seemed to have turned into a ferocious tiger as he pounced at Gu Fei. A strong wind surged and swept the snow on the ground into the air. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man's pounce was very similar to the close combat technique that he had learned from Xiong Hu. Gu Fei did not dodge or evade. His feet were firmly nailed to the ground like the roots of an old tree. In the face of the young man's ferocious attack that was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he only met it with a punch. It was an ordinary punch. There was no dazzling light, no powerful energy fluctuations, and no intense air waves. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch possessed the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Gu Fei's fist rapidly enlarged in the young man's eyes. Then, the young man, who was like a fierce tiger, only felt his vision go black. Bang! A sharp pain came from the bridge of his nose, and he seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The young man was depressed to the extreme. The moment he was punched, he had a strange feeling. It was as if his face was facing the opponent's fist, and he was being punched in the face. This young cultivator came quickly, but he also left quickly. He was blown away by Gu Fei's casual punch, and a few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Bang! The young cultivator smashed into a big tree more than 10 feet away. His body bounced back and then smashed into the snow under the tree. Shaw! A pile of snow fell on the big tree. The tall and thin young man in front of him was immediately stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was really hard to believe that his boss was actually blown away by a punch. A layer of sweat appeared on the tall and thin young man's forehead. It was cold sweat. Although he was in a world of ice and snow, the tall and thin young man could feel that his underwear was already soaked in cold sweat. "Impossible, my eyes are playing tricks on me." The tall and thin young man rubbed his eyes hard. His boss was blown away inexplicably. The scene that just happened was really hard for him to accept. "Why, do you still want my sword?" Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the tall and thin young man in front of him with a faint smile. He said as if nothing had happened. How did you do it just now?" The tall and thin young man's sallow face became even more yellow. This guy in front of him didn't seem to be simple. The sturdy young man was blown away by Gu Fei's punch and smashed into the snow. There was no more sound from him. It was unknown if he was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch or if he was killed. Gu Fei smiled and then said, "What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. What you sense with your spiritual sense may also be fake. Do you think that my cultivation is only at this level? That is really a big mistake. You." The tall and thin yellow-faced young man finally realized that this guy in front of him was a tiger pretending to be a pig. "What do you want?" the yellow-faced young man said with a trembling voice. He was already ready to escape at any time. "I don't want anything, I just want to ask you a few things," Gu Fei said. With the cultivation of these two young cultivators, he disdained to take action. The tall and thin yellow-faced cultivator seemed to have a chance to turn the situation around. He immediately sighed in relief and said, "Ask away, I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This guy was not stupid and could judge the situation. Such people often lived longer than others. "Why do you want to take my sword?" Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. The yellow-faced young man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to hide it and said the reason, "This. We brothers recently obtained a sword scripture and wanted to cultivate it, but we lacked a good sword. So that's how it is." Gu Fei thought that these two must be vagrant cultivators or disciples of some small sect. They lacked cultivation resources and couldn't even find a good sword. "Where are the Dongfang and Beitang families staying in the city?" Gu Fei asked again. He had changed his appearance and entered the northern mountain city to find Dongfang Chen, Beitang Ao, and the others to settle the score. He was not interested in the sword scripture that the yellow-faced young man was talking about. When the sallow-faced cultivator saw that Gu Fei didn't pursue the matter of the sword manual, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was very straightforward and said without thinking, "The Dongfang clan has booked a large inn in the city called Guest Cloud. As for the Beitang clan, they seem to be staying at the city lord's mansion." Guest Cloud, city lord's mansion? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown, then he continued to ask, "How many of them came?" "This. I don't know how many of them came," the yellow-faced young man said. With his identity, he wasn't qualified to know the movements of the two families. "Yes." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then asked, "I know that the people of the Supreme Mystery sect have also arrived at Bailing City. Where are they staying?" The yellow-faced young cultivator heard this and his face immediately showed a look of embarrassment. He said, "The people of the three great Tao sects are very secretive. I don't know where the people of the Supreme Mystery sect are." This guy didn't know anything, which made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, with this guy's cultivation level, how much could he know? It was already rare for him to know where the people of the Dongfang and Beitang families were staying. "Okay, you can go." Gu Fei waved his hand. He didn't want to ask any more. The things this guy knew were very limited. The yellow-faced young cultivator was immediately overjoyed. He ran to his boss, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei and smashed into a pile of snow. He hurriedly carried his boss out of the snow and quickly left. The people of the Dongfang family are at the inn, but the people of the Beitang family are at the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Bailing City is definitely not a simple person, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the ancient sword that was stuck in the snow in front of him and walked out of the snow forest. He decided to meet the people of the Dongfang family first. After returning to Bailing City, Gu Fei didn't know where the inn called Guest Cloud was located, so he asked the passers-by. There was no resident in the city who didn't know the Guest Cloud Inn because it was one of the largest, best, and most luxurious inns in Bailing City. After asking the passers-by, Gu Fei found out where the Guest Cloud Inn was. The Guest Cloud Inn was located in the prosperous area south of Bailing City. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the south of the city and found the Guest Cloud Inn. He was not in a hurry. After looking around, he found that there was a tea house opposite the Guest Cloud Arrival Inn. He walked into the tea house and found a seat facing the street to sit down. He ordered a pot of fragrant tea and sipped it while paying attention to the movements in the inn opposite. He noticed that there weren't many people going in and out of the inn. Moreover, some cultivators who wanted to enter the inn were stopped by a few young cultivators in white robes. It seemed that only the disciples of the Dongfang family could enter. The Dongfang family's display of dominance was bound to cause dissatisfaction among the other cultivators. As expected, sounds of quarreling could be heard from outside the inn opposite. 3 or 4 young cultivators in green robes were arguing with the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn. Others might be afraid of the Dongfang family, but we of Floating City aren't. You 2 watchdogs, get out of my way. The leading cultivator in green robes shouted. He seemed to want to attract the attention of the bystanders, so he deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, the gazes of the nearby cultivators were immediately drawn to him. Floating City? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that this floating city seemed to be a mysterious force in the Tenglong continent. Just like the ghost palace of Plentiful City, ordinary people didn't even know where Floating City was. The people of Floating City seemed to rarely move about in the world of cultivation. I didn't think that even the people of Floating City would come to the north. Gu Fei thought to himself. He watched this scene with interest. He couldn't wait for someone to cause trouble for the Dongfang family. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. The 2 disciples of the Dongfang family were obviously enraged by the words of the leading cultivator in green robes. One of the disciples pointed at the cultivator in green robes and shouted, looking like he would attack if there was any disagreement. What, are your dogs deaf? Can't hear? That's right, how can watchdogs understand human language? The leading cultivator in green robes said with a face full of disdain. Roar. You're courting death. The disciple of the Dongfang family was completely infuriated. He stretched out his right hand and a cold light immediately rushed out, strangling the neck of the cultivator in green robes in front of him. Chapter 344. The people of Floating City rarely ventured into the world of cultivation. The 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn had no idea who the other party was. The words of the cultivator in green who had a dispute with the Dongfang family members were too harsh, completely infuriating the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family. One of the disciples from the Dongfang family directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a cold light shot out towards the leading young cultivator. A chilling aura immediately filled the air outside the door of the inn. Humph. The green-robed cultivator sneered. He was not afraid of the sharpness of the blade and immediately punched the incoming cold light away. His fist did not stop there, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Dongfang family disciple. Bam! His fist landed squarely on the disciple's chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He fell directly into the inn behind. A series of chaotic sounds immediately came from inside the inn. It was obvious that the disciple of the Dongfang family who was sent flying had knocked over many tables. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This person was truly audacious. He actually dared to directly attack and injure a disciple of the Dongfang family in their territory. One had to know that ever since the Dongfang family booked this inn, many cultivators had come looking for trouble, but all of them had been driven away by the Dongfang family. Could this young cultivator who claimed to be from Floating City be an exception? After hearing the news, more and more cultivators gathered there. Gu Fei, on the other hand, continued to sit quietly in the tea shop across the street, watching the scene with an expressionless face. After beating up the young, the old comes out. The experts of the Dongfang family should be coming out soon. Gu Fei thought to himself. He could use this opportunity to understand the situation of the Dongfang family. In fact, if it were not for the people of Floating City, Gu Fei would have personally tested the waters. He had a few jade talismans that he had asked for from Yen. As long as he crushed the jade talismans, he could instantly return to Pill Cauldron Paradise. It could be said that Gu Fei was not worried about encountering any danger because he had a life-saving talisman. Despicable. You dare wound a member of our Dongfang family? Do you know the consequences of offending our Dongfang family? Another disciple of the Dongfang family shouted at the cyan-robed cultivator with a fierce tone. Why wouldn't I? So what if I offended him? The azure-robed cultivator suddenly revealed an evil smile. Then, without any warning, he appeared in front of the disciple and sent him flying with a punch. All right. I'd like to see who dares to look down on my Dongfang family. At this time, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from the inn. A man strode out of the inn. He stretched out his hand and caught the disciple who was sent flying. He then placed the disciple to the side. Immediately, someone helped the two disciples who were injured by the azure-robed cultivator away. The person who came out of the inn was a handsome young man in white robes. He didn't hide his anger and directly walked in front of the azure-robed cultivator. The azure-robed cultivators still didn't care. They coldly looked at the white-robed young man who walked out of the inn with disdainful expressions. These people's expressions made the white-robed young man even more unhappy. Who are you people? The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. The cultivators who were watching from afar immediately felt a heavy pressure. Those with lower cultivations already felt uncomfortable, as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. The white-robed young man who walked out of the inn was actually a young man in the transcending mortality realm. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Oldly, has it been too long since the people of Floating City came out? It's been so long that the world doesn't even know of our existence. The azure-robed cultivator in the lead ignored the white-robed young man and asked another azure-robed cultivator beside him. The azure-robed cultivator called Oldly chuckled and said with disdain, "It seems that we need to come out more often." Yes. The feeling of being forgotten makes me very unhappy. The other azure-robed cultivator nodded. Floating City? The white-robed young man from the Dongfang family couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why would the people of Floating City target our Dongfang family? The white-robed young man's expression couldn't help but become serious. The Floating City and the Valley of Fallen Souls were two very mysterious forces in the Tenglong continent. No one knew where they were located. Of course, no one was willing to provoke them either. So what if you're from the Floating City? If you don't want to die, then scram. The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. These people looked down on him, but how could he look down on them? The azure-robed cultivator in the lead couldn't help but change his expression. He coldly stared at the white-robed young man and said coldly, "Very well, it's your honor to die by the hands of I, Pan Hong." Swoosh. A few figures immediately dodged. Humph. This is also what I wanted to say. It's also your honor to die by the hands of I, Dongfang Yu. The white-robed young man said coldly. At this time, seeing that the situation wasn't right, the people around them immediately dispersed and retreated to the distance. Inside the inn, 3 or 4 young cultivators in the same white robes walked out one after another. These 3 or 4 white-robed cultivators each emitted a powerful aura. Without a doubt, these people were the experts of the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei noticed that Dongfang Chen's figure was among them. When he saw Dongfang Chen, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract, and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him. Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei almost couldn't suppress the rising anger in his heart, and his eyes gradually became red. He remembered all of Dongfang Chen's actions, especially the scene in the virtual sky world that day. Gu Fei still remembered it vividly. Dongfang Chen almost trapped him to death in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei had never hated a person so much, and he had never wanted to kill a person so much. That person was Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, just you wait. I won't kill you so easily. Gu Fei gnashed his teeth. He wanted revenge, ruthlessly revenge. Let's do it here. Pan Hong said. His expression also became serious. The strength of the Dongfang family couldn't be underestimated. Why not? Dongfang Yu shouted. As he spoke, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Pan Hong with his right hand. 5 divine lights shot out from the fingers of his right hand and pierced towards Pan Hong. Just an insignificant skill, Pan Hong said disdainfully. He then stretched out his right hand and gently pressed forward. A black light bloomed in his palm, like a black hole, and met the 5 dazzling lights. The 5 resplendent finger flashes collided with the black light that blossomed from Pan Hong's hand. A shocking scene occurred. The 5 finger flashes actually silently disappeared into the black light that was blocking the front. It was as if they had sunk into the void. Dongfang Yu only felt that his attack seemed to have no point of force. This feeling was like a punch with all his strength hitting the air. What kind of divine ability is this? Dongfang Yu was surprised. At this moment, the black light bloomed in Pan Hong's hand. After swallowing the 5 lights, it quickly spread out and shrouded Dongfang Yu. Pan Hong's face revealed a trace of disdain. This Dongfang Yu was not his opponent. He alone was enough to sweep away all the children of the Dongfang family present. This was not an exaggeration. This person from the Mist City did indeed have this strength. Gu Fei only needed a single glance to know that the outcome was already decided. Dongfang Yu's cultivation was only around the 2nd heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm, but Pan Hong's cultivation seemed to be between the 3rd and 4th heavenly layers. Sure enough, Dongfang Yu constantly shot out rays of dazzling lights. The magic power in his body surged violently. However, his divine light that seemed to be able to pierce through the void couldn't break through the black light curtain that enveloped Pan Hong. The rays of divine light that shot towards the black light curtain seemed to be devoured and disappeared without a sound. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. Anyone with a discerning eye could already tell that there was a great disparity between the two. Dongfang Yu was obviously not Pan Hong's opponent. Swish! The black light curtain that shrouded one side of the world suddenly accelerated and shrouded Dongfang Yu, trapping him in the black light curtain in an instant. At this moment, Dongfang Yu panicked. He desperately gathered his magic power and roared in anger, wanting to break through the black light curtain. However, after trying a few times, it didn't work. At this moment, the few youths of the Dongfang family standing outside the inn couldn't stand it anymore. A young man around the age of 27 or 28 made a move. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Within the ray of light was a small bronze bell. After the simple and unadorned bell rushed out of the young man's mouth, it instantly grew to the size of a small mountain. It flew above Pan Hong's head and covered his head. Humph! Trying to win with numbers? Suddenly, a disdainful sneer sounded from the side. Then, a green figure rushed over from the side. He jumped up and directly punched the bronze bell that was surrounded by rays of light. Dang! A loud sound rang out. The sound of the bell was deafening, shaking the heaven and earth. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the ancient bell. The ancient bronze bell was actually smashed apart by a single punch. The vast sound of the bell caused the ears of the spectating cultivators to ring. Some of the weaker cultivators were even shaken by the sound waves, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. Their faces turned pale and they hurriedly retreated further away. Chapter 345. The people of Misty City were powerful beyond compare. Pan Hong had trapped Dongfang Yu with unfathomable magical arts and divine abilities, but the performance of another young cultivator from Misty City was even more shocking. He had actually blasted away an ancient bronze bell the size of a small mountain. Amidst the deafening sound of the bell, the giant bronze bell was blasted directly towards the inn. The Dongfang family disciple who had attacked felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His figure swayed and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The ancient bronze bell was related to his aura. The ancient bell had suffered a great impact, and naturally, he was also shaken. He desperately wanted to call back his magical weapon, but the power of the punch from the floating city disciple was too great. For a moment, the giant bronze bell the size of a hill had actually escaped the control of the Dongfang family disciple. The ancient bronze bell was wreathed in multicolored light and emitted a vast power fluctuation. If it had hit the inn, it would definitely have destroyed the entire inn in an instant. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar could not help but exclaim. On the opposite street, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. He knew that the real experts of the Dongfang family had not come out yet. If the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally jump out. Sure enough, just as the ancient bronze bell was about to hit the wall of the inn, there was a bang sound. The ancient bronze bell the size of a hill was blocked by an unfathomable power. It was as if the giant bell had hit an invisible wall, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. At this time, the young expert of the Dongfang family had already recovered. He hurriedly pointed at the ancient bronze bell, and the ancient bronze bell immediately flew back towards the young expert. The ancient bronze bell shrank as it flew towards the young expert of the Dongfang family. The young expert opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was obvious that this young expert of the Dongfang family was also a martial cultivator, and had already cultivated to the realm where he could store magical weapons into his body. The magical weapons of martial cultivators were originally condensed and nourished by their own essential essence and magical power day and night. Martial cultivators with profound cultivation generally had the means to store magical weapons into their bodies. Unlike Gu Fei's weapon fusion refining technique, which could be fused into one's flesh, blood, and bones, the Dharma treasures that could be kept in one's body were not like those of Gu Fei. Instead, one had to open up a place in one's body, and then wrap the Dharma treasures with one's Dharma powers and true essence at all times, refining them into natal Dharma treasures that were closely related to one's body. Mist City's disciples, Pan Hong and the others, couldn't help changing their expressions when they saw their ancient bronze bell being blocked. Clearly, an expert had secretly taken action. However, Pan Hong didn't stop because of this. The black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu was still shrinking, and no one could see Dongfang Yu's figure for a long time. The goal of Pan Hong and the others was very clear, and that was to establish their might. However, everyone could hear Dongfang Yu's exclamations and angry roars coming from the black light screen. The black light screen was very mystical. It seemed to be able to devour and block any kind of power. Dongfang Yu was enveloped by the black light screen that Pan Hong had shot out. He had no strength to fight back at all, and it looked like he would not be able to hold on much longer. The other young experts of the Dongfang family wanted to rescue Dongfang Yu, but those people from the Misty City were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Once they made a move, those people would definitely make a move as well. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate, and no one dared to act blindly without thinking. At this moment, a cold snort that made people's hearts tremble rang out from the inn. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out from the inn, so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. A black-haired middle-aged man slowly walked out of the inn. This middle-aged man had a ruddy complexion and a head full of jet-black hair that draped neatly behind him. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, which clearly didn't match his age. The old one has come out. In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei secretly sized up this middle-aged man. He inwardly speculated that this was definitely a terrifying expert. The middle-aged man's entire body emitted an obscure aura. However, this aura made people feel as if it was surging violently. It was as dignified as a mountain, and it was bottomless. Enough. The middle-aged man indifferently said, before casually waving his hand. The layer of black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu immediately shattered with a "chi" sound. Specks of black light and black threads dissipated in the air. With his technique broken, Pan Hong's figure swayed and he took a step back. His face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. Senior brother. The Misty City disciples couldn't help but be startled, and they all took a step forward. The black light screen exploded, revealing Dongfang Yu inside. He was already exhausted on the ground, and the ground around him was completely shattered, with cracks spreading in all directions. Greetings, ancestor. The Dongfang family disciples hurriedly bowed towards the middle-aged man with abnormal respect. I didn't think it would be an old monster. In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei's heart trembled, and he inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't made a move. According to his original plan, if the Misty City disciples hadn't clashed with the Dongfang family disciples, he would have done the same thing as Pan Hong and the others. He would have gone up to look for trouble and test the Dongfang family's strength. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar also began to whisper. What kind of concept was ancestor? This middle-aged man was definitely a peerless expert that was rarely seen. Greetings, senior. Pan Hong and the other Misty City disciples also withdrew their arrogant attitudes and solemnly bowed towards the middle-aged man. In the world of cultivation, all cultivators only valued one thing, and that was strength. The weak would not be valued, and would even be looked down upon. However, the strong would receive everyone's respect. Humph. The people of Misty City finally couldn't bear the loneliness and want to come out into the world? The middle-aged man coldly said, emitting an invisible pressure that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Pan Hong's forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. He didn't expect that there would be a peerless expert of the ancestor level in the inn. Senior must be joking. My Misty City isn't hidden from the world, so why would I want to come out into the world? Pan Hong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. A look of admiration flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he secretly nodded. This junior didn't seem to be simple. He said, I can't be bothered with the matters of your Misty City, but if you want to use my Dongfang family to establish your might and think that we are easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. I will remember senior's teachings. When I return, I will definitely pass on this message to my masters so that they can understand senior's intentions. Pan Hong said. Impudent. How dare you? The young experts of the Dongfang family couldn't help but berate Pan Hong's rudeness. Pan Hong's words actually contained a hint of threat, which made the Dongfang family furious. The middle-aged man smiled and said disapprovingly, the disciples of Misty City are indeed extraordinary. If the disciples of Misty City were all like you, it wouldn't be impossible for Misty City to become the overlord of the Central Plains. The middle-aged man's words carried a deeper meaning. Pan Hong and the disciples of Misty City couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that the middle-aged man was clearly praising them, but he was actually saying it for the surrounding cultivators to hear. Overlord of the Central Plains? Don't even think about it. For thousands of years, who knew how many amazing characters had appeared in the cultivation world, but no one had ever been able to unify the cultivation world. Wouldn't the middle-aged man's words push Misty City to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism? Although Misty City was powerful and ambitious, it didn't dare to openly challenge the entire cultivation world. Senior, we will take our leave. I hope that we can spar with the experts of the Dongfang family in the future. Pan Hong knew that he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits today, so he wanted to leave. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. This ancestor-level old monster could probably squash them to death with a single finger, and it wouldn't be any more than they were dead. Very well, you are welcome to spar, but I hope that something like today won't happen again, the middle-aged man said indifferently. He seemed to have some misgivings and didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples of Misty City. Pan Hong quickly left with his junior brothers. They didn't seem to want to stay in Biling City any longer, so they headed straight for the city gate. The surrounding cultivators quickly made way for them. The middle-aged man also turned around and walked into the inn. The commotion disappeared just like that. The surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed. I didn't think that such a terrifying expert would come from the Dongfang family. I'm afraid the northern lands are about to fall into chaos. An old cultivator in the tea shop sighed. Gu Fei wasn't the only one in the tea shop opposite the inn. Several cultivators were also chatting in the tea shop, talking about what had just happened in low voices. Old Su, don't say any more. An expert of that level isn't someone we can talk about. Be careful that the people of the Dongfang family hear us and cause trouble, a middle-aged cultivator opposite the old man whispered. That's true. The old cultivator called Old Su nodded and didn't say another word. Gu Fei realized that the cultivation of these two cultivators wasn't high. They hadn't even broken through the awakening self stage. The path of cultivation was like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge. Those who could achieve anything were few and far between, especially those who were rogue cultivators. This was especially true for some rogue cultivators. They didn't have a good way to cultivate, nor did they have a source of cultivation that they could use. Those who could become successful were few and far between. Judging from the clothes of these two cultivators, they should be rogue cultivators. Gu Fei paid for the tea and walked out of the tea shop. He had changed his appearance and wasn't afraid that Dongfang Chen would recognize him. At this time, Dongfang Chen's figure had already disappeared from the inn. Today, Gu Fei had gained a lot. He knew that an old monster of the ancestor level had come to the Dongfang family. This kind of peerless expert was very terrifying. Things seemed to have to be replanned. After all, there was an old monster in the inn. He was afraid that the moment he entered the inn, he would be discovered by this peerless expert. In front of this kind of peerless expert, he only had one choice, and that was to escape. If he couldn't escape, there was only one outcome, and that was death. Chapter 346. The people of Floating City had left through the South City Gate. Gu Fei did not have to expend much effort to discover Pan Hong and the others' whereabouts. He carefully followed behind them. The South Road was the way out of the northern lands and into the Central Plains. For Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers to leave Northern Mountain City at this time seemed a little strange. Gu Fei followed behind Pan Hong and the others. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to establish a powerful enemy for the Dongfang family. Misty City was undoubtedly a very good choice, because the conflict that happened in front of the inn today was witnessed by everyone. If the people of Floating City were to be attacked at this time, everyone would naturally think of the Dongfang family. It would be best if the people of Floating City were to clash directly with the Dongfang family. That way, he could take advantage of the chaos between the two families and reap the benefits. Very soon, Gu Fei realized that Pan Hong and the others were not planning to leave the northern lands. Instead, they seemed to have left the city to welcome someone. They had arrived at a small town less than 20 kilometers away from Northern Mountain City and had checked into an inn in the town. Pan Hong and the others' every move was under Gu Fei's surveillance. When Gu Fei saw Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers enter the inn, he began to wander around the vicinity of the inn. He observed the surrounding terrain and tried to sense if there were any powerful cultivators in the inn. Once he was certain that there were no powerful cultivators from Floating City in the inn, Gu Fei walked out of the small town. He found a spot in the nearby snowy forest that was away from the wind and sat down cross-legged. He was recuperating his spirit as he waited for the arrival of night. Time trickled by and the surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of human voices and other noises could be heard from the small town in the distance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged behind a large rock in the snowy forest. He was as still as a stone statue and no longer showed any signs of life. Several hours passed and the sun gradually set in the west. Just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Gently shaking off the snowflakes on his body, he silently stood up from behind the boulder. Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, exceptionally bright in the gloomy snow forest. "It's time to meet those fellows from Floating City," Gu Fei muttered to himself, before looking up at the sky and striding out of the forest. This small town was not far from Northern Mountain City, and it was also the only way to leave the northern lands and head to the Central Plains. Hence, even though it was already night time, it was still bustling with activity, and the streets were still filled with people. The figure of the cultivator riding the strange beast appeared above the town. There were only 2 decent-sized inns in the town. Because of the recent events in the northern lands, cultivators from all over the world had flocked to the northern lands. The 2 inns in the town were now overcrowded. Gu Fei entered the inn where Pan Hong and the others were staying, then sat down in a corner and ordered a few dishes. He was in no hurry to attack Pan Hong and the others. When others saw Gu Fei's appearance, they knew that he was a cultivator. Hence, even though he had taken a table by himself, no one dared to sit with him. Moreover, he did not hide his identity as a cultivator. With the ancient sword on his back, he only needed to release a slight wave of sword energy, and it was enough to intimidate ordinary cultivators. With Gu Fei's cultivation base at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he could clearly sense the aura of Pan Hong and the others upstairs. Cultivators and mortals belonged to two different worlds. Cultivators usually kept a low profile, unwilling to have too much contact with mortals. They would not easily reveal themselves in front of mortals. Gu Fei sensed that Pan Hong and the others were eating in the private room upstairs. Gu Fei's cultivation base was higher than Pan Hong and the others, so Pan Hong and the others had no idea that they were being watched. Gu Fei's meal lasted for half an hour. After he was full, he paid the bill and went upstairs. On the second floor, he went straight to the private room where Pan Hong and the others were. "That friend is here to visit? Why don't you come in for a while?" Just as Gu Fei arrived at the door, Pan Hong's voice was heard from the private room. "Humph." Gu Fei did not reply. He sneered and the powerful aura of the ascended realms suddenly exploded from his body. Pang! With a bang, the wooden door of the private room exploded, turning into thousands of wood shavings that shot into the private room. A few exclamations could be heard from the private room. A few figures quickly moved to avoid the shards of the wooden door. Gu Fei strode into the private room. "You're courting death." Pan Hong's voice rang out once again in the private room. A black light suddenly burst forth in the private room, and the thousands of broken wood shavings immediately disappeared without a trace as if they were swallowed into the void. Not even a speck of dust fell. At the same time, the black light quickly condensed into a large black hand. It emitted a powerful wave and grabbed towards Gu Fei, who was striding into the private room. Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved his finger like a sword and pointed it forward. Chi! A dazzling five-colored sword radiance shot out and pierced forward. The chilling sword aura immediately filled every inch of the void in the private room. If one looked closely, they could see that the five-colored sword radiance was surrounded by hair-thin lightning. The five-elemental sword aura carried a trace of the power of lightning. Without any suspense, although the large black hand seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, it could not swallow Gu Fei's five-elemental sword aura. The sword aura directly pierced through the large hand and stabbed towards Pan Hong's chest. Damn it! Pan Hong was shocked and quickly retreated. Bang! He directly smashed through the wall behind him and fell out of the private room. This sudden turn of events happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only when Pan Hong broke through the wall and fell out of the private room did the other three Misty City disciples react. Clang! A golden saber shadow flew out from one of them and slashed towards Gu Fei. Suddenly, a golden rainbow swept across the sky and split the sky. The entire private room was covered in a layer of golden light. A powerful and incomparably sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. Humph. It's just a small trick. Gu Fei sneered. He was unparalleled. In the face of the sharp saber light, he not only did not dodge, but also took a step forward and directly met it with a punch. Gu Fei's fist collided with the dazzling saber light like a golden rainbow. There was a metallic clang, and the golden saber's shadow was shaken away. Swoosh! At this moment, a dark green whip shadow, like a dragon coming out of the sea, wrapped around Gu Fei's waist. A stone seal that emitted a gray light also smashed towards Gu Fei's head. The people of Floating Mist City had good cultivation, and their reactions were even more agile. The two of them joined forces and actually sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Good! Gu Fei growled. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the dark green whip shadow. At the same time, he punched upwards with his left hand. Bang! His fist fiercely hit the stone seal that was smashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone seal was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. It directly smashed through the top of the private room and flew out. I'll break your arm. The young man who had wrapped the dark green whip around Gu Fei's right hand shouted. He suddenly pulled with force, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's body was extremely tough. It had been tempered by him to the point that it was comparable to a cultivator's magic treasure. Even if a divine weapon slashed his body, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Gu Fei was like a huge mountain. Under the pull of that cultivator, not to mention Gu Fei's arm, even Gu Fei's body could not be moved at all. The young cultivator couldn't help but be shocked. The long whip in his hand was a powerful magic treasure. As long as it was wrapped around something, he only needed to pull and pull to break it in two. The entire whip was like a sharp blade. Shameless boasting! Gu Fei shouted. He pulled with his right hand and directly pulled the cultivator over. Then, he punched the cultivator in the chest and sent him flying. Who are you? At this time, Pan Hong, who had been forced through the wall by Gu Fei, had already jumped in from the outside. He just happened to see Gu Fei beating up his 3 junior brothers. Weren't you very awe-inspiring during the day? Gu Fei said coldly as he looked at Pan Hong. You're from the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong was startled. When did the Dongfang clan have such a powerful young expert? Weren't the people he saw during the day the elites of the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong's thoughts rapidly changed and his expression changed several times. The powerful aura exuding from his opponent caused him to feel a great pressure. If you have the guts, then come with me. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly rushed out of the roof that had been smashed by the stone seal, and then headed towards the snowy forest outside the small town. At this time, their fight had already alarmed the people in the inn. The noise they made was too loud. Not only did they break through the wall, but even the roof of the private room was broken. All the cultivators in the town sensed the energy fluctuations and headed towards the inn. Preposterous! I want to see just what kind of divine being you are. Pan Hong was infuriated, and he too leapt out. In just a few short exchanges, his 3 junior brothers had been defeated, and this made him furious. The other 3 young cultivators also put away their magic treasures and chased after them. Among the 3, only the young cultivator who used the whip was punched by Gu Fei and suffered internal injuries. The other 2 cultivators used magic treasures to attack Gu Fei, so they weren't injured. As for the other cultivators, other than a few who were at the transcending mortality stage and above, none of them were willing to follow because they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If they were to be caught in the crossfire, they would be out of luck. After everyone left, the inn owner saw that his inn was almost destroyed by those people. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire snowy forest shook. Gu Fei and Pan Hong moved quickly in the snowy forest and fought fiercely. Large areas of the snowy forest collapsed and the snow on the ground was swept up into the sky. It had to be said that Pan Hong was very strong. Among the young cultivators, he was definitely one of the best. However, it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The battle didn't last long. Pan Hong's spells and divine abilities were broken one after another, and he was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. His 3 junior brothers hurriedly went forward to fight with Pan Hong against Gu Fei. The green whip shadow soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a green dragon. It crazily attacked Gu Fei. The golden saber chi traversed hundreds of feet, constantly slashing towards Gu Fei. A huge stone seal the size of a small mountain emitted a misty gray brilliance, bombarding towards Gu Fei. Chapter 347. Bam! Gu Fei sent the mountain-sized stone seal flying with a punch and pointed with his finger. Chi! Then, he swept away the green whip with a whip kick and sent the golden divine saber flying. He displayed great combat strength that made people's hearts palpitate. Master of the Void, I am supreme. Destroy! 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 Pan Hong bellowed. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body. 2 balls of chilling black light erupted from his hands, as though 2 black holes had appeared in his hands. 2 balls of black light instantly spread out and shrouded Gu Fei. The terrifying fluctuation of the void seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path. Snow and trees, as long as they were shrouded by the 2 balls of black light, disappeared in an instant as if they had vanished into thin air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Humph! Sword breaks all things. Kill! 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 Gu Fei was like a reincarnated god of war. His long hair danced wildly. As he shouted, a 10-meter-long 5-colored sword radiance burst out of his hands. Like two 5-colored rainbows, they pierced through the two balls of black light. Rumble. The earth trembled and the trees fell. Two rays of dreadful sword chi instantly pierced into the two masses of black light that were spreading out. The other three ethereal city cultivators hurriedly dodged to the side. No one knew better than them how terrifying their senior brother's magical powers were. If they were shrouded by the black light, they would be annihilated in the void in an instant. Not even a speck of their remains would be left. What Pan Hong cultivated was a forbidden magical ability of floating city, a black demonic light that could obliterate everything. Even the magical treasures of martial cultivators would be obliterated. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword chi was almost tangible and carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning could intimidate all things and was difficult to destroy. Even though it shot into the black light curtain, it was not destroyed. The two forces collided violently. The terrifying light curtain formed by the two balls of black light shook violently and was actually shaken. The pitch-black light was like the light of death from hell, but it could not destroy the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword chi blocked the light curtain of death that enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the void violently trembled. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out as the two black light curtains that had enveloped the void exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. The earth violently undulated like waves. Large swathes of trees fanned outwards. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept up high into the sky. The 3 young cultivators who had already escaped were also inevitably affected, and they cried out in alarm as they fled even further away. Roar! Pan Hong roared angrily as he flew backward. Two 5-colored sword rainbows with traces of thunder and lightning power pierced through the power of his forbidden divine ability and chased after him like 2 bolts of lightning. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the 2 5-colored sword rainbows instantly pierced through Pan Hong's shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere. In the air, it was impossible for him to dodge. Senior brother. When the 3 young experts from Ethereal City saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. One of them hurriedly leaped forward and caught Pan Hong, who was falling from the sky. The other 2 young cultivators controlled the golden divine saber and stone seal to slash at Gu Fei, who was chasing after them. Humph. Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Why aren't you arrogant now? Gu Fei sneered. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 young experts, his expression remained unchanged as he strode forward. Bam! The stone seal that was surrounded by gray light was punched away by Gu Fei. With a point of his finger, the golden saber chi that spanned hundreds of meters immediately collapsed in the air, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Gu Fei was unparalleled and displayed his unparalleled combat strength. With every step he took, the earth shook. Bam! Bam! The 2 young cultivators who attacked Gu Fei coughed out blood and flew backward. Their golden divine sabers dimmed and one of the stone seals returned to its original form, its light fading away. Ethereal City. That's all there is to it. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He instantly arrived in front of Pan Hong and the cultivator who used the whip. Pan Hong was in an extremely sorry state. He no longer had the demeanor of a young expert who looked down on everyone during the day. Both of his shoulder joints were pierced, and his hands hung limply by his side. Blood flowed out of the wounds, and he had lost the ability to move his arms. Pan Hong stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are very strong. However, in Ethereal City, my strength is only above average. There are many people stronger than me." "Is that so? Then call the experts of your sect to come find me. Of course, the result will not change. They will all be defeated by me," Gu Fei said coldly. "I'll fight you to the death." The young cultivator who was supporting Pan Hong let go of him and fiercely swung the whip in his hand. The whip immediately turned into a dark green dragon and swooped towards Gu Fei. A little spark dares to compete with the bright moon? Gu Fei chuckled disdainfully and pressed his right hand forward. A dazzling golden aura immediately surged out of his palm and rushed forward. With a casual palm, he attracted the power of metal in all directions and shook the heaven and earth. The golden aura surged like a golden wave. The dark green dragon was instantly annihilated in the golden wave of energy. Pan Hong and the young cultivator were directly sent flying 200 to 300 feet away and vomited blood. All of you remember that my Dongfang clan isn't one to be bullied. Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on the spot after he spoke these words, and then he vanished on the spot. Damn it! The Dongfang family. After a long while, Pan Hong and the junior brother who had been sent flying by Gu Fei supported each other and stood up from the ground. In the battle with Gu Fei, the 4 young cultivators of Floating City were all defeated by Gu Fei. Pan Hong's eyes were about to spit fire. To him, Gu Fei's contempt was even more infuriating than his defeat. The cultivators who had followed the trail from the small town and were watching the battle from nearby witnessed the battle. Soon, news of the battle began to spread. Senior brother. After the other 2 young cultivators found the magic treasures that had been sent flying by Gu Fei, they gathered towards Pan Hong. Everyone could not help but feel a wave of dejection. Gu Fei's strength made them feel a sense of helplessness. Humph. We are only the vanguard to scout ahead. When the experts of the sect arrive, the Dongfang family will pay the price for what happened tonight, Pan Hong said coldly. Gu Fei had achieved his goal. What he needed to do now was to wait and see how things would develop. Just as the old ancestor of the Dongfang family had predicted, the people of Floating City wanted to reappear in front of everyone as experts. But now, Gu Fei had taught them a harsh lesson. If the people of Floating City did not get back at him, people would say that they were afraid of the Dongfang family. For an ambitious sect that wanted to make a name for itself in the cultivation world, this was simply a blow to the head. If they did not do something, Floating City would lose all face. Gu Fei returned to Bailing City that night and found a small inn near the Yunlai Inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. The night passed uneventfully. Other than sitting cross-legged in the guest room and cultivating, Gu Fei paid close attention to the movements of the Dongfang family. Early in the morning, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, began to wander around. He had changed his appearance again and suppressed his cultivation to the 5th or 6th layer of the awakened heaven. He did not carry the ancient sword on his back, but left it in the guest room. To him, that ancient sword was dispensable. Last night, when he fought with Pan Hong, he did not draw it at all. He did not walk the path of a sword immortal. His sword was in his heart, his body, and the surging 5 elemental yuan qi all over his body. After being struck by lightning for more than 10 days in the Thunder Lake, Gu Fei's 5 elemental yuan qi had fused with a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. He felt that his strength seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, it was only a feeling. He did not know why he had such a feeling. The disciples of the Dongfang family rarely went in and out of the inn, so Gu Fei did not see Dongfang Chen again. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk again. Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance again, sat in the tea shop opposite the Yunlai Inn in an ostentatious manner and sipped tea as if nothing had happened. Of course, although he looked like he was sipping tea, he was actually paying attention to the movements on the opposite street. Suddenly, he noticed a few cultivators coming from the direction of the city gate. The few cultivators headed straight for the guest cloud arrival inn. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of these cultivators, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. Among the cultivators, he found a familiar figure. The burly middle-aged man who shot him with an evil bow shrouded in ghostly aura outside Biling Pass and almost killed him, as well as the middle-aged man with a strand of silver hair on his forehead and a black saber on his back, were among them. These guys. Gu Fei couldn't help but clench his teeth. These people were too despicable. They were a bunch of sanctimonious bastards. One must know that these people were from the older generation, but they disregarded their status and ganged up on a young cultivator like him. This was too much and could not be forgiven. Gu Fei thought that with his cultivation at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he should be able to fight against these people. However, he wouldn't act rashly, but if he did, he would kill them in one strike. He didn't feel any guilt killing these people because they wanted him dead, so they had to be prepared to be killed by him. He couldn't be lenient to his enemies. There was an old saying that was right. Being kind to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Gu Fei would never make such a low-level mistake. After watching those people enter the inn, Gu Fei was still leisurely sipping his tea. A few batches of people from the Dongfang family came back one after another. Their expressions were very solemn, and they didn't talk much. They all walked into the inn in silence. It was a peaceful day, and nothing happened. The people from the floating city didn't come to the Dongfang family to punish them. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that the experts from the floating city haven't reached the northern lands yet? Chapter 348. As night fell, Bailing City gradually calmed down. Gu Fei had long left the tea house, but he did not go far. He continued to keep an eye on the cloud arrival in time, to transcending mortality stage cultivators, was only a number. They had a lifespan of 500 years, but to young cultivators who had already broken through to the transcending mortality stage, it was not enough for them to worry about prolonging their lifespan. Gu Fei had gone through all kinds of hardships. His heart was as strong as a piece of godly steel. He was like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. If anyone from the Dongfang family came out alone, or if they were alone, he would make a move. However, it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity. The Dongfang family seemed to be very cautious. No one moved alone, and no one was alone. In Bailing City, where powerful cultivators gathered and the situation was complicated, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly protect themselves. After a day and a night, Gu Fei did not find a worthy opportunity to make a move. When it was late at night, Gu Fei quietly sat on the roof of a pavilion a few hundred meters away from the inn. He hid his body in the shadows as he quietly watched the inn under the night sky across from him. Are the people of Floating City strong in appearance but weak in reality? Are they afraid of offending the Dongfang family? Gu Fei could not help but doubt the strength of Floating City. Gu Fei was not impatient. On the contrary, his state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He sat on the roof for a few hours. When dawn was about to break, Gu Fei thought that there was no chance for him today and was about to leave. But at this moment, a figure silently flew out of the inn across from him. In a flash, it disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Gu Fei was instantly invigorated. He immediately stood up and jumped down from the pavilion like a phantom. He silently chased after the figure. You're unlucky. I'll start with you, Gu Fei thought. Soon, he caught up to the figure. Looking at the figure's back, it seemed to be a young cultivator. The young cultivator ran quickly above the houses, sometimes leaping onto the streets. He seemed to be very careful, stopping from time to time and hiding in the shadows for a while to see if anyone was following him. Then, he would continue forward. However, his tricks were useless against Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a veteran in stealth and had rich experience. How could he be fooled? As the young cultivator was thinking about heading towards the southern part of the city, Gu Fei did not want to recklessly take action. Thus, he kept a certain distance from the young cultivator, neither too far nor too close. That person didn't seem to notice that someone was following him. Soon, the young cultivator arrived at the southern city wall. He jumped onto the wall and jumped over it. For cultivators, it was not difficult to climb over a city wall that was dozens of feet tall. Gu Fei was very careful. He did not follow them immediately, but waited in the dark for a while. Sure enough, a head suddenly popped out from the city wall and looked around. This guy is too paranoid, Gu Fei thought to himself. If he had jumped over the wall just now, he would have been caught red-handed by that person. The person on the city wall saw that there was no movement in the surroundings, so he jumped off the wall. Only then did Gu Fei come out from the dark and leaped onto the city wall. He looked outside the city and saw a figure quickly disappearing into the snowy forest outside the city. What is that guy trying to do? Why is he so careful? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. The person in front was definitely a disciple of the Dongfang clan, but why did he leave the city alone? Swoosh! Gu Fei jumped down from the city wall and landed on the ground like a feather without making a sound. After he landed, he immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps movement technique and rushed into the snowy forest, leaving no traces in the snow. That person's cultivation doesn't seem to be low. Gu Fei noticed that there were no obvious footprints in the thick snow in the forest. After walking for about a mile in the snow forest, a pavilion appeared in the snow forest. Gu Fei carefully walked towards the pavilion. From a distance, there seemed to be 2 figures standing in the pavilion. When he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the pavilion, he was shocked. He actually knew the 2 people in the pavilion, and one of them, Gu Fei, didn't expect to see him here at this time. The young cultivator who had come out of the guest cloud arrival and was indeed a disciple of the Dongfang clan. This young cultivator had once been defeated by Pan Hong. Dongfang Yu, why did you ask me to come to this place? A crisp voice with a hint of anger came from the pavilion. A slender and elegant woman in white was glaring angrily at the young cultivator. Hee hee. Do I need a reason to see my fiancé who is about to marry me? Dongfang Yu said with a smile. His eyes were constantly moving around the white-clothed woman's body. Humph. Who said I'm going to marry you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The woman in white said coldly, her face as cold as frost. Li Mengyao, Junior Marshal Sister Li, you still don't understand the situation? Marriage is an important matter. It's decided by the parents and the matchmaker. How can you just say no? Dongfang Yu said proudly. She is Dongfang Yu's fiancé? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The woman in the pavilion was Guangqing's Junior Marshal Sister Li Mengyao, who he had intimate contact with in the virtual sky world. Back then, in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and Li Mengyao accidentally entered the Valley of Passion Flowers. They were enchanted by the fragrance of the Valley of Passion Flowers and had sex with each other. Today, when Gu Fei suddenly saw Li Mengyao, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Dongfang Yu, don't be delusional. The reason why I came to see you is to make it clear to you that I'm wholeheartedly cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'll never get married, Li Mengyao said. Dongfang Yu smiled frivolously, then said ambiguously, Mengyao, don't reject me. Those who cultivate and comprehend the Tao are not allowed to get married. In this world, who knows how many immortal couples there are who cultivate and comprehend the Tao together. Dongfang Yu, you. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be angry. She pointed at Dongfang Yu with her trembling hand. Outrageous. You want to marry my woman? The conversation in the pavilion passed into Gu Fei's ears. Gu Fei couldn't help but be furious. Gu Fei didn't want to listen anymore, so he walked out from the darkness. Dongfang Yu immediately sensed something strange. He turned around abruptly and shouted in Gu Fei's direction, who is it? Li Mengyao also looked at Gu Fei's direction cautiously. She was very surprised that someone was nearby and she didn't notice it at all. There was only one possibility, and that was that this person's cultivation was higher than hers, much higher. Swoosh! Gu Fei took one step forward, leaving an afterimage on the spot and directly appeared outside the pavilion. His movement was so fast that it was like teleportation. Dongfang Yu and Li Mengyao who were inside the pavilion were shocked again. Swoosh! A green light flashed, and a 1-foot-long green spear rushed out from Dongfang Yu's body. It shot towards Gu Fei who was outside the pavilion like a green lightning. Dongfang Yu! Li Mengyao quickly shouted. She wanted to know the situation before making a move. You should know that the northern land right now was definitely not peaceful. She didn't know how many cultivators had entered the northern land. Dongfang Yu was really too rash. He rashly attacked someone. If the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, it would be fine, but if the opponent was an expert, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, Gu Fei had moved all the muscles in his body. Not only did he change his appearance, but he also changed his figure. Li Mengyao didn't know that the person who suddenly appeared in front of her was the person who had the most intimate contact with her in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Yu had already made his move, so the result couldn't be changed. A grim smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He stretched out his right hand and caught the green spear that was shooting towards him. In an instant, he forced himself in front of Dongfang Yu and punched Dongfang Yu's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Dongfang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out of the pavilion while vomiting blood. Bang! He smashed into the snow outside the pavilion. Everything happened too quickly. Gu Fei's movement technique was extremely fast. In just a single exchange, he had already heavily injured Dongfang Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to spare Dongfang Yu's life, Gu Fei's punch would have killed Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be stunned. The opponent's attack was extremely ruthless, and his cultivation level seemed to be extraordinarily high. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She immediately opened her mouth and spat out a sword light to protect herself. "You're courting death." Gu Fei deliberately lowered his voice. He then grabbed the green spear and took another step, directly passing through the pavilion towards Dongfang Yu. "Be lenient," Li Mengyao exclaimed. Although she hated Dongfang Yu very much, she couldn't just watch him die and watch him be beaten to death. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to her and directly arrived in front of Dongfang Yu, who was rolling in the snow. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the clothes in front of Dongfang Yu's chest, and lifted him up from the ground. "Excuse me." A light shout came from behind. A sword light rushed out from the pavilion like a dragon coming out of the sea, and slashed towards Gu Fei's waist. Gu Fei didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao. After grabbing Dongfang Yu, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 20 feet away. Swoosh! The sword light swept across in an instant. Several big trees were immediately cut in half and fell down from the sky. Snowflakes suddenly flew in the snow forest, making it a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Fei carried Dongfang Yu like a dead dog and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Li Mengyao wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a few hundred feet, she lost the trace of Gu Fei. Gu Fei carried Dongfang Yu and quickly went through the snow forest. Soon, he got rid of Li Mengyao's pursuit and entered the depths of the desolate snow forest. He carried Dongfang Yu and came to a piece of snow land. Then, he threw Dongfang Yu on the snow land. Cough, cough. Dongfang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, then gasped for breath and said, "You, who the hell are you?" Gu Fei's punch was extremely heavy. With just a single punch, it had already shattered Dongfang Yu's sternum. The force of the punch even penetrated his internal organs and caused serious injuries to Dongfang Yu. "Who am I? Hasn't your Dongfang family been looking for me?" Gu Fei said coldly. Then, the muscles on his body began to return to their original position, gradually revealing his true appearance. You. Dongfang Yu's eyes gradually widened as if he had seen a ghost. In his excitement, he spat out another mouthful of blood with a "wah" sound. "Do you know who I am now?" Gu Fei said with a chuckle. After Dongfang Yu saw who the person in front of him was, he was scared out of his wits. He was almost scared to death. His already pale face became even paler. "You're Gu Fei." Dongfang Yu's entire body was ice cold. He collapsed powerlessly on the snowy ground. First publication of this book. Chapter 349. Although Dongfang Yu hadn't really seen Gu Fei, it didn't mean that he couldn't recognize Gu Fei, because all the young masters of the Dongfang family had seen Gu Fei's portrait. The person who has enmity with you is Dongfang Chen. If you want to take revenge, you should look for him. Why did you attack me? Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the incomparably cold smile on Gu Fei's face, he knew that he didn't even have a glimmer of hope. "Dongfang Chen? I will look for him, but now." Gu Fei grinned at Dongfang Yu, who was paralyzed on the snow. His snow-white teeth were so conspicuous in the dark. But in Dongfang Yu's eyes, it was like the smile of a devil. "What do you want?" Dongfang Yu panicked and hurriedly struggled to shrink back. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. Gu Fei took a step forward, looked down at Dongfang Yu, and sneered, "What do you think?" Then he grabbed the short spear that was surrounded by green light, and with a poof sound, he fiercely stabbed it into Dongfang Yu's right thigh. Wah! Dongfang Yu screamed, and blood suddenly splashed from his thigh. Blood dripped down, and in just a short while, his clothes were soaked. The short spear that was surrounded by green light was the magic tool that Gu Fei snatched from Dongfang Yu. It was extremely sharp, and directly pierced through Dongfang Yu's thigh, nailing him to the snow. Hee, I just want to collect some interest from the Dongfang family first. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't have any pity for the people of the Dongfang family. Roar! Those who go against the Dongfang family will absolutely not have a good ending. My family will definitely avenge me. Dongfang Yu's handsome face was extremely twisted in pain, and he roared fiercely. Saying that, Dongfang Yu suddenly slammed his head against a big tree next to him. He wanted to kill himself, so that he would suffer less. Bam! Gu Fei kicked Dongfang Yu away. This kick directly landed on Dongfang Yu's face, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. A few of his teeth fell out. His handsome face immediately swelled up. Dongfang Yu's thigh was nailed to the ground by the short spear. When he was kicked by Gu Fei and rolled to the side, the wound on his thigh immediately burst open, turning into a bloody mess. But because of this, Dongfang Yu was freed from the pain of being nailed to the ground by the short spear and unable to move. Gu Fei did not intend to kill Dongfang Yu immediately. Therefore, the strength of that kick was just right, only injuring Dongfang Yu, but not killing him. Kill me now. Dongfang Yu felt dizzy from Gu Fei's kick, but as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately rushed towards Gu Fei and roared loudly. Blood splashed out from Dongfang Yu's mouth along with his muffled voice. I will kill you, but before that, I have to properly greet you. Gu Fei said in an understated manner. These plain words, in the ears of Dongfang Yu, had a different feeling. Dongfang Yu's swollen face suddenly turned green, and his whole body involuntarily trembled. Killing is not too much, please give me a quick death. Dongfang Yu said to Gu Fei in a pleading tone. Give you a quick death? That's impossible. Gu Fei said disdainfully, if you want to blame someone, blame Dongfang Chen. In fact, I really don't want to attack you. Who told you to be a member of the Dongfang family? Roar. Gu Fei, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Yu threw caution to the wind and cursed at Gu Fei, wishing he could roar out the most vicious words in the world. Humph. I want you to die a horrible death now. Gu Fei's face sank, stepped forward, and stepped on Dongfang Yu's thigh with the short spear. Kacha. The creepy sound of bones breaking immediately came from Dongfang Yu's thigh. There was no doubt that his thigh bone was broken. Blood splashed out from the wound pierced by the short spear, and the blood shot out several meters away. Dongfang Yu's cursing immediately turned into a scream. Dongfang Yu screamed, suddenly made up his mind, put his tongue between his teeth, and then fiercely bit it. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth, and his tongue and blood were spat out on the ground. Biting my tongue to commit suicide? Gu Fei was stunned, let go of his right foot that was stepping on Dongfang Yu's thigh, and then said coldly, You idiot, you actually bit your tongue to commit suicide? Haha. What a joke. Gu Fei laughed. Dongfang Yu's move was really stupid. The physique of a practitioner was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would absolutely not die. In the period of time before Dongfang Yu died because of excessive blood loss, it was enough for Gu Fei to torture him to his heart's content. Gu Fei wielded his palm like a knife, and a bright aura rushed out of his palm. Puff. 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 For soft sounds sounded, and blood burst out. Gu Fei directly cut off Dongfang Yu's limbs. Don't you want to marry that fairy-like woman? I don't believe that the elders of that woman will marry her to a stick. Woo-woo. Dongfang Yu bit his tongue and could no longer speak. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely, and his eyes became blood red, revealing endless resentment. Remember, the reason why you have such an end is completely thanks to Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei had no mercy, because he was dealing with the enemy, and there was no mercy for the enemy. Just when Gu Fei was about to continue to torture Dongfang Yu, a long roar suddenly came from the distance. Woo-woo. When Dongfang Yu heard that long roar, he suddenly became excited. He wanted to shout and tell the people in the distance that he was here, but unfortunately, his tongue was gone, and he couldn't shout. Hearing the roar, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He looked in the direction of the roar and muttered to himself, so fast? Should I kill or not? Gu Fei immediately looked down at Dongfang Yu, who had turned into a bloody person. His expression changed several times. He raised his right hand and put it down again. In the end, he didn't directly kill Dongfang Yu. However, before leaving, Gu Fei stepped on Dongfang Yu's crotch. Dongfang Yu's eyes suddenly bulged, and the sound of balls breaking came from under Gu Fei's foot. In the mortal's palace, I heard that there are people who are neither male nor female, called eunuchs. It's not good to kill you, it's better to make you a eunuch. Gu Fei's words before he left angered Dongfang Yu so much that he vomited blood and passed out. After a while, in the snow forest, there were a few long roars. It seemed that there were experts searching for traces of Dongfang Yu in the nearby forest. Dongfang Yu was seriously injured and taken away. Although the process was short, Li Mengyao saw it all. Obviously, Li Mengyao sent out a message to inform the people in the city. Swish! A white figure appeared nearby. This person was tall and had a mighty appearance. He was an expert of the older generation of the Dongfang family, eldest brother Dongfang. He followed the smell of blood in the forest and found Dongfang Yu. When he saw Dongfang Yu's miserable state, his eyes turned red. In the snow forest, there was a roar of grief and indignation. Gu Fei didn't go far, he watched everything in the dark. Swish! Swish, swish! Very soon, a few figures appeared nearby after Boss Dongfang roared. Every single one of them emitted obscure energy fluctuations. Not a single one of them was a weakling. Gu Fei decisively retreated. Although his cultivation had broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm, he knew that it would be difficult to deal with these experts at the same time. He was like a ghost, silently traversing through the snow forest. From time to time, angry roars could be heard behind him, but he turned a deaf ear to them. Gradually, the voices behind him could no longer be heard. Gu Fei walked a big circle in the snow forest, then returned to Northern Mountain City. Without anyone noticing, he entered his inn and returned to his room. Tonight, he finally got his revenge. Although the other party wasn't Dongfang Chen, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of satisfaction after taking revenge. Knowing that not only did he not die, but he also came back, the Dongfang family should be panicking now. Although Dongfang Yu's limbs were cut off and he killed himself by biting his tongue, the Dongfang family would still know through Dongfang Yu that it was him who did it. The reason why Gu Fei had revealed his true appearance in front of Dongfang Yu was because he had planned to torture Dongfang Yu before killing him. However, Gu Fei had changed his mind. He wanted Dongfang Chen and the others to panic so that he would have a chance to make a move. Ever since he left the mountain, Gu Fei learned a lot of things. His heart became harder and his methods of dealing with enemies became more ruthless. The cultivation world was cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. Only by being more ruthless than others could he live longer. Dongfang Chen wanted to put him to death again and again, completely disregarding the friendship between him and his fellow disciples. There was nothing more to say. The hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen had reached an irreconcilable point. Either he dies, or I die. After returning to the inn, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Ever since his cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, Gu Fei rarely slept. The time he rested was the time he meditated. Closing his eyes to adjust his breath instead of sleeping was the most basic difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. A cultivator in the transcending mortality realm was gradually breaking away from the habits of ordinary people. When Gu Fei returned to the inn that was booked by the Dongfang family in the distance was boiling. In the darkest period before dawn, the guest cloud inn was brightly lit, and from time to time, there were people from the Dongfang family coming in and out of the inn. The attack on Dongfang Yu really made the people of the Dongfang family panic. They didn't know who was against them. Of course, they had a suspect, and that was the Misty City. However, those who knew the inside story were even more terrified, because they were about to face a disaster. Book Chapter 350. In the Dongfang family, there weren't many people who really knew about the grudges between Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei. Only a few people from Dongfang Chen's branch knew. 1. The Dongfang family was a big family with several branches. It was a big force in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family wasn't as united as it seemed on the surface. The various branches fought openly and covertly, all wanting to rise to the top. The people of the various branches all wanted to control the entire clan. Only Dongfang Chen's branch came to the northern lands. The other branches of the Dongfang family didn't appear in the northern lands. Dongfang Yu was one of the few young experts with the most potential in this branch. His cultivation had already reached the second sky of the ascended mortality realm. He was one of the few people in the family who were qualified to enter the family's secret place to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was crippled by Gu Fei. Not only did Gu Fei cut off his hands and feet, even his balls were crushed by Gu Fei, turning him into a eunuch. This was a great humiliation to the branch of the Dongfang family that Dongfang Yu belonged to. As a result, Bailing City was in an uproar. Before the sun rose, the people of the Dongfang family began to move. The ancestor of this branch of the Dongfang family used his great divine ability to read Dongfang Yu's memories and drew 2 portraits overnight. Then, he ordered the disciples of the Dongfang family to search the city with the portraits in hand. They sent out all the people they could and rushed into all the inns and restaurants in the city, trying to find the person in the portraits. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family knew that Gu Fei had the ability to change his appearance. The possibility of finding him was very low. The people of the Dongfang family searched the entire city in an incomparably strong manner. They made a ruckus in the city for a whole day, causing the cultivators in the city to complain. However, there were only a few people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. Of course, Gu Fei was one of the people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. As a cultivator, he had already cultivated to the extent that he could move his muscles and bones at will. Although there were limitations to changing the shape of his body and he couldn't really change the position of his bones, there was no limit to changing his appearance. He moved the skin and flesh on his face and changed his appearance. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, looked like a sturdy, fair-skinned young man. At dusk, he walked into a restaurant near the Yunlai Inn, ordered a few dishes and drank by himself at a table by the window. The people of the Dongfang family came in and out of the Yunlai Inn. Even the restaurant where Gu Fei stayed was searched several times by the disciples of the Dongfang family. However, no one was able to recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. Gu Fei was right under the noses of the Dongfang family members, but the Dongfang family members were still searching for Gu Fei throughout the city. Apart from the city governor's mansion, the Dongfang family could be said to have turned the entire Bailing City upside down. However, no one would have expected Gu Fei to be drinking alone near the inn they were staying at. The Dongfang family was a place with a high status in Bailing City. Even the Dongfang family didn't dare to step into it easily. In a courtyard behind the Yunlai Inn, many disciples of the Dongfang family gathered. In a guest room in the courtyard, a young man with an abnormally pale face was sleeping on the bed. In front of the bed stood a dark-skinned middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was the ancestor who scared away Pan Hong when the people of Misty City came to cause trouble. Behind the middle-aged man, a burly man stood with his head lowered. This burly man looked mighty and his muscles bulged under his clothes like a horned dragon, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This man was the Dongfang eldest brother who saved Dongfang Yu. That person is too ruthless. After a while, the ancestor turned around, walked to a nearby chair, and sat down. Ancestor, can you recover? Dongfang eldest brother said in a trembling voice. In front of this middle-aged man, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Even if he was angry and excited, he could only suppress it. Network, the middle-aged man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, freeze his limbs and keep them safe. When we return to the family, maybe we can ask for elixirs and medicines to reattach them. Thank you, ancestor. Dongfang eldest brother was overjoyed. As long as his limbs could be reattached, Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. His cultivation would not be wasted. But, the broken limbs can be reattached, but the damage to his lower body will be difficult to heal. He may completely lose the ability to reproduce. The ancestor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was about to drip water. This. Dongfang eldest brother couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He was Dongfang Yu's second uncle, and his eldest brother only had Dongfang Yu. If Dongfang Yu became a eunuch, then wouldn't his eldest brother have no descendants? Hey! Gu Fei! Dongfang eldest brother's eyes were red, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei to pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Even if that little guy is from the Supreme Mystery Sect, I will still kill him. The middle-aged man said coldly. It was obvious that he was also angry. Pass down the order. If you find that little guy, don't hesitate to kill him. The middle-aged man's eyes were like cold lightning, flashing with a threatening cold light. Yes. Dongfang eldest brother quickly accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the room. At the same time, in a courtyard in the east of Bailing City, several people were sitting in a pavilion, whispering about something. Everyone's expression was very serious. Brotherly, why is the Dongfang family looking for Brother Gu? Do they have the same purpose as us? A young man in white sitting at a stone table asked a dark-skinned, unprepossessing young man. I don't know. The Dongfang family is Brother Dongfang Chen's family. He may know why the Dongfang family is also looking for Brother Gu, the unprepossessing young man said indifferently. In the pavilion, there were 4 young cultivators in white sitting around. They were all disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The unprepossessing dark-skinned young man sitting in the seat of honor was the eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng. The other 3 were Ziyu, a disciple of the head of the Supreme Mystery Peak, Song Ruochen, a disciple of the Tong Tian Peak, and Qin Daoyun, a disciple of the Taishu Peak. The actions of the Dongfang family are very strange, Ziyu said thoughtfully. Could it be? Brother Dongfang actually told the secrets of the sect to the people of the Dongfang family? Song Ruochen said in surprise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the Dongfang family was looking for Gu Fei. The Dongfang family had made such a big move in the city that it attracted the attention of all the major forces. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised to find that the Dongfang family was only doing this to find 2 people. Among these 2 people, one was actually Gu Fei. Although Li Lingfeng and the others were disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect like Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others never imagined that the 2 people the Dongfang family was looking for were actually the same person. These 2 people were both Gu Fei. Brother Dongfang shouldn't be going so far as to betray the sect. Li Lingfeng said in a low voice, and his eyes shot out 2 cold lights that made the hearts of 2 people palpitate. When everyone heard this, they could not help but fall silent. They all knew very well what the consequences of betraying the Taishan sect were. Any disciple who betrayed the sect would be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. If it was serious, they would be killed by the law enforcement disciples. Betraying the sect was a great taboo in the world of cultivation. It was an act of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Just as everyone was silent, a figure silently appeared outside the pavilion. Li Lingfeng was the first to notice the person. He hurriedly came out of the pavilion and then respectfully bowed to the person. Greetings, Uncle Dan Qingzi. The others in the pavilion also hurriedly came out and bowed to the person. Li Lingfeng, take a few of your juniors and go out for a walk. Dan Xingzi waved his sleeves and did not say much. He directly ordered Li Lingfeng. Yes. Li Lingfeng hurriedly accepted the order. After Dan Xingzi gave the order, he gathered his spiritual power and turned into a golden rainbow that shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. No one knew where he went. Senior brother, what does Uncle Dan Xingzi mean by this? Ziyu asked Li Lingfeng. Could it be that Uncle Dan wants us to go find junior brother Gu? Qin Daoyun, who was standing next to Ziyu, said aloud. Li Lingfeng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think for a while. Then he said, since Uncle Dan wants us to go out for a walk, then let's go out for a walk. As he said this, Li Lingfeng walked straight out of the courtyard. Ziyu and the others looked at each other. Although they did not understand what was going on, they still hurriedly chased after him. The sudden action of the Dongfang family not only alerted the people of the Taishan sect, but also the other two major Taoist sections. The Guangxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect also sent out disciples to understand what was going on. The ancestor of the Dongfang family probably did not know that they had already crossed the bottom line of the three major Taoist sections. The masters that the three major Taoist sects sent to the north were not to kill the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. They only had one goal, and that was to find Gu Fei. In other words, the reason why the people of the three major Taoist sects appeared in the north was to find Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a very important thing that the three major Taoist sects wanted. No matter what, the three major Taoist sects would not let Gu Fei fall into the hands of the Dongfang family. As the person in question, Gu Fei had no idea that he had become a delicious cake that everyone wanted a bite of. He was still drinking alone on the second floor of the restaurant near Kuyun Lai. From the window, he could clearly see the front door of the Kuyun Lai Inn in the distance. He could also see the bustling crowd on the street. Gu Fei ate until the lanterns were lit. Only then did he pay the bill and leave the restaurant. However, when he walked out onto the street, Gu Fei saw two young cultivators walking toward him. When he saw the two young cultivators, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. A look of surprise flashed across his face. The two young cultivators walking toward him were actually people he knew. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu? I didn't think I would meet them here. Gu Fei thought. At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked over slowly. They did not recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, and walked straight past Gu Fei. Book. Chapter 351. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not recognize Gu Fei, who had already changed his appearance. They brushed past Gu Fei and walked towards the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. They did not even look straight at Gu Fei, who walked past them. Network, Gu Fei stopped, then turned around and quietly followed behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. He did not follow too closely, but he did not deliberately hide his tracks either. He felt that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not enter the inn, but wandered around the vicinity. They seemed to be monitoring the people in the inn. After searching for more than half a day, the people of the Dongfang family gradually stopped their search. The disciples they sent out all returned to the inn one after another. No one moved alone anymore. They became even more careful. No one moved alone anymore, giving the opponents hidden in the dark a chance to attack them one by one. The Supreme Mystery Sect did not send too many disciples into the northern lands. Having too many people often did not bring about the effect of doing good things. The Dongfang family was a very good example. With Shaoyang Peak's Daoist Shaoyang making a move, it was enough. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not seem to feel that someone was following behind them. They wandered around the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying for an hour, then left immediately. In the streets and alleys of the city, the figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked through the streets, intentionally or unintentionally heading towards a secluded area. Their slight changes did not escape Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei smiled, then continued to follow behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. When they came to a place where there were not many people, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu suddenly turned into an alley and disappeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after them. When Gu Fei turned the corner of the street, he found that Li Lingfeng was standing less than 3 meters in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt a slight ripple coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that Ziyu was already blocking his way. Humph. These two fellows are quite vigilant. Gu Fei thought. Actually, he did not deliberately hide his tracks at all. It was not surprising that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu found out. Of course, if Gu Fei deliberately hid his tracks, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu would not be able to sense that Gu Fei was following them. Who are you, and why are you following us? As Li Lingfeng pressed forward, a powerful wave of magical power rippled out from his body, and there seemed to be several faintly discernible rays of light coiling around his body. At the same time, Ziyu, who was behind Gu Fei, flipped his right hand, and a branch surrounded by a dark green spiritual light appeared in his hand. The dark green branches emitted an enormous fluctuation of wood elemental energy, as if they were shrouded in a layer of hazy green light. On the branches, there were 7 bright green leaves. This was Ziyu's Dharma treasure, a Dharma treasure refined from the branch of a spirit root of heaven and earth. After Gu Fei changed his appearance and his cultivation advanced greatly, the aura on his body changed as well. If he did not recover his original appearance, it would be impossible for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to recognize him at all. Her. Senior brother Li, senior brother Ziyu, how have you been? Gu Fei glanced at Li Lingfeng and Ziyu with a composed expression, and then said. You are. Ziyu and Li Lingfeng could not help but be taken aback, their faces revealing looks of astonishment. What? You guys really can't recognize this little brother? As Gu Fei spoke, the flesh on his face began to tremble, and his true appearance gradually revealed. Like this, do you guys recognize me? Gu Fei said. You're Jade Spirit Peak's junior brother Gu? After Li Lingfeng looked at that Gu Fei's true appearance that was gradually revealed, his eyes gradually widened, and he asked in shock. Junior brother Gu, is it really you? Ziyu hurriedly put away his Dharma treasure and walked forward. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both very excited when they suddenly saw Gu Fei. It had to be known that the reason they appeared in the northern lands was for the sake of finding Gu Fei. Online, this isn't a place to talk, follow me. Gu Fei said in a low voice, and then without waiting for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to react, he turned around and walked out of the alley. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu exchanged a glance, and hurriedly followed. As the muscles on Gu Fei's face walked out of the alley, they started to tremble lightly again. Under the trembling of his skin and flesh, his appearance changed once more. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both extremely shocked. They found it hard to believe that Gu Fei actually had this kind of ability. This was not an ordinary disguise technique, nor was it a technique to change one's appearance. Gu Fei's method was really too brilliant. Moving his muscles and changing his appearance, in the eyes of outsiders, there was absolutely not the slightest flaw. Gu Fei led Li Lingfeng and Ziyu directly out of Bailing City through the western gate. Outside the western city, there were fewer people than in the other 3 directions. Not far from the city gate was a snowy forest covered in thick snow. Because no one often walked around, and no one cleared the snow, the area outside the western city was a vast expanse of whiteness. The roads were all covered in thick snow, and only the deep footprints could be seen in the snow. As Gu Fei walked on the snowy ground, he didn't leave any traces under his feet. The same was true for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. With their cultivation levels, aside from the fact that they couldn't soar into the air, it was very easy for them to walk on snow without leaving any traces. They didn't even need to do it deliberately. The 3 of them walked into the snowy forest outside the city and stopped in an open space. This place had a wide field of vision, and if someone approached, they would immediately discover them. Junior Martial Brother Gu, it's really great that you didn't die. How did you get lost in the virtual sky world? And how did you get out of the virtual sky world? Ziyu hurriedly asked after they stood still. When he saw Gu Fei, he really wanted to ask. He really wanted to know how Gu Fei escaped alive. It had to be known that for thousands of years, among the 3 great Taoist schools, there were definitely many people who entered the virtual sky world, but none of those who got lost in the virtual sky world survived. Now, however, Gu Fei actually broke this curse. It was really shocking and unbelievable. Li Lingfeng also wanted to know why Gu Fei was an exception. Gu Fei stared at Ziyu and Li Lingfeng for a long time before he finally said, "I was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. Maybe I'm not fated to die yet." Images of his experience in the virtual sky world flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He wasn't lying. He was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. If he hadn't met the 10,000-year-old old tortoise in the ancient absolute formation, if that old monster hadn't known the secret of the virtual sky world, if the ancient shrine in the death swamp hadn't happened, all these coincidences would have happened to Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have definitely been sealed in the virtual sky world like the other Dao school disciples who got lost in the virtual sky world. If this wasn't luck, what was it? Without the old tortoise and the ancient shrine, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If he got lost in the virtual sky world, there would only be one outcome: death. Luck. Luck? Ziyu and Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at each other and didn't really believe what Gu Fei said, but they could see that Gu Fei didn't seem to want to say much. They still had an important task, so everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Therefore, Li Lingfeng said to Gu Fei, "Junior Marshal Brother Gu, the Chaoyang constellation of Shaoyang Peak is in the city. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation first." "Yes." "The Chaoyang constellation came to the north to find you," Ziyu said immediately. To see the Chaoyang constellation? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. If he was with Li Lingfeng and the others, it would be difficult for him to deal with Dongfang Chen. After all, Dongfang Chen was a disciple of Taishan sect. If he attacked him, Li Lingfeng and the others would definitely not stand by and watch. Gu Fei didn't want people to know about the grievances between him and Dongfang Chen, and he didn't want to use the power of others to deal with Dongfang Chen. He wanted to fight Dongfang Chen with his own strength. Moreover, the leader of Shaoyang Peak actually came to the north to find him. This seemed to be making a big fuss over a minor issue. "I still have some things to take care of. I'm afraid I can't go with you now," Gu Fei said after pondering for a while. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu heard this and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In this bitter cold place, what other things did Gu Fei have to take care of? Ziyu said, "So it's like that. What do you have to take care of? Maybe we can help. If we can't help, we can ask the Chaoyang constellation to take care of it." "Yes. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation." Li Lingfeng continued to persuade. "I'm very sorry. I have to take care of this myself," Gu Fei said. He didn't want to leave it to others. He had to take revenge himself. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. "Junior Marshal Brother Gu, the situation in the north is complicated. It will be dangerous for you to travel alone." Ziyu saw that Gu Fei wasn't willing to go with them and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "I'm afraid you still don't know the current situation. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect have also arrived in the north," Li Lingfeng suddenly said. Gu Fei was startled. He faintly felt that there was more to Li Lingfeng's words. He then said, "The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect have come to the north. What does that have to do with me? I'll tell you the truth. They're all here for you. They're not here to slay demons." Ziyu then explained to Gu Fei. "They're here for me?" Gu Fei said in shock. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu both looked at Gu Fei, then nodded with serious expressions. "Why are they here for me?" Gu Fei said in a low voice. He already vaguely knew that this was probably not a simple matter. There was definitely some secret that he didn't know about. "Actually, they're here for something on you," Li Lingfeng said. Chapter 352. Gu Fei wasn't willing to go with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to meet Daoist Chaoyang. Furthermore, the three great Daoist societies were actually coming for him. This puzzled Gu Fei, and at the same time, made him vigilant. In fact, this is no longer a secret among the three great Taoist sects. You collected 3 9-colored immortal herbs in the virtual sky world. Those 3 immortal herbs are the legendary longevity grass, Li Lingfeng said. Longevity grass? A frown appeared on Gu Fei's face. He immediately recalled the 3 9-colored immortal herbs growing above the earth-fire vein in the virtual sky world. According to legend, longevity grass has the miraculous effect of going against the heavens and seizing life. Even if ordinary people eat it, they can seize 200 years of life from the heavens, Ziyu said. The lifespan of humans was limited by heaven and earth. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, this was reincarnation, and no one could escape. Cultivators in the world, whether they practiced devil cultivation, immortal cultivation, or ghost cultivation, were all doing the same thing. That was to get rid of reincarnation and enjoy longevity. However, those who truly enjoyed longevity were few and far between. Even the legendary immortals and gods would fall at some point. Countless cultivators advanced wave after wave in order to fight for the slim chance of survival in the world. After struggling bitterly, some people succeeded, but the vast majority still perished in the endless years. You might be disappointed, but the longevity grass isn't with me, Gu Fei said to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu after thinking for a moment. What? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. This. Is it that? Dragon turtle? No, I mean, is it in the hands of that demonic old senior? Ziyu said in shock. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw with their own eyes that Gu Fei seemed to have a good relationship with that ancient divine beast, the dragon turtle. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle, they might have already died in that primordial ominous city. It's not in his hands. That old monster doesn't care about the longevity grass at all. Gu Fei answered. How could a guy like the old turtle, who had lived for countless years, care about a mere 200 years of life? Was it robbed by those guys from Shangqing sect or Guanxing immortal sect? Li Lingfeng realized the seriousness of the matter, and his voice trembled. Robbed? I guess so. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. His interspatial pouch was still in the hands of Yen, or in the pill cauldron paradise. Whether or not he could retrieve it was still a problem. However, if Gu Fei were to know that all the elixirs in his storage bag had been confiscated by Yen, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. The longevity grass was very important. The people of the 3 great Taoist sects had entered the northern lands for the longevity grass. No one knew how many terrifying old monsters had come. After all, there were old monsters in the 3 great Taoist sects who were nearing the end of their lifespans. The longevity grass was their lifesaver. With the longevity grass, these old monsters could dominate the cultivation world for another 200 years. Moreover, within these 200 years, they would have the opportunity to break through to the demigod realm. If they could successfully break through to the demigod realm, they would truly be on the path to immortality. What's going on? Li Lingfeng could no longer maintain his composure. He knew very well how important the longevity grass was to the Taishan sect. They absolutely could not lose it. On the surface, among the elders of the Taishan sect, only Taoist Chaoyang had entered the northern lands. However, Li Lingfeng knew that 1 or 2 of the highest elders of the sect had also entered the northern lands. And the old monsters of the Shangqing sect and the Guanxing immortal sect would definitely not sit idly by. There would definitely be such peerless experts entering the northern lands. It's hard for me to say for a while. After I settle my matters, will I be able to retrieve the longevity grass? Gu Fei said. Gu Fei knew from his conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu that the 3 great Taoist sects seemed to be determined to get the longevity grass. This might be a bargaining chip for him. However, his own interspatial pouch was in the hands of Yen. How troublesome. Gu Fei knew very well that the Danding school was a sect that entered the Tao through the art of danding. They were best at refining pills. Elixirs were absolutely full of temptation for the disciples of the Danding school. If Yen discovered the elixir in the interspatial pouch, wanting to make her hand it over would be no different than ascending to the heavens. Junior brother Gu, this is not a joke. You must get the longevity grass. Otherwise, you will be in trouble, Ziyu said anxiously. Got it. Gu Fei responded, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. The reason why the masters of the sect had come out was, to put it bluntly, not for him, but for the longevity grass on him. Junior brother Gu. Li Lingfeng wanted to persuade him again. But Gu Fei rushed to say, I still have things to do. Let's say goodbye here. As he spoke, he bowed to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, leaving behind an afterimage where he was, and disappeared into the snow forest in an instant. By the time Li Lingfeng and Ziyu reacted to it, Gu Fei was already several hundred feet away. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help being startled. Gu Fei's movement technique was swift like the wind and lightning. Furthermore, he left as he pleased. This made them very astounded. Gu Fei's figure rapidly disappeared into the snow forest. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help exchanging glances, both rather helpless. Only after a good while did they come back to their senses and walked out of the snow forest. Senior brother, should we report today's events? Ziyu asked as he walked. Of course. Junior brother Gu's appearance is a major event. This matter is not what we can resolve, Li Lingfeng said solemnly. Actually, he already wanted to make a move to stop Gu Fei earlier. But, Li Lingfeng had misgivings. Because he could not tell Gu Fei's depths. Furthermore, everyone belonged to the same sect. Li Lingfeng did not wish to offend Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu quickly left the snow forest and returned to Bailing City. At this time, Gu Fei, who had returned to Bailing City first, once again arrived near the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed. He, who had changed his appearance, did not have to worry about being recognized at all. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. Time passed unknowingly, and Bailing City at dusk was still cold. The blood-like setting sun hung high above the horizon, emitting the last radiance of the day. His conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu made him feel rather displeased. If it were not for the fact that he collected the longevity grass in the virtual sky world, the people in the sect would definitely not regard him so highly. The people in the cultivation world were all very realistic. Sometimes, they were so realistic that it made people's hearts turn cold. Only by becoming powerful would one not be ignored by others, and only then would one be respected. Gu Fei secretly made up his mind that he must become a strong cultivator who could look down on the world. When the last ray of light from the sun disappeared below the horizon, the night had completely enveloped the world. The people who had gone out had already returned to the city. Gu Fei walked into a tavern across from the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed, found an inconspicuous corner, and sat down. The tavern was not big, and there were only a dozen or so tables in the lobby. The people drinking and chatting in the tavern were all ordinary people. There were no cultivators present. Gu Fei's aura was completely restrained, and he did not release any fluctuations of energy. In the eyes of others, he was not a lofty cultivator, but rather an unprepossessing young man. No one noticed Gu Fei in the corner. Gu Fei ordered a pot of wine and leisurely drank by himself. However, he was constantly paying attention to the movements in the inn across from him. The people from Floating City did not show up last night, but Gu Fei knew that after being beaten up so miserably by him, they would definitely not swallow this insult. If they wanted to end their seclusion and forcefully return to the world of cultivation, the best way to do so was to cause some disturbance in the world of cultivation. Just as Gu Fei was drinking by himself in the small tavern, as if he had completely blended into the mortal world, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above a courtyard behind the cloud arrival inn. Dongfang Lai. The newcomer said in a deep voice, his voice filled with dignity. In an instant, his voice spread to all the courtyards behind the inn, echoing mightily in the air. However, the people outside the inn did not hear any sound at all. It was very obvious that the person who spoke had used magic power to restrict his voice to a certain range. It seemed that he did not want to alarm anyone other than the people from Dongfang clan. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the courtyard below. Brother Chaoyang, you have graced us with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. The figure who rushed out from the courtyard down below stopped in front of the man who was wearing a golden robe and a purple golden Daoist hat and a golden crow robe. The person who rushed out from the courtyard below was the middle-aged man that the young cultivators of the Dongfang clan called Great Ancestor. This person was Dongfang Lai. And the Taoist who suddenly appeared in the air above the courtyard, like a true immortal descending to the world, was the head of the Shaoyang peak of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shaoyang. Dongfang Lai, why are you searching for the disciples of the Taishan sect? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, As soon as they met, Taoist Shaoyang's eyes fiercely shot out two rays of cold light. He glanced at the person in front of him and said in a low voice. Taoist Shaoyang's temperament was the same as his cultivation method. He was like a raging fire, and in the Taishan sect, he was the most aggressive elder. When it came to external matters, it was usually him who came forward to resolve them. When Dongfang Lai heard this, his expression could not help but immediately become cold. He said coldly, Taoist Shaoyang, are you here to denounce me? Could it be that this is your analysis? Taoist Shaoyang said coldly. When he learned that Gu Fei was being hunted by the Dongfang family, he was already angry. The Dongfang family really did not give the Taishan sect any face. Were they not deliberately embarrassing him? Other people did not know that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Taishan sect, but the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect knew. What made Taoist Shaoyang even more angry was that in this way, the people of the Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect also knew that Gu Fei was in the north. Gu Fei crippled an outstanding disciple of the Dongfang family for no reason. Do you want to protect your sect? Dongfang Lai said tit for tat. Although the Dongfang family was weaker than the Taishan sect, they were not to be bullied. The right and wrong will be decided by the public, but you should not have searched for the disciples of the Taishan sect without informing me. Don't tell me you did not know I was in the city. Taoist Shaoyang's voice became colder. The two sides were full of the smell of gunpowder. At this time, the people of the Dongfang family were all alarmed. They all came out of the inn in surprise and looked at the two peerless masters standing in the air. This book was first published. Chapter 353. Dongfang Lai seemed to know that Taoist Shaoyang would come to question him. In the face of Taoist Shaoyang's accusation, he did not back down at all and confronted Taoist Shaoyang. Network, what do you want? Are you going to destroy the relationship between our two families for the sake of a ruthless young disciple? Dongfang Lai said coldly. The relationship between the Dongfang family and the Taishan sect was close to an alliance, but it was not like the three great Taoist sects. They were true allies. The Dongfang family and the Taishan sect, to put it bluntly, were in a mutually beneficial relationship. The Dongfang family had sent Dongfang Chen and the others to the Taishan sect to become disciples of the Taishan sect in order to build a relationship with the Taishan sect. However, this relationship was actually very fragile. For the sake of profit, they could become friends, but for the sake of profit, friends could also become enemies. You said that the disciples of the Taishan sect are ruthless? Taoist Shaoyang could not help but be furious. His two eyebrows immediately rose, and the golden crow sky-burning robe on his body fluttered without any wind. Breaking people's hands and feet, cutting off people's tongues. Their methods are worse than demons. Is this not ruthless? When Dongfang Lai thought of Dongfang Yu, who had been tortured by Gu Fei, his heart was filled with anger. Actually, Dongfang Yu's tongue had been bitten off by himself in an attempt to commit suicide. However, this was also credited to Gu Fei. Taoist Shaoyang could not help but be shocked when he heard this. Could Gu Fei really? Taoist Shaoyang then said calmly, this is just your side of the story. Do you want me to ask someone to bring out the junior who was destroyed by the disciples of the Taishan sect and let you examine his injuries? Dongfang Lai said. He was now in the right, and it could be said that he was in the right. You, before things are clear, don't push everything on the heads of the disciples of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shaoyang said sternly. Taoist Shaoyang thought that there must be something hidden inside. Otherwise, Gu Fei would never have attacked the people of the Dongfang family for no reason. However, to find out the ins and outs of the matter, he must first find Gu Fei. Moreover, Daoist Chao Yang was determined to get the longevity grass. Network E. The people from the Shangqing sect and the Guanqing celestial sect were also eyeing them. Perhaps the Yuanshan green lamp was secretly destroyed by those people to make them lose the initiative. The function of the primordial soul lamp was not a secret. It could be used to find Gu Fei. However, the primordial spirit green lamp was a treasure of the Taishan sect. The Shangqing sect and the Guanqing celestial sect did not have one. That junior from your sect has injured the successor of the Dongfang family. He must be punished. I hope you won't shield him. Dongfang Lai said. He was not afraid of Daoist Chao Yang. Their cultivation levels were about the same. Even if they were to fight, he might not necessarily lose to Daoist Chao Yang. Seeing Dongfang Lai's tough attitude, Daoist Chao Yang couldn't help but feel angry and was about to speak. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the south, and a green light appeared in the night sky in the distance, quickly approaching. Daoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai were both shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the aura. Where is Dongfang Lai? A loud voice echoed in the sky above the city of Bailing. The green light arrived before them in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy surged and immediately broke through the domain set up by the two powerhouses. The newcomer did not care about anything and had no intention of hiding. His voice spread across the entire city of Bailing. Everyone in the city was startled and they all came out to look in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! A green light pierced through the sky and appeared before Daoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai. Within the green light, a silhouette appeared. After the domain set up by the powerhouses was broken, everyone near the inn saw the three blurry silhouettes in the sky. Some ignorant mortals saw people flying in the sky and thought they were immortals descending to the mortal world. They hurriedly knelt before the three people in the sky. Network E, the cultivators who were startled were also inexplicably shocked. It was unbelievable that there were powerhouses appearing in Bailing City without fear. Although there had been many peerless experts appearing in the northern lands recently, there had never been a situation where three peerless experts appeared at the same time, let alone in Bailing City. The cultivators in Bailing City quickly gathered at the inn where the Dongfang family was staying. I am Dongfang Lai. Dongfang Lai was inexplicably shocked. He did not know why this middle-aged man shrouded in green light would specifically look for him. Very well, I, Yan Chonglu of Mist City, would like to learn from you. With that, the middle-aged man in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Dongfang Lai. A green radiance surged out from Yan Zhonglu's hand, illuminating the night sky. The entire world was illuminated, and the fierce qi radiance was like a surging river, rushing towards Dongfang Lai who was standing in the void. Friend, let's talk this out. Dongfang Lai could not help but be shocked when he saw that the man was directly attacking him. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. At the same time, Dongfang Lai pushed his right palm forward. A purple light rushed out from his palm and collided with the green light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the surging power shook the world. A dazzling light illuminated the entire Bailing City. The collision of the two terrifying forces produced a huge airwave that seemed to blow a hurricane in the air. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the entire city to tremble. Even Taoist Zhaoyang turned into a ray of fire and retreated at the first instance. Dongfang Lai and Yan Chonglu, the powerhouse from Mist City, were both sent flying hundreds of feet away before they stopped and steadied themselves. In the distance, under the shadows of the eaves, Gu Fei watched the scene in the sky coldly. He was extremely excited. His guess was right, the people from Mist City had indeed come to find the Dongfang family. To Gu Fei's surprise, he actually saw Daoist Chao Yang, the leader of the Shaoyang Peaks lineage. The disciples of the Dongfang family below the inn were also shocked by the scene before them. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the two peerless experts made them tremble with fear. The mighty aftershock from the sky made their blood boil. The disciples of the Dongfang family rushed out of the inn in panic and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei had been paying attention to the disciples of the Dongfang family. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar figures in the crowd that was retreating in panic. I didn't expect Dongfang Long to be here. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Gu Fei looked at the 7 or 8 figures retreating into the street in the distance, then walked out from the shadows under the eaves. Friend, I, Dongfang Lai, don't seem to have offended you in any way. Dongfang Lai said in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the air, and every word was heard by everyone present. Humph. Your people almost crippled 4 of my floating city's young disciples with unlimited potential, and you still say you haven't offended me? Yen Zhonglo shouted. What? Don't accuse me first. It was your floating city's disciples who came to find trouble yesterday. My Dongfang family's disciples didn't hurt anyone, Dongfang Lai said loudly. He didn't understand why Yen Zhonglo would say that. Could it be that he was also looking for an excuse to attack him? Dongfang Lai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Did the people of Floating City really think that the Dongfang family was easy to bully? Dongfang Lai never thought that someone would go to their door and teach Pan Hong and the others a good lesson, and then frame the Dongfang family. And the person who framed them was Gu Fei. Taoist Zhaoyang stood in the air far away, watching the scene before him with interest. He didn't intend to interfere and was happy to watch the show from the side. Cut the crap. Yen Zhonglo was extremely domineering. He didn't give Dongfang Lai a chance to analyze and once again closed in on Dongfang Lai. His entire body surged with a monstrous wave of magical power, displaying the power of a peerless cultivator. However, at this moment, a monstrous wave of energy spread from somewhere in the city. The terrifying wave caused the expressions of the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky to change at the same time. That was because the power was too great. It was like a vast ocean that drowned the world in an instant. At this moment, not only the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky, but all the cultivators in Bailing City also felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads, causing everyone to feel a heavy pressure. Then, an old voice sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens and rang in everyone's ears. You 2 juniors, how dare you fight in the city? Don't you know the rules of the city? I order you to leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. It seemed like only the cultivators in the entire Bailing City could hear that old voice. All the cultivators understood that the old man in the dark was using a sound technique to speak to them. Other than the cultivators in the city, the residents of the city probably didn't hear anything at all. A turbulent wave of power rose and fell between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Bailing City. Whether it was the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky or the hidden cultivators, all of them were shocked. The old man's power in the city was too terrifying. His cultivation base was definitely above theirs. Moreover, the old man had called Yen Zhonglo and Dongfang Lai juniors. His background was unimaginable. Perhaps, that person was the legendary demigod who guarded the north. It was said that there was a demigod guarding the area near the abyss of immortals and demons. This demigod was definitely a ruthless character who could be mentioned in the same breath as the demigod in the far north demon region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such power. He seemed to have controlled the entire sky above Bailing City before he even arrived. Perhaps the old man was in one of the houses in the city. Perhaps he was very far away, but he was definitely in the city and not outside Bailing City. Chapter 354. Legend has it that the north is guarded by a peerless powerhouse. It seems to be true. A demigod. That's a peerless figure who has truly embarked on the path of immortality. The cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. Everyone vaguely guessed the owner of the old voice. What kind of existence was he? They could not help but whisper among themselves. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by the remarkable ability of the suspected demigod. Dongfang Lai, do you dare to fight outside the city? Yen Zhonglo did not dare to continue his attack. He did not dare to provoke the powerful figure in the dark. He loudly invited Dongfang Lai to fight. His voice echoed in the air and spread throughout the entire Bailing City. It was as if he wanted everyone to know. The people in the city were also shocked. They were all inexplicably shocked and did not know what was going on. Why not? Dongfang Lai said coldly. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the cultivators in the city, it was no longer up to Dongfang Lai to refuse the challenge. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures, one in front and one behind, flew out of the city. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two meteors streaking across the night sky. Taoist Zhao Yang immediately turned into a flame and chased after the two of them. There was definitely going to be a battle between the two peerless powerhouses. Taoist Zhao Yang did not want to miss it. Three divine rainbows, two in front and one behind, rushed out of Biling City in an instant and disappeared into the night sky. The cultivators in the city did not want to miss the upcoming battle between the peerless powerhouses either. Therefore, figures rushed out of the city, stepped on the roof tiles, flew past the houses, and chased in the direction where the three peerless powerhouses disappeared. Under the night sky, there was a loud sound as hundreds and thousands of powerhouses rushed out from the dark. Terrifying energy waves gathered into a vast ocean, causing the people in the city to be extremely terrified. The scene of thousands of powerhouses rushing out of the city was absolutely shocking. In the dark, there were even a few obscure rays of light that shot into the sky and chased after the three peerless powerhouses. The disciples of the Dongfang family also rushed out of the city. The battle between their ancestor and someone concerned the reputation of the Dongfang family. The disciples of the Dongfang family were more anxious than anyone else. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also among them. Those who were as powerful as first brother Dongfang had already rushed out of Biling City, leaving those with weaker cultivations behind. Dongfang Chen's cultivation was shackled at the Awakening Self 9th layer, and he was quickly left behind by the Transcending Mortality cultivators. However, his big brother, Dongfang Long, stood beside him with a grave expression. They couldn't ignore Gu Fei's threat. One had to know that Dongfang Yu, who was at the second sky of the Ascended Realm, had been crippled by Gu Fei. Dongfang Long knew that he was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Yu. With the treasured blade in his hand, he was confident that he could fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. Very soon, the Dongfang brothers crossed the city wall and rushed out of the city. They didn't notice that a ghost-like figure was following them silently. The speed of the Transcending Mortality cultivators wasn't something that the Awakening Self cultivators could compare to. The Awakening Self cultivators had long been left behind by the Transcending Mortality cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Long had to protect his brother, he would have already rushed to the front. The ones lagging behind were all the Awakening Self cultivators. Of course, Dongfang Long and the person who was secretly following them were excluded from the group. Following the tracks left behind by their predecessors, the group of cultivators rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a terrifying wave of energy. Everyone was shocked, they could even clearly feel the tremors coming from under their feet. In the snow forest, the snow on the trees rustled and fell down. It's starting. Under the shock, all the cultivators in the snow forest immediately understood that the two peerless cultivators had begun to fight in the depths of the snow forest. All the cultivators immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the energy wave. Some of the Transcending Mortality cultivators didn't hesitate to use their magic power to activate their magic treasures and soared into the sky. They rushed out of the snow forest and flew towards the direction of the energy wave. Although Transcending Mortality stage cultivators couldn't be like Imperial Void stage peerless experts who didn't need to rely on external objects and directly fly in the air, they relied on the help of magic treasures to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Shwa! 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 A dozen or so streaks of sword light shot out from the snowy forest like divine rainbows. They were sword cultivators who could control their flying swords. With a single sword, they could soar into the sky and burrow into the ground. Dozens of sword lights, like meteors, swept across the snow forest and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. At this time, a terrifying wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate came out from the depths of the snow forest. Beams of strong light shot up to the sky and lit up the dark sky. After entering the snow forest, the Awakening Self-Realm cultivators who were lagging behind immediately dispersed. The number of cultivators around the Dongfang brothers quickly decreased. Everyone's attention had been attracted by the two peerless cultivators fighting in the depths of the snow forest. No one noticed that someone had already set their eyes on the Dongfang brothers. After entering the snow forest for tens of miles, there were only a few young cultivators of the Dongfang family left around the Dongfang brothers. The transcending mortality realm cultivators had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest to watch the battle. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Dongfang Chen and the others and stopped them from running. Dongfang Chen. A cold voice rang out in the forest. That person's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark snow forest. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across the faces of Dongfang Chen and the others. Dongfang Chen and the others were shocked. They felt as if a blade was at their throats. Just a glance from the person in front of them made them feel cold. "Friend, please step aside." Dongfang Long took a step forward and said coldly. His right hand had already quietly pressed on the hilt of the treasure sword tied to his waist. The Guangxing Celestial sect cultivated the sword Immortal Tao. However, Dongfang Long was a disciple of the Saber Emperor and cultivated the tyrannical Saber Tao. With a saber, he would slay gods, Buddhas would slay Buddhas, and devils would slay devils. Dongfang Long seemed to have become one with the saber. A tyrannical saber aura surged out from his body. In the snow forest, a biting cold air flow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swept up the snow on the ground. The incomparably sharp aura forced Dongfang Chen and the others behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale. "Dongfang Long, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I've missed you very much." That person slowly walked forward and said such words. No one would think that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and stopped them would be Dongfang Long's friend. This was because this person's words revealed a cold killing intent. "Who are you?" Dongfang Long couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. The tyrannical saber aura from his body became even stronger. His right hand was already tightly gripping the saber hilt, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Holding the treasured saber, his heart was at ease. This was because Dongfang Long knew very well the terrifying power of this treasured saber that his master had passed down to him. When his master passed the saber to him, he had once used this treasured saber to split a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half. The might of that saber was earth-shattering, and it had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. This was a tyrannical saber. The scabbard had to be engraved with talismans in order to suppress the tyrannical aura emitted by the treasured saber. "You really don't remember who I am?" That person continued to close in on Dongfang Long. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and there was a faint light flowing around his body. "He's Gu Fei." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dongfang Long. The person who spoke was Dongfang Chen, who had already retreated. "Gu Fei? You're Gu Fei?" Dongfang Long was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at the young man who was approaching him step by step in disbelief. "Humph." That person sneered. His gaze swept over Dongfang Chen, who was behind Dongfang Long, and coldly said, "Dongfang Chen, I have to say that you're really smart, but unfortunately, you seem to be too smart. Although you've changed your appearance, at this time, other than Gu Fei, I really can't think of anyone else who would attack us." Dongfang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he had already expected this to happen. "Hee hee." That person stood 3 feet away from Dongfang Long. Then, his face began to change. In the blink of an eye, the unassuming young man turned into a young cultivator with a resolute expression. Although Gu Fei's appearance was not outstanding, there seemed to be a kind of magic about him. As long as someone has seen him before, it would not be easy to forget him. "I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. So, Dongfang Chen, Dongfang Long, both of you must die." Gu Fei's words were cold and suffocating. Rays of 5-colored light began to emerge from his body. Within the 5-colored light, one could see the power of thunder and lightning bursting and wandering. Dongfang Long felt a strong pressure from Gu Fei. He was secretly surprised. No wonder Dongfang Yu was crippled by Gu Fei. He indeed had the strength. If you want to kill us, you must have the strength to do so, Dongfang Long said in a deep voice. From the moment Gu Fei appeared, his eyes never left Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. Then, he pointed his right hand. Chi! A ray of light suddenly shot out and pierced forward. Damn it! Dongfang Long roared. Clang! With a sound, he unsheathed his saber. The tyrannical saber energy like lightning immediately cut through the void and blocked Gu Fei's finger light. Gu Fei's finger was not aimed at Dongfang Long. Gu Fei's target was Dongfang Chen, who was behind Dongfang Long. With Dongfang Chen's cultivation base, Gu Fei could pierce through him with one finger. In front of a transcending mortality cultivator, a cultivator of the awakening self stage had no power to fight back. The dazzling saber light illuminated the snowy forest. An extremely tyrannical saber energy filled the air. After Dongfang Long blocked Gu Fei's finger light with his saber, he immediately chopped down at Gu Fei. The tyrannical saber energy burst out like a raging sea. The blazing saber light rushed up hundreds of feet, like a heavenly saber, exuding endless power. In an instant, it descended on Gu Fei's head. Chapter 355. The power of the blade stirred up a strong wind, causing the snow under Gu Fei's feet to fly into the air. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the mighty and powerful pressure caused Dongfang Chen and the Dongfang family disciples to turn pale with fright. They quickly retreated further away. In the face of the incomparably powerful blade, Gu Fei's expression still did not change. He directly punched upwards, as if it was a very casual punch. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the terrifying blade light in an instant. The powerful fist force suddenly erupted like a volcano, directly shattering the 100-foot-long blade light. Rumble. The ground under Gu Fei's feet shook violently, and the ground burst open under his feet. The soil mixed with the snow spread out like a wave with him as the center. It had to be said that the power of Dongfang Long's blade was also as heavy as a mountain. The blade energy and the fist force collided, and the powerful force that erupted immediately caused the surrounding trees to be affected and fall outwards. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he took large strides forward, displaying an unparalleled and powerful aura. Dongfang Long, on the other hand, was shaken by Gu Fei's punch and flew backwards. No one had thought that this would happen. Dongfang Chen, who had retreated, also changed his expression. Although he knew that Gu Fei was able to cripple Dongfang Yu, his cultivation must be above Dongfang Yu's. However, he never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. In just one exchange, he had already put his big brother Dongfang Long at a disadvantage. Although Dongfang Long's blade energy was tyrannical, Gu Fei was obviously stronger than him. He could directly contend with Dongfang Long's unparalleled blade with his bare hands. Could it be that his body was cast from fine iron? Not only the Dongfang brothers, but the other Dongfang family disciples present were also incomparably shocked. Gu Fei's physical body was so strong that it had exceeded the scope of their understanding. In fact, when Gu Fei's fist collided with Dongfang Long's blade, the treasured blade still left a bloodstain on his hand. However, no blood flowed out, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured. This was the strength of a martial artist. Even if a powerful martial artist was injured, they could quickly recover. The toughness of a martial artist's body was not something that other cultivators could imagine. If Gu Fei cultivated to the indestructible body martial body realm, his physical body would truly be indestructible. Without special methods, it would be difficult to completely kill him. Die. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward, leaving an afterimage where he stood. In an instant, he arrived in front of Dongfang Long, who was flying backwards, and punched him in the chest. He did not use any martial skills. Instead, he simply swung his fists with overwhelming force. Even so, Dongfang Long felt that his life was in danger. Roar! Dongfang Long roared furiously and spun the saber in his hand. At the critical moment, he used the saber to block in front of his chest. A strong saber chi surged out from the saber. Bam! Gu Fei's fist heavily hit the saber, directly dissipating the heavy saber chi, and the saber heavily hit Dongfang Long's body. Wah! Dongfang Long felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the snowy forest behind him. Dongfang Chen was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. He broke 7 or 8 trees in succession before rolling on the snowy ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, including Dongfang Chen. It was hard to believe that Gu Fei had defeated Dongfang Long in 2 moves. It seemed that Dongfang Long had no room to fight back. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei sneered, and then his cold eyes fell on Dongfang Chen. Now it's your turn. Gu Fei's tone was very calm. He looked at Dongfang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Dongfang Chen's face became pale. Under Gu Fei's emotionless gaze, he couldn't help but take a step back and said with a trembling voice, "Gu Fei, do you know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple?" Several disciples of the Dongfang family behind Dongfang Chen suddenly turned around and fled. Gu Fei didn't attack them. In his eyes, there was only Dongfang Chen. Ha! Gu Fei laughed when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dongfang Chen, at this time, you can't be so naive to think that I will let you go because of the sect rules, right? Dongfang Chen knew that he couldn't escape, but he quickly calmed down. Gu Fei, you are too arrogant. Do you think that after you crippled Dongfang Yu, I will still not be vigilant? The panic on Dongfang Chen's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a cold face. Oh. Is that so? You really know how to act. Gu Fei approached Dongfang Chen step by step. He had fantasized about revenge more than once. When things were really about to come true, Gu Fei strangely found that his heart was unexpectedly calm. He didn't know why it was like this. With Gu Fei's current strength, killing Dongfang Chen was as simple as pinching an ant to death. Dongfang Chen's bluff could not scare him off his determination to kill Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, although you and I are not disciples of the same master, the 9 veins of supreme mystery are a family and also belong to the same sect. I will give you a quick death. As Gu Fei said this, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Dongfang Chen. A 5-colored light immediately appeared at the tip of his finger. Gu Fei didn't want to torture Dongfang Chen. As long as he moved his finger slightly, the light condensed from the warrior's true chi would be able to penetrate Dongfang Chen's body and kill him on the spot. Dongfang Chen's face was livid and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At this moment of life and death, he could no longer maintain his calm. However, right at this moment, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. Without any warning, he soared into the sky. An array of black light shrouded in black chi instantly pierced through his afterimage. The black light came from nowhere and it was silent. Gu Fei was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his cultivation breaking through to the 4th sky of the ascended realm and his spiritual sense becoming more sensitive, it would be absolutely difficult to detect someone sneak attacking him. After the black light pierced through the afterimage left by Gu Fei, it didn't shoot forward. Instead, it turned in the air and actually chased after Gu Fei, who had jumped into the air. Preposterous. As soon as Gu Fei saw this black light, his eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and a golden light immediately gathered in his hands. Then, along with the seal he made, it turned into a bright golden light as thick as a child's arm, and it met the black light that was shooting down below. Bang! The golden divine radiance collided with the black chi and black light. The black chi and black light instantly exploded, but they did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into countless smaller black chi and black light that shot toward Gu Fei from all directions. Gu Fei's attack was like poking a hornet's nest, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that he definitely couldn't let these black lights land on his body. He had already recognized the origin of these black lights. It was the profound ghost arrow shot by the 9 black bone bow in Boss Dongfang's hand. It was an evil object that had once tortured him to death. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Being in the air, it was difficult for him to dodge, but he definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. Just as the countless black lights were about to land on his body, Gu Fei's skin suddenly turned purple. A hazy layer of purple light emitted from his skin. His entire body seemed to have become a piece of dark green divine jade. Rays of purple light revolved around his body, and a powerful sword chi rippled out from his body. Chi! 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 Countless black lights shot onto the purple light and exploded one after another, then dissipated in the air. The profound ghost chi couldn't invade Gu Fei's body. After suffering a loss, Gu Fei would definitely not allow himself to suffer the same pain. He spread the essence of the divine weapon he had refined into his body, temporarily giving his body the characteristics of a divine weapon, rendering the profound ghost arrow useless. Gu Fei slowly landed on the snowy ground from the air. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. When he saw this person, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The person who came was the Dongfang boss who had shot him with an arrow. Humph! Plotting behind people's backs, is the Dongfang family full of despicable and shameless people like you? Gu Fei's sharp eyes stared at this person's face and said coldly. Dongfang boss sneered and didn't answer. Do you think you can save Dongfang Chen? Gu Fei said. Then, he directly pressed his palm towards Dongfang Chen. A vast power fluctuation surged out from his palm. A 5-colored palm of light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards Dongfang Chen. Shua! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Chen. Clang! A black light rushed out for hundreds of feet and then struck forward. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Gu Fei's palm of light collided with the terrifying black blade light. Gu Fei's 5-colored palm of light dissipated, and the black blade light that spanned hundreds of feet also collapsed in the void. The figure of the person who attacked swayed a few times and took 3 steps back. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was like a huge mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. The energy storm that exploded shook the void, swept out a huge wave of air, rolled up the snow on the ground into the sky, and the surrounding trees fell outwards. It's you? At this time, Gu Fei clearly saw the person's face. This person was the middle-aged man with a black blade on his back who once attacked him with Dongfang boss outside Biling Pass. How is this possible, your strength? Black Blade Song Wentian was even more shocked than Gu Fei. In the battle with Gu Fei just now, he actually fell into a disadvantageous position, which was unbelievable to him. All right, since those who should come are here, I will reluctantly take care of you all at once, so that I don't have to find you one by one. Facing 2 transcending mortality realm masters, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. At this moment, his battle intent was like a rainbow. Chapter 356. Boss Dongfang drew the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand, and the mystical ghost arrow that was shrouded in black mist appeared on the bow. An eerie and terrifying aura immediately filled the air. The snow forest was instantly filled with ghostly chi. Boss Dongfang's body was shrouded in black mist, as if there were countless ghostly shadows around him. Vaguely, one could hear the shrill cries of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. It was this weapon of the ghostly Tao that had once caused Gu Fei to fall for it and almost lose his life. When Gu Fei saw Boss Dongfang take out this evil weapon, he was shocked and furious. He did not dare to be careless. That day, he had been careless and was shot by Boss Dongfang, causing him to suffer greatly. The pain of the mystical ghost chi invading his body was still fresh in Gu Fei's memory. Now that he thought about it, he still shuddered. However, he would not allow himself to fall into the same pit a second time. He spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. His entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly metal, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine weapon. A terrifying wave of sword chi emanated from his imposing body. The weapon refinement technique was very mystical. By fusing the weapon into one's body, the body would be like an armory. By using the divine weapons displayed in the armory, one would be able to obtain the characteristics of the divine weapon. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength, and the more effectively one could bring out the characteristics of the divine weapon. With the protection of the sword soul, Gu Fei was actually not afraid of the mystical Yin ghost arrow at all. The mystical Yin ghost chi could not invade his body. Previously, Boss Dongfang's sneak attack had only succeeded because Gu Fei had been careless. Terrifying energy waves were still coming from the depths of the snow forest. The two peerless experts were still fighting fiercely. Yan Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai did not seem to have a winner yet. A battle of this level was undoubtedly very attractive to all cultivators. No one was willing to miss it. Perhaps all the cultivators in Bailing City had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Of course, that was excluding the peerless expert in the city who was suspected to be a demigod. As for Gu Fei, Boss Dongfang, Song Wentian, the Dongfang brothers and the others, they had no interest in the great battle that was happening in the depths of the snowy forest. Because, they were fighting with their lives on the line. The black saber Song Wentian, the inheritor of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and first brother Dongfang, a senior expert of the Dongfang clan, blocked Gu Fei in the snowy forest. It was obvious that Gu Fei had fallen into a trap. These two fellows definitely did not, coincidentally, save the Dongfang brothers from his hands. Song Wentian's countenance turned solemn as he gripped a long saber that glowed with a jet-black radiance, pointing it at Gu Fei. Eldest brother Dongfang drew his 9 nether black bone bow and condensed a profound Yin ghost arrow on the bowstring, aiming it at Gu Fei. It seemed as if he would release the arrow at any moment. Both sides were at daggers drawn and a great battle could break out at any moment. At this moment, no one would pay attention to anything else. The auras of the 3 experts had enveloped the entire area. As long as any side reveals a flaw, it will incur a fatal blow from the other side. Dongfang Chen retreated to the distance, then rushed towards Dongfang Long, who had been blown away by Gu Fei, and hurriedly pulled Dongfang Long out of the snow. Big brother. Big brother. Dongfang Chen saw the glaring scarlet blood on his big brother's chest and couldn't help but panic. He quickly reached out to check Dongfang Long's pulse. Dongfang Long's pulse was faintly discernible. Although it was weak, he was not dead. Dongfang Chen was overjoyed. He quickly helped Dongfang Long to sit up. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Dongfang Long's mouth. Then, Dongfang Chen placed one hand on Dongfang Long's back and guided his spiritual power into Dongfang Long's body to help him dissolve the medicinal pill. He didn't die. Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how heavy his punch was. Seeing that Dongfang Long didn't die under his own punch, Gu Fei's mind was inevitably shaken and revealed a flaw. Chi. With a sound, Dongfang Big Brother seized the opportunity to make a move. His right hand pulled the bow to its fullest, and in an instant, a black arrow-shaped light appeared. Like a black lightning, it exuded an incomparably cold aura and pierced towards Gu Fei. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Wherever the Xian Yin ghost arrow passed, even the void seemed to be frozen, and the ground was instantly frozen. Before the Xian Yin ghost arrow hit him, Gu Fei felt a chill surging from behind, and a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body. Almost at the same time, Song Wentian also caught the flaw revealed by Gu Fei. He immediately shouted, held the blade with both hands, and slashed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying saber aura erupted from the pitch-black saber, shaking the void. The black saber radiance seemed to have split the heavens and the earth into two, causing the earth to tremble under the tyrannical saber. Pung! Pieces of ice flew in all directions. Gu Fei shattered the thin layer of ice covering his body. Then, he extended his 2 golden hands toward the abstruse Yin ghost arrow and the unparalleled saber radiance that were shrouded in black gas. Rumble, the whole world trembled, and a terrible energy wave exploded out. The snow forest seemed to have an earthquake, and the 3 terrifying forces violently collided. Dust and ice were lifted into the air, and the earth was violently undulating like waves. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and trees were constantly falling, as if the end of the world had arrived. Dongfang Chen, who was helping Dongfang Long dissolve the medicinal power of the pill, suddenly turned pale with fright. A terrifying energy storm swept over, and he hurriedly carried Dongfang Long and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei used the ancient battle skill, the 5 elemental annihilation hand, in the face of Dongfang First and Song Wentian's incomparably sharp attacks. The power of the metal element surged violently, causing a golden light to illuminate the world. Rumble, 2 big golden hands, like a raging sea or a raging tide of yuan qi fluctuations, blocked the unparalleled blade aura and the Xian Yin ghost arrow. The terrifying forces collided and offset each other. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the ground under the 3 of them to collapse, and the 3 of them fell down. Then, the big golden hands gradually dimmed, the blade aura gradually dissipated, and the Xian Yin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black qi was almost obliterated by the big hands. The soil continued to crumble, and the 3 of them fell more than 10 feet down. The jet black blade aura, the big golden hands, and the black arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi were finally completely destroyed. Kill! 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 The 3 of them shouted at the same time, and attacked each other. The blade aura pierced through the air, and strangled towards Gu Fei. Dongfang Big Brother repeatedly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow, and shot a Xian Yin ghost arrow that pierced towards Gu Fei. Fire seal, gold seal. Gu Fei's hands separated, and his hands quickly formed 2 different hand seals, executing the 5 elements annihilation seal. A fiery qi surged out from his right hand, sealing away the Xian Yin ghost arrow that was shooting towards him. His left hand, however, emitted a boundless golden light, like a golden tsunami, to meet Song Wentian's domineering jet black blade aura. Gu Fei fought 1 against 2, Dongfang Big Brother and Song Wentian. The 3 of them fought fiercely underground, and the terrifying energy that erupted from their battle shook the heavens and earth. Soil and snow were constantly sent flying into the air. Rays of jet black blade aura constantly slashed out from the ground, breaking the ground and leaving behind terrifying blade aura that was hundreds of feet long. The Xian Yin ghost arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi also pierced out from the ground from time to time, shooting out hundreds of feet away before gradually weakening. In the end, the arrow aura completely dissipated into the void. Rumble, the earth trembled, the space was distorted, the 3 forces raged wildly underground, as if the heavens and earth were shaking, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. The 3 great experts in the center of the area, along with the collapse of the ground, once again fell down together. In the area where they were located, the ground within a radius of dozens of feet collapsed, dust and ice soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. The area around the 3 people continued to shake the sky, the earth was sinking, the trees were blown away, and then collapsed in the air, turning into thousands of sawdust. Go to hell! Gu Fei shouted, his golden fist directly collided with the black blade in Song Wentian's hand. At the center of the collision between the fist and the blade, the void was distorted. Clang! A strong sound of metal colliding rang out from the ground, so that the people within a radius of several miles could clearly hear it. Song Wentian was blasted out of the ground by Gu Fei's incomparably powerful punch. The mighty aftershock also shocked Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from afar. His face instantly turned pale, a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but in the end, he did not spit it out, instead, he forcefully swallowed it back. Is this the power of a transcending mortality realm expert? Dongfang Chen was shocked, he quickly carried Dongfang Long and retreated further away. With his cultivation base of the awakened realm, even the aftershock of the explosion could hurt him. Roar! How is this possible? How did his cultivation base increase to this level? Song Wentian roared, forcefully stopping the exit. The ground cracked under his heavy footsteps, a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe that he was forced to retreat by a punch from Gu Fei. Thinking back to the day outside the northern mountain pass, Gu Fei was no match for them at all, he was easily injured by Dongfang Long. However, as the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Gu Fei's cultivation base seemed to have taken a qualitative leap, becoming incomparably powerful, enough to compete with them. While Gu Fei forced Song Wentian to retreat, he was also shot a few arrows by Dongfang Long. However, with the divine weapon's sword soul possession, the mystical ghost arrows could not penetrate his skin and enter his body. However, although the mystical ghost arrows did not penetrate his body, the powerful force contained in the arrows still caused a great impact on Gu Fei. He was blasted out of the ground by the explosion of the mystical ghost arrows. The mystical ghost arrows were condensed with terrifying mystical ghost chi. The power of the explosion was simply like a few mystical demonic lightning exploding around Gu Fei. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Gu Fei landed on the ground, his hand reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had already become pupils. He coldly stared at Dongfang Long, who rushed out of the ground. If looks could kill, Dongfang Long would have died many times over. In the exchange just now, it seemed like no one could suppress the other, but Gu Fei's strength shocked Song Wentian and Dongfang Long to the extreme. They could feel a dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body. Chapter 357. Song Wentian, the elder of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family felt a chill run down their spines. Gu Fei's progress had shocked them. It had been less than a month since they surrounded Gu Fei outside Biling Pass. However, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased to the point where he could fight against two cultivators at the 8th sky of the transcending mortality realm. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. Song Wentian and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family had to reevaluate Gu Fei. The conclusion they came to was that they absolutely could not let him have a chance to grow. It was not hard to imagine how much trouble a young cultivator with unlimited potential would bring to the Dongfang family and the Saber Emperor's bloodline once he grew up. Just based on Gu Fei's identity, the eldest brother of the Dongfang family and Song Wentian would not let him walk out of this snow forest alive. Things had developed to this point. It was no longer just between Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei. If they let Gu Fei leave alive, the relationship between the two would be over once the Taishan sect found out what the Dongfang family had done. This was the best time to kill Gu Fei. All the cultivators in northern Mountain City had been attracted by the battle between Dongfang Lai and Yan Zhongluo and had gone deep into the snowy forest. No one noticed the other battle that was happening here. The ground collapsed, trees fell, and the area within a few hundred feet radius looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. The soil was flipped over, and a large pit appeared in the forest. At the edge of the pit, 3 cultivators stood surrounded by spiritual light. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could already feel the power of heaven and earth and use it for their own use. It could be said that they had truly reached the point where spiritual energy was instilled into their bodies and their power was endless. This was something that was difficult for cultivators to achieve. This kind of magical power was not unique to cultivators, nor was it a secret skill of demonic cultivators. When a cultivator reached this realm, they could also communicate with heaven and earth. Because Gu Fei's skin was covered with the purple-gold aura of the divine weapon, his entire body seemed to have turned into a purple-gold divine sword. His skin flowed with purple-gold light. However, the warrior aura emitted from his body was like a 5-color divine flame, rising outside his body. Within the divine flame, there was a faint flash of lightning. He was incomparably domineering. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his body surged with powerful yuan qi fluctuations. Facing 2 great experts, he was awe-inspiring and fearless. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the protection of the divine weapon, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of the profound ghost arrow shot by the 9 nether black bone bow. The ghost Dao weapon in Boss Dongfang's hands was no longer a threat to Gu Fei's life. This cultivation speed. We can't let him leave alive. Big brother Dongfang gripped the 9 Serenity's black bone bow that was shrouded in ghostly aura. His right hand's fingers were on the bowstring as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. Song Wentian wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at Gu Fei with a pair of terrifying eyes that seemed to have materialized. He did not speak but took a step forward, using his actions to respond to Dongfang first brother's words. Humph. 2 despicable and shameless fellows. Although you look young, you must be old men, who are already 70 or 80 years old. Don't you have the slightest shame to deal with me one after another? Gu Fei said with a sneer. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian only sneered when they heard this and did not speak. They simply ignored Gu Fei's words. In the cultivation world, they were indeed considered as the older generation of cultivators. 3 waves of power fluctuated in the forest. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian formed a pincer attack on Gu Fei. In the distance, Dongfang Chen did not leave but guarded Dongfang Long's side. His elder brother Dongfang Long had already woken up. Dongfang Chen's medicinal pill had played an effect. Dongfang Long would not die. Dongfang Chen looked nervously at the 3 people in the field. He wished that his uncle Dongfang first brother and the successor of the Saber Emperor, Song Wentian, could get rid of Gu Fei at once. One must know that if Gu Fei revealed what he had done, not only would his reputation be ruined, but his life would also be in danger. In this world, the person who wanted Gu Fei to die the most was Dongfang Chen. Quickly kill him. Quickly kill him. Dongfang Chen stared at the figure surrounded by the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators in the distance. He kept shouting in his heart and his palms were sweating. Dongfang Long was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. His blade had already fallen to some unknown place, and there was a large hole in the clothes on his chest. One could see that under his clothes, there was a fiery red light flashing. It seemed to be a treasure armor. Perhaps this was the reason why Dongfang Long was able to escape. Gu Fei deliberately wanted to kill the Dongfang brothers. Therefore, he would not show any mercy with his punch. He was also confident that he could kill Dongfang Long with one punch. However, things went beyond Gu Fei's expectations. Dongfang Long was not killed by his punch, but even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. Gu Fei, do you think that you are a match for the 2 of us? Dongfang big brother slowly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand and said coldly. A ghostly arrow shrouded in black aura condensed on the bowstring. Spiritual chi from all directions converged towards the evil black bone bow. Dongfang big brother's figure was gradually shrouded in cold black aura. The 9 nether black bone bow had the ability to transform the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into Xian Yin ghost chi. If those 2 guys were here, I might not be a match for them. However, against the 2 of you, I think I can still handle it. Gu Fei said. If the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators from the Beitang clan were here, he would not have a chance of winning. However, with his current strength, even if the 4 of them joined forces, he could still easily retreat. Arrogant. Reckless. Song Wentian and Dongfang big brother spoke in disdain. Only they knew how strong these seniors were. Their combat experience was incomparable, and they could already tell that although Gu Fei's strength was tyrannical, he had yet to reach their level. Tyrannical strength required a corresponding state of mind to control it. From their point of view, Gu Fei was like a little kid who possessed great strength. Although he had the strength to fight against them, he would still be defeated by them in the end. Less nonsense. You all want to kill me, but I also want to kill you all. Let's talk with our strength. Gu Fei said in a low voice. His aura instantly rose to its peak, as a heavy and majestic energy rippled out from him. Both of his hands moved, as a series of hand seals appeared around his body. Martial arts were truly profound and unfathomable, possessing great might. Although these hand seals looked simple, they actually contained the Dao, within the mysteries. The hand seals formed by Gu Fei contained 5 different colors. The energy of the 5 elements surged violently from his body. He was currently using the 5 elemental annihilation seal to guide the spiritual chi from all directions, transforming it into a violent wave of energy, condensing it into the annihilation seal. Saber shattering the dome of heaven, dominating the world. Song Wentian roared, his voice shaking the skies. In the instant he slashed out with his saber, his aura instantly rose to its peak. Clang! Saber chi erupted from the black saber in his hand like a mountain torrent, transforming into a jet-black saber light that was several hundred zhang long. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it chopped down towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 5 elemental annihilation seal to gather his strength, but Song Wendian and Dongfang first brother absolutely wouldn't let him gather all his strength before attacking. Immortal slaying arrow. Dongfang first brother also shouted, drawing the 9 nether black bone bow to its limit. With a twang, he released the bowstring. A black light shot out, piercing towards Gu Fei. Using his full strength without holding back, the saber light was as terrifying as a spatial crack that suddenly appeared in the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The profound ghost arrow shot out by Dongfang first brother exuded a boundless evil aura. Amidst the ghostly qi, there seemed to be countless evil spirits lingering around the arrow-shaped devilish light. Rotation of the 5 elements, martial break all laws. Gu Fei let out a ferocious roar. The yuan qi in his body surged and surged violently. In an instant, thousands of hand seals converged into the most primitive 5 hand seals. Each of the hand seals emitted a mysterious and elusive Taoist rhyme as they shot towards Dongfang first brother and Song Wendian. The power of the 5 elements was unprecedentedly strong. The 5 seals emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. 2 of the seals met Song Wendian's tyrannical saber, while 3 of the seals blasted towards Dongfang first brother. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out at the same time. The seals that emitted the power of the 5 elements instantly collided with the saber light and the arrow shadow. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. The world shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. The saber light shattered, and the seals vanished. Gu Fei had used 2 seals to block Song Wendian's tyrannical saber strike, and at the same time, Song Wendian was forced to retreat. As for the 3 seals that were aimed at Dongfang first brother, 2 of them exploded at the same time as the profound ghost arrow. The 2 terrifying forces violently collided and cancelled each other out. However, the 3rd seal directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction. It emitted a powerful yuan qi fluctuation as it shot towards Dongfang first brother. It was obvious that Dongfang first brother was someone that Gu Fei had paid special attention to. As the seals arrived, Dongfang first brother felt as if a giant mountain was crashing towards him. The violent wind blew his hair backwards, and the extreme pressure caused his feet to sink into the ground. It was already too late to shoot another arrow. Roar! Dongfang first brother let out a ferocious roar. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from his right hand, and a dazzling white ball of energy condensed in his hand. Dongfang first brother flipped his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! There was a loud sound, like a sudden clap of thunder. A bright electric light blasted out from Dongfang first brother's palm, and the strong light illuminated the world in an instant. Even Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from a few miles away, felt his eyes hurt by the strong light. In an instant, he could no longer see the scenery in front of him, and hurriedly closed his eyes. Palm lightning. Dongfang first brother seemed to be using the palm lightning. However, it was definitely not a simple palm thunder. It was a profound magic art. When the palm thunder was sublimated to the extreme, it became another kind of Taoist magic art. That was the famous Xiantian Tai heavenly thunder in the cultivation world. Chapter 358. Boom! Dongfang first brother's heavenly Tai thunder clashed violently with Gu Fei's 5 elements exterminating hand seals. The 2 terrifying forces collided and wore each other down. 6 A destructive storm erupted, and the ground between the 2 instantly sank. Then, a cloud of dust shot up tens of feet into the air, and a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. The heavens and earth shook, and rocks flew into the air. A large pit with a diameter of more than 20 feet appeared in the forest. Ugh! Dongfang first brother spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his clothes stained with blood. This was a direct collision of strength. It was obvious that Dongfang first brother was no match for Gu Fei in terms of strength. Die! A cold voice rang out. Gu Fei stepped forward and used the desolate steps. Swoosh! With a loud bang, he charged through the billowing dust cloud and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang first brother, who was still flying backwards. He did not give Dongfang first brother any chance to catch his breath. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a blinding light illuminated the night sky. A vast amount of 5 elements energy surged out from Gu Fei's hand seals. It seemed as if it had materialized into a dazzling hand seal that blasted towards Dongfang first brother. Bam! Dongfang first brother tried his best to block, but there was no suspense. Gu Fei's physical body was too tyrannical, and his martial arts battle techniques displayed a great deal of power. Dongfang first brother was once again sent flying backwards, crashing into several trees. Bam! 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 Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Every time he blasted out a hand seal that contained a frightening amount of energy, Dongfang first brother would spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if he was being beaten by Gu Fei to the point where he had no strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had beaten Dongfang first brother until he vomited blood again and again. Both of their movement techniques were extremely fast. By the time Song Wentian regained his senses, Gu Fei and Dongfang first brother had already rushed out several hundred feet away. Roar! Like a crazy beast, Song Wentian roared and stamped his feet on the ground. His entire body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Gu Fei. Gu Fei had the soul of a divine weapon protecting him. He was not afraid of any weapon. Coupled with his tyrannical physical body and tyrannical martial arts techniques, he was able to push Dongfang first brother to the brink. Gu Fei sent out a seal with his right hand. Fire elemental energy surged out from the seal, forming into a flaming handprint that rushed towards Dongfang first brother's chest. Bang! Boss Dongfang's huge palm met the attack, but the 9 nether black bone bow had long since fallen to who knows where. Kacha! This was the sound of bones breaking. Big brother Dongfang's huge body was sent flying once again as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of fire from the blaze divine seal burned his sleeves to ash, and the violent force broke his arms. Being closed in by a martial artist was a nightmare for martial cultivators. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. However, if one succeeded in cultivating it, then a martial artist would become a terrifying existence. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they were the absolute kings among cultivators of the same level. Gu Fei was only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but he was able to fight against experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. As his cultivation increased, the gap between Gu Fei and other cultivators would continue to widen. Brat, die! Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase and finish off boss Dongfang once and for all, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Then, a black figure shot up into the sky from behind Gu Fei. Song Wentian arrived. A terrifying saber chi erupted forth from the black saber in his hands. He raised the saber with both hands, infusing all of his strength into it. Clang! The sound of a saber resounded through the heavens and the earth. The black saber radiance rushed out for hundreds of feet, as if it had turned into a terrifying black dragon, and swooped down towards Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei's expression was ferocious as he roared towards the sky. Both of his hands drew mysterious arcs in the air. His 10 fingers danced in the air as 5 hand seals appeared in front of him, and they shot upwards. Boom! The entire earth shook violently. The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet instantly crumbled as the saber radiance clashed with the 5 hand seals. Gu Fei's body was covered by the rubble as he fell. At the center of the collision of the two forces, ripples could be seen with the naked eye, as if the sky was about to fall. Song Wentian was also blasted high up into the sky as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. Pung! Amidst the clouds of dust, a figure burst out from the ground, ignoring the destructive energy in the surroundings as he shot up into the sky. Shwa! A beam of purple divine light seemed to shatter the void, piercing through the abdomen of Song Wentian, who was falling from the sky. It was difficult for a transcending mortality realm cultivator to fly in the air without the help of any treasures. Just as Song Wentian was about to be hit by the purple light, boundless black light erupted from Song Wentian's body. After that, his body turned faint and illusory, as if he had fused with the black saber in his hand. Bang! The ray of purple light struck the illusory figure, but it was unable to pierce through the illusory figure. It only managed to send him flying. Shwa! The black saber radiance flashed as Song Wentian became one with the saber. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he turned into a black ray of light and escaped far away, leaving behind drops of blood in the air. Sword cultivators who cultivated the sword Immortal Tao could become one with the sword and fly through the air. The descendants of the Saber Emperor's bloodline could also become one with the sword and fly through the air. Gu Fei descended from the sky as a ray of purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Landing on the ground, Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood and scanned his surroundings. He saw Dongfang Chen carrying Dongfang Long in a panic and fleeing towards Bailing City. On the other side, Dongfang Chen, who was already seriously injured, was fleeing towards the snowy forest. The battle between the peerless experts in the depths of the snowy forest was still ongoing. Two terrifying auras surged out from the depths of the snowy forest, even covering the auras here. It seemed like no one had noticed the strangeness here. Countless cultivators were gathered in the depths of the snowy forest. Of course, there were experts from the Dongfang clan and Beitang clan among them. Dongfang boss regretted not asking Beitang Yu and Beitang Yi to help him deal with Gu Fei. He had miscalculated and thought that he and Song Wentian could kill Gu Fei. However, things didn't go as he wished. Gu Fei's improvement was shocking. Two experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm had lost to him. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, things would develop in a direction that they didn't want to see. Want to escape? Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot, chasing after the Dongfang brothers as if he had teleported. Gu Fei used the 8 extreme steps to its limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved 200 to 300 zhang away. With just a few more steps, he would be able to catch up to Dongfang Chen and kill the Dongfang brothers. Gu Fei's killing intent was like a rainbow. The hatred in his heart surged out like a mountain torrent, giving him an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this was the pleasure of revenge. A heart-palpitating killing intent surged from behind. Dongfang Chen's entire body immediately turned cold from head to toe. He knew that he had been targeted by Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have run as far away from Dongfang Long as possible. He did not think that he would be able to escape from Gu Fei's clutches while carrying another person. Dao Technique Scroll. In a panic, Dongfang Chen carried the seriously injured Dongfang Long with one hand and took out a scroll from his chest pocket. Go die. Dongfang Chen directly opened the scroll in his hand and threw it at Gu Fei, who was chasing behind him. The Daoist power sealed in the scroll suddenly burst out, and the unfurled scroll quickly expanded. Roar! A beast's roar suddenly sounded, shaking the forest. A strange beast the size of a small mountain, covered in scales, rushed out from the scroll and pounced towards Gu Fei. A horrifying fiendish aura emanated from the beast's body. It wasn't a terrifying beast with flesh and blood, but an extremely powerful beast soul. The cultivator who had created these scrolls had actually used a Dao technique to seal the beast soul of a ferocious beast within the scrolls. Once the scrolls were opened, the sealed beast soul would be released. What's the use of struggling? Gu Fei sneered. He directly blasted out a punch. Bang! With a loud sound, the punch heavily hit the hideous head of the strange beast. The beast's head suddenly exploded, and a strange expression flashed across Gu Fei's face. He felt a strong force coming from his fist, and it actually stopped him. The force of this strange beast's pounce was surprisingly strong. The strange beast was blasted away and returned to the scroll shrouded in multicolored light. Gu Fei was about to destroy this scroll, but at this moment, a beast's roar sounded from the scroll again. The beast soul that was blasted by Gu Fei unexpectedly pounced out from the scroll. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This scroll didn't seem to be simple. The beast soul sealed in the scroll seemed to be difficult to destroy. Gu Fei was only blocked for a moment, and Dongfang Chen had already carried his big brother Dongfang Long and fled hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Chen's hands unfolded a Dao technique scroll. A green light rushed out from the scroll and enveloped Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. Then, with a shua, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long disappeared in the green light. Not good. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of fluctuation. It was the fluctuation emitted by a space Dao technique scroll. Needless to say, Dongfang Chen was escaping with a space Dao technique scroll. Chapter 359. Boom! The surging 5 elements Yuan Qi in Gu Fei's body was like a volcanic eruption. His whole body was like a colorful fireball, illuminating the world. Network, bang! He punched out, scattering the beast soul that had rushed out of the scroll. Then, he soared into the sky and leaped over the huge scroll in front of him. However, it was too late. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the void in front of him, and the figures of Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long had disappeared. Another space Dao technique scroll? Gu Fei was filled with hatred, and he slammed his palm on a big tree next to him. Bang! The trunk of the big tree suddenly broke into dozens of pieces, flying out. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar sounded from behind Gu Fei, and the beast soul that was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch rushed out of the scroll. Preposterous! When Gu Fei heard the beast's roar, his anger burned to the 9th heaven. If it weren't for the Dao technique scroll that blocked him, the Dongfang brothers would have been killed by him. Gu Fei suddenly turned around, and then separated his hands. Hum! A clear sword chime rang out, and 5 faint and illusory sword shadows emerged from the multicolored light radiating from his body. Gu Fei's face was calm, and he pointed his right hand forward. Qi! 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 5 soft sounds rang out, and the 5 sword shadows that revealed their own different colors of sword qi immediately pierced forward. A sound of silk tearing rang out, and the huge Dao technique scroll was suddenly torn to pieces by the 5 sword shadows. The beast soul immediately roared and disappeared into the void. The reason why the beast soul that was sealed in the Dao technique scroll did not dissipate was because of the power of the Dao technique scroll. Now that the Dao technique scroll had been destroyed, the beast soul that was sealed in the scroll had also turned into ashes. 5 element sword qi. Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked, and all the pores on his body opened up. He suddenly turned around, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The person who came was actually behind him, but he didn't notice it at all. Network E behind him, a skinny old man in a green robe was looking at him with a pair of murky eyes. The little old man's skin was wrinkled, his hair was sparse, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing all of it. It seemed that he did not have many teeth left. This was an old man who couldn't be any older. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, Gu Fei didn't underestimate him at all. To be able to approach him silently, how could such an old man be an ordinary person? Gu Fei would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was already secretly on guard. A jade talisman fell from his sleeve, and he silently pinched it in his hand. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately crush the jade talisman and use the void-shifting Dao technique sealed in it to teleport to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Oh. You don't seem to be cultivating the sword immortal Dao. That's strange, to have such pure sword qi. The old man said with some surprise after looking Gu Fei up and down. The battle between the supreme experts in the depths of the snow forest seemed to still be undecided. Terrifying energy waves were still surging out from the depths of the snow forest. This old man seemed to have no interest in the battle between Dongfang Lai and the ethereal city expert Yen Zhonglo. It seemed that Gu Fei was more attractive than the battle between the supreme experts. Gu Fei's hair stood on end from the sudden look of this old man. There were a few times when he wanted to crush the jade talisman and return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Although the old man's eyes were murky, Gu Fei could feel that the old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gu Fei wanted to slip away. He couldn't sense any energy waves from this old man. This old man looked like an ordinary old man, but it was precisely because of this that Gu Fei was even more alarmed. "Huh, kid, where do you think you're going? You'd better come with me," the old man suddenly said to Gu Fei with a smile. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepened, like ravines crawling all over his face. Gu Fei was shocked. This old man was really coming for him. He hurriedly wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand, but in the next moment, he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. There was an unfathomable power shrouding this part of the world, imprisoning him. The 5 elemental qi that had penetrated his body returned to his body, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Apart from moving his eyes, Gu Fei couldn't even open his mouth. "Kid, don't play your little tricks in front of me. Come with me obediently. I won't mistreat you, haha." The old man seemed very happy. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this old man's smile was simply the smile of a devil, which made him tremble with fear. Then, the old man soared into the sky. A force wrapped around Gu Fei, and he followed the old man into the sky. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. "Huh, let's go." The old man laughed loudly, then waved his sleeves and flew south with Gu Fei. Gu Fei could only hear the sound of the wind whistling in his ears, but not a single bit of the astral wind blew on his body. He knew that this was the old man using a divine ability to isolate the astral wind outside. Gu Fei's eyes spun as his mind raced. This old monster's cultivation was too terrifying, and he couldn't deal with him at all. At this moment, he couldn't think of a way to escape. I wonder which sect this old monster is from. If he's from the 3 great Taoist sects, then my life shouldn't be in danger, but if he's an expert from another power, then I'll be out of luck. Gu Fei was incomparably anxious. He felt that although the old man was flying with him, there was no escape light. It wasn't like other peerless experts, who could sweep through the sky like divine rainbows. No one would notice that there was someone flying in the sky, especially in the middle of the night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a short while, or perhaps it was several hours. The imprisoned Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. He had no idea where this old man was taking him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Gu Fei's heart. In front of this old monster-level expert, he was like a newborn baby, with no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" Then, Gu Fei felt himself rapidly descending, and the ground was quickly approaching. The old man brought him down from the sky and landed on top of a mountain peak. There was no ice or snow here, and the vegetation was flourishing. It was as if they had already left the northern lands. After the old man brought Gu Fei to the top of the mountain, an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. It was as if some big shot had flown over. "I didn't expect that old man to also come. Looks like I have to be a bit more careful." The old man looked up, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder and once again soared into the sky, heading south. The old man grabbed Gu Fei and flew in the air for a while. He seemed to feel something strange and was about to fly down to hide. "Ha! It's a small world. Fellow Taoist, please wait." A loud laugh came from behind the old man. In the sky more than 10 miles away, a person was walking in the air, chasing after the old man with large strides. Not only did the old man not stop, but he flew even faster. He muttered to himself, "What bad luck to meet this crazy old man." The old man seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. "Fellow Taoist Luo, why are you in such a hurry? We old friends meet again, we should have a long talk." His sleeves fluttered as he took a step forward. It was as if he had teleported 3 to 4 miles away. The speed at which he moved was really shocking. Gu Fei was imprisoned by the old man's power. Apart from his eyeballs, he could not move a single part of his body. He heard the voice of the person behind him, but he could not see the person. However, he felt that the old man who grabbed him seemed to be a bit anxious, as if he was very unwilling to see the person behind him. He brought him away in a hurry, as if he had the intention of escaping. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The voice of the person behind him got closer, as if he was getting closer. The old man had no choice. Swoosh! A bright brilliance surged out of his body. He released a flight light. It was a golden light that was hundreds of feet long. Like a golden meteor, it cut through the sky and flew towards the south. As soon as the flight light appeared, the speed of the old man's flight instantly doubled. Although Gu Fei was protected by the old man's golden light, flying at such a high speed still made him feel a strong pressure from all directions. The faster the speed of flight, the greater the pressure from the void. Only the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm could fly in the sky and enter the ground without the help of external objects. Fellow Taoist Luo, it doesn't matter if you don't want to stay. Leave the kid in your hand, and you can go wherever you want. The voice behind him got closer, as if it was speaking right next to his ear. The person behind him was still a few miles per step, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He stepped on the void and gradually caught up. At this moment, the old man seemed to know that he could not get rid of the person behind him, so he said in a deep voice, "Madman Shen, I found this kid first. Don't tell me you want to make a move to snatch him away." Gu Fei did not expect that he would actually become so popular in front of these old monsters. Hee, for the sake of that thing, I have to move my muscles. The person who was chasing behind him laughed and said disapprovingly. After that, a large hand appeared behind the old man and Gu Fei. It covered the sky and the earth as it grabbed towards them, and the palm enveloped a part of the world. Humph. The old man sneered and suddenly flew down while grabbing Gu Fei. Rumble. The large hand chased closely and enveloped the ground below. A vast power surged out from the large hand like a vast ocean, and the part of the world that was enveloped by the large hand trembled. Chapter 360. Boom! With a loud bang, two unimaginably powerful forces collided violently. The surging force shook the heavens and the earth, and a dazzling light lit up the entire night sky. The huge airwave created a tornado in the sky, and a great pressure enveloped the entire place. The aftermath of the collision caused the ground to shake. The 1,000-foot-long sword light and the huge hand that enveloped the world collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. At the center of the collision between the two forces, there were even spatial cracks that looked like spiderwebs. The old man landed on a mountain peak with Gu Fei. He raised his head and saw a figure walking down from the sky, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was a fat man in a Taoist robe. His temples were white, but his face was rosy. There was not a single wrinkle on his face, and he did not look old at all. Among the cultivators, there were people with white hair and a youthful complexion. They could stay young until the end of their lifespan, but it depended on each person's luck. Shenhongsher, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause a conflict between the two sects? The old man placed Gu Fei to the side and stared at the fat middle-aged man who was already walking in the air and said in a cold voice. My friend Luo Xiao, what do you mean by that? The fat middle-aged man called Shenhongsher stood in the air and said with a smile. What do I mean? You know very well. The old man said angrily. His body emitted a heavy fluctuation of Dharma power, and a chilling sword chi spread from his body. Gu Fei, who was behind him, felt a sharp pain on his skin from the impact of the sword chi. He could not help but be shocked. A terrifying old monster was really terrifying. Then, to avoid hurting the relationship between our sects, you should hand that kid over to me. This way, our sects will live in peace, right? The fat middle-aged man, Shenhongsher, still had a smile on his face. You. Luo Xiao could not help but be furious. His cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, and at this moment, they were like two cold stars, shining brightly. Shenhongsher withdrew his smile and said in a deep voice, Fellow Luo, let's not talk nonsense. We'll rely on our own abilities. If you can defeat me, I'll clap my hands and leave. Preposterous. Others might be afraid of your scribbles, but I, Luo Yunyang, am not. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, Luo Zhao's figure flickered, and a golden sword aura appeared on his body. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden divine sword that blasted toward the middle-aged fatty in the sky, Shenhongshi. The golden sword Qi soared thousands of feet forward. The terrifying sword Qi seemed to have pierced through the void as it shot towards Shenhongshi in an instant. Hey! Shenhongshi let out a low roar, taking a step forward. He immediately moved 1,000 feet to the side, dodging the sword Qi. Then, a golden talisman appeared. It rushed out of his body. That golden talisman? It emitted a resplendent golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. Pung! With a loud sound, the golden light exploded and turned into thousands of swords and sabers, which pierced through Luo Zhao, who was in the midst of the golden sword Qi. I'll break all kinds of magic arts and magical powers with one sword strike. Let's see what your scribbles can do to me. As he shouted, Luo Zhao's hands burst out 2 sword lights that were 100 feet long. As he waved them, the sword Qi rushed up hundreds of feet, shattering all the swords and sabers that were shooting at him. Those were the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman. As long as the golden talisman was not destroyed, the swords and sabers would not be destroyed. They would be destroyed and reborn as if they were endless. Luo Zhao was immediately trapped in the sea of swords and sabers. Shameless boasting. Let's see how powerful my 5 elements divine talisman is. Shenhongshi said. Another faint and illusory talisman? Another faint talisman rushed out of his body. It was a fire talisman that emitted a terrifying divine fire. As soon as the fire talisman rushed out of Shenhongshi's body, it immediately turned into a monstrous fire and swept toward Luo Zhao, who was trapped in the thousands of swords and sabers. 10 direction destruction. An angry roar came from the thousands of swords and sabers. A vast amount of sword Qi gushed out of the thousands of swords and sabers and headed straight for the bull. Then, 10 golden godly swords dashed out of the sea of swords and sabers. The terrifying sword Qi vibrated in all directions and destroyed everything. Whether it was the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman or the monstrous fire formed by the power of the fire talisman, they were all shattered. A ray of golden light and a ray of fiery light dashed toward Shenhongshi and instantly entered his body. As if he was struck by lightning, Shenhongshi was flung hundreds of feet away before he stabilized himself. Nice! The Guangqing Celestial Sword path of the Guangqing Celestial sect sure is powerful. Shenhongshi's ruddy face blushed slightly. The Shangqing sect's talisman Dao is just a so-so. Around Luo Zhao, 10 golden godly swords were circling him. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying sword Qi. He moved hundreds of feet in the air as he closed in on Shenhongshi. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was about to be buried in the ground still had such terrifying combat abilities. These old monsters really were getting more powerful as they got older. Although Gu Fei couldn't move or speak, he had clearly seen the battle between the 2 powerhouses. These old monsters were truly terrifying. They could probably kill him with just a finger. I didn't expect these 2 to be the old monsters of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect. Gu Fei was certain that if he were to fall into the hands of either one of them, his life would not be in danger. After all, the 3 great Taoist sects were allies. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect would not dare to openly kill a disciple of the Taishan sect. However, if he were to fall into someone else's hands, there would be too many variables. Gu Fei did not want to be controlled. He used all the spiritual qi in his body and wanted to break through the restraining power of Elder Luo Zhao. However, although the spiritual qi in Gu Fei's body was surging, it still could not leave his body. All the power was sealed in his body by the mysterious restraining power. He was just a small cultivator in the transcending mortality realm. It was impossible for him to break through the restraining power of an old monster. After trying a few times, he was disappointed. At this time, Luo Zhao and Shenhongshi were already fighting in the sky. The more they fought, the further they went. Luo Zhao used 10 golden swords to force Shenhongshi to retreat. In the end, Shinhongsher had no choice but to use his trump card. 5 talismans condensed to the point of materialization. 5 talismans rushed out from his body, and the power of the 5 elements swept away the golden swords that were slashing at him. What Shinhongsher cultivated was the talisman Tao of the 5 elements. The golden talisman that emitted a brilliant golden light, the green talisman that was full of vitality, the water talisman that seemed to draw in a flood, the fire talisman that emitted monstrous flames, and the earth talisman that was gray and seemed to transform a part of the world into chaos. 5 elements talismans. A 5 elements array was formed around Shinhongsher, and the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was continuously guided over. It was an impregnable defense. Even Luo Xiao, who was known to break all techniques with one sword, could not break this 5 elements talisman array in a short time. The 2 old monsters seemed to be on par. Fight, fight. The longer the fight, the better. Gu Fei did not give up on attacking the restraining power on his body. In just a short while, he was drenched in sweat, but there was no change in the restraining power on his body. This is outrageous. That old pervert is really perverted. I can't even break the restraining power that he casually put on my body. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. Let's try using the divine weapon essence in my body. Gu Fei did as he thought. He had no other choice. As long as he thought of a method, he would try it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fei slowly guided the divine weapon essence that was smelted into his body. His skin gradually turned purple. His body had some characteristics of a divine weapon, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a divine sword. But soon, Gu Fei found that the sword chi formed by the divine weapon essence could not pass through his body. The mysterious restraining power on his body also sealed the sword chi formed by the divine weapon essence in his body. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't even use this move. The old pervert's restraining technique was really extraordinary. Old monsters were really scary. In fact, with Gu Fei's current cultivation level, even if he had a treasure-grade divine weapon, he would still not be a match for those old monsters. After all, those old monsters had cultivated for thousands of years, and their lifespans were almost up. They were definitely the most terrifying cultivators below the demigod realm. Such a gap was difficult to make up for even a treasure-grade divine weapon. With Gu Fei's current strength, it was also difficult for him to exert the power of the divine weapon essence in his body. Unless the broken weapon soul sleeping in his chi and blood could be stimulated by the aura of the ancient fierce saber like in the virtual sky world and awaken. Only then could Gu Fei use the power of the weapon's soul to break the restraining power on his body. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Fei shouted in his heart. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he was burning with anxiety, he was helpless at the same time. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the distant sky. Bright light instantly illuminated the world as a vast energy fluctuation surged forth. Even though it was very far away, it still blew past Gu Fei's body like a gust of wind, almost blowing him off the mountain peak. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was beating fast. These 2 old bastards. Gu Fei couldn't speak, so he could only curse in his heart. The 2 silhouettes moved quickly in the sky full of sword auras, colliding with each other constantly. The power of the whole world seemed to be aroused by them, and the terrible power that broke out shook the world. The 2 old monsters were like 2 gods and devils fiercely fighting. Their fight was earth-shattering, and the mighty residual power made people tremble. Just as Gu Fei was feeling helpless, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ripples spreading in the distant sky. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he closed his eyes. In a short while, the purple vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to flash with purple light, and the skin between his eyebrows trembled slightly as if a closed divine eye was about to open. Chapter 361. The purple light emitted from the vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows grew brighter and brighter. Visible ripples spread out from the vertical scar like transparent water. Network, the vertical mark trembled as if a closed divine eye was about to open. The power of the inner space was guided out by Gu Fei. Unexpectedly, the power of the inner space easily broke through the restrictive force on his body. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. In an instant, Gu Fei's body shook and the restrictive force on his body was broken. Oh no! The moment Gu Fei broke through the restrictive force, Elder Luo Xiao, who was fighting with Shen Hongshi in the distant sky, immediately sensed it. He could no longer care about fighting with Shen Hongshi. He controlled the 10 golden divine swords and rushed out of Shen Hongshi's 5 elements talisman array. He flew toward the mountain peak where Gu Fei was standing. Ha! Fight, fight! I won't keep you company. Gu Fei laughed wildly. The next moment, there was a cracking sound as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A dazzling light immediately shrouded Gu Fei. Swoosh! It was as if he had escaped into the void. Gu Fei and the sudden explosion of light instantly disappeared. Roar! Elder Luo Xiao, who had rushed to the top of the mountain peak, could not help but roar at the sky. The sparse white hair on his head all stood up. Shen Hongshi, you old man, I'm done with you. Luo Xiao roared and turned around to control the 10 golden divine swords. He charged toward the middle-aged fat man, Shen Hongshi, with a murderous aura. He was truly enraged. An unprecedentedly powerful ripple of sword chi burst forth from his thin body. The 10 golden swords around him shone with dazzling golden light and grew to a height of 100 meters. The sword chi soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. Go to hell! With a wave of his hand, the 10 golden sword lights around Luo Xiao immediately whistled toward Shen Hongshi like 10 divine rainbows. Luo Xiao attacked furiously as if he was putting his life on the line. His sword chi was shocking. If it weren't for Shen Hongshi's entanglement, Gu Fei wouldn't have escaped from his hands. This made Luo Xiao furious. Old man Luo, we will meet again. When Shen Hongshi saw Luo Xiao's baleful aura attacking him, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly turned into a 5-colored ray of light and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Luo Xiao was furious. How could he let Shen Hongshi go so easily? He then rode on the sword light and chased after Shen Hongshi. The divine rainbow streaked across the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, the 2 rainbows disappeared into the night sky. The teleportation altar in the Pill Cauldron Paradise suddenly emitted a vast energy fluctuation. Then, all the runes on the altar lit up. Swoosh! A purple light flashed, and a figure appeared in the teleportation formation in the center of the altar. The runes on the altar gradually dimmed, and the energy fluctuation that burst out gradually calmed down. Those old monsters are really scary. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of them. Gu Fei walked down from the altar and murmured to himself. It had to be said that escaping from the hands of that old man called Luo Xiao was an unbelievable thing. Gu Fei was really lucky. Perhaps he was the first transcending mortality realm cultivator to escape from the hands of an old monster. After coming down from the altar, Gu Fei didn't return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Instead, he walked toward a few small lakes formed by the spiritual spring water in the Pill Cauldron Paradise. The lake was at the foot of the mountain, and a stream of water flowed down from the mountain like a white ribbon. Beautiful flowers grew around the small lake, and there were a few floating lotuses floating in the water. Gu Fei came to the side of the lake, and without taking off his clothes, he jumped into the small lake, and then lay down in the water with his whole body relaxed. The spiritual spring water that flowed down from the mountain had a strong spiritual energy. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the water, and he felt as if there was a trace of cool air seeping into his body through his pores. It was extremely comfortable, and all his tiredness disappeared in an instant. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, the spiritual energy was abundant. Gu Fei only soaked in the small lake for a while, and he already felt refreshed. This was definitely a paradise for cultivators. If one could cultivate here, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that a spiritual land would attract cultivators from all over the world to gather in the northern lands. With a spiritual land and a grotto heaven, the sect would have an advantage over others. Their disciples would be much stronger than others. One must know that sects that had a paradise were all super forces in the cultivation world. Gu Fei soaked in the water, his eyes closed, enjoying this brief moment of comfort. It was as if he had forgotten everything, and continued like this. There were no battles, no conspiracies, no blood spilled. This period of peace was short. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes and walked out from the small lake. Then, he walked straight towards the Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode. Returning to the cave abode, Gu Fei changed into a set of clean clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode was built on top of the spiritual vein of the earth. It was the place where the spiritual energy within the Pill Cauldron Paradise was the richest and densest. Before long, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by a spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye. He guided the spiritual energy into his body, and then out of his body. He was using this spiritual energy to temper his mortal body. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, a small amount of it would be absorbed into his flesh and bones. For the body to transform, it required a large amount of spiritual energy. Gu Fei's body was like a container that could contain energy. Once it was full, he would reach a bottleneck, and this container would need to become bigger to contain even more energy. Gu Fei had just broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm, so the amount of energy his flesh and bones could contain increased. Countless breakthroughs would bring about a qualitative transformation and improvement. No matter if it was cultivators, martial practitioners, or even all cultivators, all of them walked a path that led to strength, and all of them arrived at the same destination through different means. Strands of spiritual energy merged into Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, causing his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs to glow. A powerful aura spread throughout the room. The gathered spiritual energy flowed through his body like a trickle, seeping into his flesh, blood, organs, and bones. Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. A five-colored aura seeped out of his body, causing his body to flicker with a sparkling luster, as if he was carved out of a five-colored divine jade. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had sat in the room for an entire day and night before he woke up from his meditative state. After Gu Fei stopped cultivating, the spiritual energy that had gathered gradually spread out. Specks of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye danced around the room before disappearing. Gu Fei stood up from the jade bed. He could feel a powerful force surging within his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flowing with a layer of multicolored light, flawless and flawless. His bones were glowing with a 5-colored radiance while his skin was sparkling and translucent. His body had gradually separated from his mortal body, as if it wasn't made of flesh and blood anymore. It was more like a magic treasure that was constantly being refined. Moreover, this magic treasure had the ability to gradually transform and become stronger. Gu Fei walked out of the cave and saw the sun hanging high in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. The flowers and grasses were covered in dew. This was another prosperous morning. Still hasn't come out from the Fire Valley? Gu Fei looked towards a small valley in the distance. The Fire Valley he was talking about was the place where Yen had thrown it into the primordial pill cauldron and refined it for 3 days and 3 nights. When Gu Fei thought of that place, he couldn't help but shiver. It seems that the nascent soul pill is not easy to refine. Gu Fei murmured. He knew that Yen was refining a pill called the nascent soul pill. According to Yen as long as she successfully refined this pill, she would be able to break through the Tao-breaking pill and break through to the void-controlling realm. There was a rule passed down by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was, the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate could not leave the Pill Cauldron Grotto without reaching the void-controlling realm. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate, only the disciples who had broken through to the void-controlling realm would have the power to protect themselves in the cultivation world. In fact, Yen had lived in the Pill Cauldron Grotto since she was young. She only followed her late master to a few places outside the Pill Cauldron Grotto. Thunder Lake was one of them. The situation in the north is chaotic. I can take this opportunity to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao. Outside the cave, Gu Fei looked at the morning sun and made up his mind. As he thought about it, he immediately turned around and walked into the cave. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. He went straight into the depths of the cave. He knew from Yen that in the depths of the cave, there was a spiritual vein guided by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate to nurture the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The longevity grass must have been moved to the herb garden in the depths of the Immortals' Cave. Didn't the old monsters of the three great Tao sects want the longevity grass? The longevity grass was very useful. At the very least, he could use it to bargain with those old monsters. Even if he used the longevity grass as a reward to ask those old monsters to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao, it was not impossible. He had to get the longevity grass back. However, when Gu Fei entered the herb garden in the depths of the cave, he encountered a restriction. However, this was not a problem for him. He directly guided the power of space and condensed it into a purple divine light. He broke through a few restrictions and entered the herb garden. Ever since Gu Fei used the power of space to break the restriction that Luo Xiao had imposed on him, he felt that his power of space could break any restriction or seal. The layers of restrictions outside the herb garden were extremely powerful. However, they were all broken by Gu Fei. The herb garden was not big. It was only 100 feet in circumference. It was full of spiritual energy. Even with the naked eye, one could see the faint spiritual light. There were no less than 10 kinds of spiritual essence of heaven and earth planted in the herb garden. Each of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth emitted a strong spiritual aura. In a corner of the herb garden, there were 2 strange grasses that emitted 9 kinds of spiritual light. However, their stems and leaves seemed to be transparent. Each of the grasses had 9 leaves. The 9 kinds of spiritual light alternated on the 9 leaves. If one paid close attention, one could see that the 9 colors of the spiritual light did not appear repeatedly. Chapter 362. The sun shone brightly, but it could not dispel the bitter cold of the northern lands. Tens of thousands of miles of land were covered in silver. This was a world of ice and snow. It could be said to be a barren land. In addition, the northern lands bordered the far north demonic region. Demonic cultivators would occasionally appear, so not many people were willing to come to the northern lands. However, recently, the northern lands had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world. It was rumored that there was a newly discovered spiritual land, or that Chu Gu, the first son of the demonic lord, had gone on a killing spree in the northern lands. Either one of these 2 things was enough to shake the nerves of the major forces in the cultivation world. The old monsters of the 3 major Taoist sects who had gone into seclusion had also come out of their seclusion and come to the northern lands. They did not come for some spiritual land, nor did they come to find Chu Gu for a war between the Taoists and the demonic lords. They came for a person. To be more precise, they came for something on a person. The appearance of the old monsters in the northern lands made the northern lands even more uncertain. These terrifying cultivators who were at the end of their lifespans were definitely terrifying existences in the cultivation world. They were shackled at the Imperial Void Realm. Their lifespans were at the end of their lifespans, but it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. In order to extend their lifespans, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering things these old monsters would do. At noon, outside the southern gate of Bailing City, the usual bustling scene was no longer there. A cool breeze blew, stirring up a few wisps of dust in the corner of the wall and causing them to dance in the air. At this moment, an unprepossessing young man dressed in white walked over from the main road. The young man was empty-handed. It seemed like he did not bring anything with him. This young man was Gu Fei, who had just come out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, he broke the restriction of the herb garden in the depths of the cave and took the 2 stalks of longevity grass. After that, he packed up his things and left the Pill Cauldron Paradise. He did not loot the Pill Cauldron Paradise. After all, if it were not for Yenner, he would probably still be fighting for his life in the Pill Cauldron Paradise with his extremely weakened body. Gu Fei changed his appearance and came to Bailing City again. He was truly audacious. He knew that those old monsters were looking for him, but he still dared to appear in Bailing City. As Gu Fei walked on the streets, he noticed that the atmosphere in the city seemed a little strange. There were not many pedestrians, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Most of the shops were closed and not open for business. Could it be that the commotion from last night was too big, and the residents of the city were still frightened and hid in their houses? The peerless expert of Mist City, Yan Zhonglo, appeared in Bailing City without any disguise and fought with Dongfang Lai without restraint. Everyone in Bailing City was shocked. The powerful aura of a peerless master made everyone tremble in fear. Even the legendary demigod-ranked powerhouse was alarmed. The difference between cultivators and ordinary people was simply too great. Ordinary people simply could not imagine that those who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like immortals would appear in front of them. As Gu Fei walked, Bailing City seemed to have become a little deserted. What happened in the city? Gu Fei wanted to find someone to understand the situation, but he realized that there were very few cultivators around. Could it be that all the cultivators who entered the northern lands had left? Gu Fei was bewildered. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. There's a cultivator's aura in that restaurant. Not long after entering the city, Gu Fei finally sensed the presence of a cultivator. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he did not hear any news about the Dongfang and Beitang clans, but he heard something important. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in the northern lands. I heard that it's the remains of a palace of an important person in the ancient times. All the experts in the city were shocked. Yes. Many people want to try their luck, but I heard that many people have died there. It's not a good place. Hee hee. It doesn't matter if it's a good place or not, it has nothing to do with us. That's a fight between experts. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder. I heard that many experts from the 3 major Taoist sects have come as well. Those who have not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time have all come out. Let them fight for it. Everyone wants treasures, but they also need to be capable. If that ruin really is the palace of that legendary person, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river. Gu Fei was very surprised. No wonder there were not many cultivators in the city. They had all gone to that ancient ruin. Following that, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter from the conversations of these cultivators. It turned out that on that night, the peerless expert of Floating City, Yan Zhonglo, and Dongfang Lai had a great battle in the depths of the snowy forest. In the end, the two of them fought their way into the depths of the snowy mountains and accidentally entered a valley. An ancient ruin once again appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, the power of the seal gradually dissipated. The originally heavily guarded valley was easily entered by Yan Zhonglo and Dongfang Lai. In the valley, there was an ancient palace. The palace was not built on the ground, but hundreds of feet above the ground. It floated above a huge fire. Under the valley, there was a spirit vein of earth fire. The palace was actually built on top of the spirit vein of earth fire. For countless years, the spirit vein of earth fire never moved. The spirit vein of earth fire burned day and night. Those with great magical powers had already figured out the origin of the ancient palace. The ancient Almighty had actually used great magical powers to stabilize the underground spirit vein of earth fire. Using the power of earth fire to refine a palace like a magical treasure, the grandness of the ancient Almighty left people speechless. The ancient Almighty was indeed terrifying. The ancient ruin was no longer a secret in the northern lands. Gu Fei left the restaurant and left Northern Mountain City, heading east. Soon, he passed through the snowy forest and entered the depths of the snowy mountains. Gradually, he saw the silhouettes of other cultivators. The snow-covered mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Gu Fei climbed up a snowy peak. There were already more than 10 cultivators gathered on this snowy peak. When Gu Fei reached the peak, a fair-skinned and chubby young Taoist turned to look at him. As for the others, they were looking ahead, as if they did not notice Gu Fei's arrival at all. In the distance, there was a huge valley. In the valley, flames shot up to the sky. A palace was surrounded by multicolored light, quietly floating above a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the ancient palace seemed to be gently floating above the sea of fire. This was the ancient divine palace that caused an uproar in the northern lands. It caused many cultivators in the northern lands to rush here. The cultivators of the Tenglong continent received the news and were now heading north. Those who possessed great magical powers and supernatural powers had already entered the northern lands from all over the Tenglong continent. The immortal execution saber, the heaven and earth bow, the demon-suppressing stone, the heaven-piercing spear, and other ancient treasures have appeared one after another. More than 10 treasures have already been taken by powerful cultivators. I wonder what other treasures will appear in the divine palace. I'm really looking forward to it. A thin Taoist with a sallow face and a green robe said. There are definitely many treasures in the divine palace. However, until now, no one has been able to set foot in the ancient hall of the divine palace. No one has been able to break the seal of the divine palace. It's really difficult to obtain the real spiritual treasures. Everyone could not help but nod when they heard this. Even from the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the ancient palace above the sea of fire. The powerful cultivators who had entered the valley earlier had only taken a few dozen castles from the periphery of the divine palace. Gu Fei looked around and saw that there were many people on the surrounding mountains. Most of them could not even fly. Most of them were here to watch the show. In the sky around the valley, there were many figures floating in the air. Not only were there human cultivators, there were also many foreign races. More than 10 Taoists wearing Taoist robes were quietly standing on a huge golden talisman. They were floating in the air above. They coldly swept their eyes over the divine palace below. In the north, a mass of devil qi enveloped a part of the world. Within the devil qi, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. The demonic cultivators were also alarmed. They actually dared to show their ferocious might in front of so many righteous cultivators. The demonic cultivators in the devil qi cloud definitely had an astonishing background. And in the south, a huge 5-colored divine bird was hovering in the air like a small mountain. Its feathers were emitting bursts of 5-colored light. There seemed to be a figure standing on the back of the divine bird. However, because it was too far away, Gu Fei could not clearly see the appearance of the person standing on the 5-colored divine sense. In the east and west, there were also figures faintly discernible. It seemed that everyone was watching and no one dared to act rashly. Not far from the entrance of the valley stood the shadows of 3 terrifying beasts. Their imposing manner was oppressive. The bitter atmosphere caused people's hearts to palpitate. Even standing on the ground, everyone could clearly feel the pressure. Very few people could recognize who they were. However, those who recognized the origins of the 3 strange beasts were all incomparably shocked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These were only the experts on the surface. Who knew how many old monsters were watching in the dark? To be able to alarm so many powerful cultivators to this place, it was enough to prove that the rumors were true. It was highly possible that the divine palace here was the lost palace of that ancient deity. Gu Fei did not see anyone from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family. Even the people from the 3 great Dao sects were not present. It seemed that there were only a dozen peerless experts from the Shangqing sect. Waha! This place is really lively. I, Old Turtle, have also come. Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the west. The vast voice echoed in the sky. Immediately after, a powerful pressure came from the west. Everyone who sensed this powerful aura changed their expressions. The powerful cultivators standing in the sky to the west immediately dodged to the side in panic. A huge monster wrapped in a monstrous demonic aura flew over from the west. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the sky and earth to tremble. In the midst of the multicolored light, no one could clearly see the real body inside the demonic clouds. Old Turtle? After Gu Fei heard the roar that sounded like the birth of a peerless demon, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person inside the demonic clouds was someone he knew. Chapter 363. The peerless powerhouse who rode the demonic cloud from the west and arrived above the snowy mountain was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the demonic clan. His arrival shocked all the cultivators in the mountain. Even the peerless powerhouses standing above the valley couldn't help but change their expressions and retreat to the distance. A giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud? On it stood more than 10 powerful cultivators from the Shangqing sect. Among them, there was a white-haired elder with a youthful complexion, a slender and elegant woman, and a dignified young man. They were the first to fly away on the golden talismans. The rolling demonic cloud in the north that emitted endless ferocious aura also retreated like a galloping horse. The 3 beast silhouettes that emitted terrifying energy near the entrance of the valley also disappeared. Only the 5-colored divine bird, which was as large as a small mountain, remained floating in the air, showing no signs of retreating. A powerful wave of demonic energy rippled out from the bird's back. The hazy silhouette standing on the 5-colored divine bird was also a member of the demonic clan. Moreover, it was a terrifying great demon that could transform and walk the world in human form. A great demon of this level was at least above the void-controlling realm. The demonic cloud shrouded the heaven and earth, covering half the sky. The boundless demonic aura surged above the mountain like monstrous waves. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic cloud. It was the aura of a powerhouse that made people's hearts palpitate even more than that of a peerless powerhouse. It made people have the urge to worship it. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. An enormous pressure shrouded everyone, making them feel threatened. This old turtle seems to be even more powerful than when he was in the virtual sky world. Standing on the snowy peak, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The powerful aura emanating from the old turtle made his heart palpitate. Although he already knew how terrifying the old turtle was, he was still shocked by the old turtle's unscrupulous and flamboyant entrance. Not only Gu Fei, but everyone present was shocked by the undying aura of a tortoise. Huh! An exclamation sounded from the Fey cloud. Following that, the old turtle began yelling, "Ha! We're rich! We're rich! That's Fire Cloud Palace of that punk, Fire God!" Old Tortoise shouted in the demonic cloud, "The Fire God's collection must be very rich, haha, it really is the primordial Fire God's palace. That old evildoer actually called the ancient Fire God a brat. His background, his identity, could it be that he's actually a great demon from ancient times?" In the dark, the old monsters who had not shown themselves were extremely shocked. The arrival of Old Tortoise made them feel danger. Hee hee. That Fire God is really generous. He actually managed to attract an earth fire vein to temper his Fire Cloud Palace. Unfortunately, all his hard work benefited me. The turtle's voice echoed throughout the mountains, and no one dared to question it. None of the countless cultivators in the mountains dared to say a word. The powerful aura emitted from the old tortoise was too shocking. Even the peerless experts who could fly in the air had to retreat far away. Ah! Little girl, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me for this Fire Cloud Palace? Such words came from the Fey Cloud. In the sky above the valley, all the peerless experts had retreated. Even the powerful cultivators who were close to the valley on the ground had retreated. The 3 terrifying beast shadows had already disappeared into the mountains. Only the Fey expert standing on the 5-colored divine bird had no intention of retreating. "Greetings, old senior. How would this junior dare to touch something that old senior has his eyes on?" However, this junior knows many hidden experts in the clan, but old senior looks very unfamiliar. "May I ask, old senior, where are you cultivating in seclusion?" A clear and melodious voice came from the back of the 5-colored divine bird. Countless cultivators in the mountains pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the background of the old monster in the Fey cloud. "Hee hee, little girl, you're a little interesting. I sense the dragon aura that only the dragon clan has on you. You can forget about my background. I believe that in this world, those who know my background are probably already dead." The old tortoise's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and saw the woman's true appearance. Gu Fei, who was among the dozen or so cultivators on the snow-capped peak, couldn't help but smile. This old tortoise was indeed an old tortoise that didn't die for 10,000 years. He was a super monster that had lived for countless years. The old tortoise was trapped in an absolute formation by the master of the virtual sky world. After countless years, he could definitely be called a super antique. When the old monsters in the dark heard the old tortoise's words, they vaguely guessed the background of the mysterious woman on the five-colored divine bird. They were all shocked. Old Senior. The woman on the five-colored divine bird wanted to ask again. However, the old tortoise didn't want to say more. He said, "All right, since you don't want to retreat, go to the side and watch the show." As he spoke, the fey cloud that shrouded heaven and earth surged rapidly. The monstrous demonic aura retreated like a tide and disappeared into the terrifying figure in the fey cloud. Soon, a guy with a dragon head and a human body appeared in the sky. A dragon? Everyone was shocked when they saw the old tortoise's face. The woman on the five-colored divine bird seemed to be quite shocked after seeing the old tortoise's true appearance. Among the demon clan, dragons and phoenixes were revered. However, on the Tenglong continent, only the legendary demon Lord Huang Long was a five-clawed golden dragon. Phoenixes, on the other hand, had long disappeared from the world. But one thing was certain, this dragon-headed demon expert was definitely not the demon Lord Huang Long. The demon Lord Huang Long wouldn't have a dragon head. However, the old monsters who were secretly watching were still alarmed. This was because they sensed that this fellow with a dragon head who called himself the old tortoise was probably more terrifying than the demon Lord Huang Long. Back off. The old tortoise became serious as if he had become another person. He displayed the attitude of an expert who looked down on the world. His words were filled with unquestionable authority. The woman on the five-colored divine bird had no choice but to move to the side. "I'll be taking that fire god kid's fire cloud palace. Does anyone have any objections?" As he spoke, the old tortoise's eyes shot out two seemingly solid beams of divine light that swept in several directions. No one spoke, and no one walked out. It was completely silent. Only the sound of the earth vein fire could be heard in the valley below. The ancient palace on the fire vein below seemed to belong to the old tortoise. I didn't expect this old tortoise to have the aura of a bastard. When Gu Fei saw this scene and recalled the old tortoise's frivolous behavior, he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Very well. Those below, listen up. Get as far away from me as you can, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The old tortoise's voice resounded on the mountain and reached the ears of every cultivator in the mountain. All the cultivators knew that this terrifying demon expert was going to take the ancient palace in the sea of fire in the valley. When everyone heard the old tortoise's words, they immediately retreated into the distance like a receding tide. Countless cultivators were either running through the mountains with large strides, or riding on their magical treasures, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Not a single person dared to stay near the area. Soon, the countless cultivators in the mountain retreated tens of kilometers away. Everyone climbed onto the snow-capped peak and looked into the distance at the blazing valley. Gu Fei also blended into the crowd of cultivators and retreated into the distance. Then, he followed those cultivators to the snow-capped peak. Just like the cultivators who were watching the show, he wanted to see what the old tortoise was capable of. He actually wanted to take the palace left behind by an ancient god. The peerless experts who could fly in the sky also retreated far away in the air. The person closest to the valley was the hazy woman standing on the colorful divine bird. After seeing that everyone had retreated, the old tortoise raised his right hand and grabbed at the ancient palace above the sea of fire. A palm of light condensed in front of the old tortoise's palm. It quickly enlarged and shrouded the bottom of the valley. The palm of light continued to grow larger. In the end, it enveloped an entire region, including the entire valley. Rumble. The world shook. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying magical power. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient palace that was suppressing the fire vein. However, things did not go so smoothly. When the mountain-like palm of light reached the sky above the palace above the sea of fire, bang! The entire valley shook violently. A light shield formed by raging flames appeared under the palm of light and blocked the giant hand formed by the old tortoise's supreme demonic power. The strong vibration caused countless gravel to roll down from the surroundings of the valley, and smoke and dust billowed. Everyone was watching and no one made a move. Some of them were intimidated by the old tortoise's peerless power, but some thought that the time was not right and let the old tortoise take the lead and reap the benefits. It should be noted that among those who were watching in the dark, there were actually terrifying experts who could compete with the old tortoise. The demigod in charge of the northern land had the strength to fight, but he did not show up. Previously, many big shots have tried to break the restriction of the palace, but to no avail. I'm afraid this expert from the dragon clan is no exception. When the cultivators who were watching from afar saw this scene, they could not help but whisper among themselves. This divine palace seems to be the remains of the ancient fire god. The ancient gods had great divine abilities and great magic power. The restrictive spells set up by the ancient gods are no small matter. Even after countless years, they are still incomparably powerful. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the valley. The cultivators who were watching from tens of miles away could feel the tremors coming from under their feet. They saw that the mountain-like hand above the valley was bombarding down again and again. The entire valley was shaking violently, and even the entire region was quaking. The old tortoise seemed to want to use tyrannical power and the most direct method to break the layer of raging flames that enveloped the fire cloud palace and collect the ancient palace floating above the sea of fire. Chapter 364. Break it for me. The old tortoise roared again and again. The rolling sound waves shook the surrounding snow-capped mountains and caused avalanches. Bang! 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 The mountain-like body once again bombarded the layer of flame barrier that enveloped the fire sea divine palace. The entire valley shook as if an ancient giant was waving a huge fist and bombarding the ground. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away could feel the strong tremors coming from under their feet. Countless rocks rolled down from all sides of the valley and smashed into the sea of fire in the valley, directly turning into nothingness. The fire chi of the earth vein seemed to be able to burn all tangible and intangible things. Countless cultivators were watching the scene in front of them in shock. Above the monstrous fire that erupted from the earth vein, an ancient palace shook violently. However, no matter how the old tortoise bombarded, the light covering the sea of fire palace could not be broken. The god of fire. Back then. The old tortoise stopped helplessly. The huge hand that emitted terrifying fluctuations then dissipated in the sky above the valley. This old tortoise is reminiscing about his past glory again. Sigh. In the distance, Gufei, who was mixed in a crowd of cultivators, could not help but shake his head after hearing the old tortoise's words. The old tortoise had been trapped in the array for countless years. It was already a miracle that he could survive. The current him probably did not even have 1/10,000th of his strength back then. The old tortoise's cultivation had been forcefully reduced to the demigod realm by the array. He was no longer the ancient demon who dared to go to the moon palace to peep at the fairies bathing and steal the supreme Tao ancestors' elixirs as food. I don't believe that I can't break this restriction. The old tortoise stood in the sky above the valley and stared at the palace in the sea of fire below. He pondered for a while and suddenly became ruthless. All the cultivators were watching. They also wanted to know what kind of method this demon race powerhouse had to break the restriction that even those big shots couldn't break. Countless cultivators in the mountains had already listed the old tortoise as a demon. In fact, the old tortoise was not only a demon but also a great demon from the ancient times. Not far from the old tortoise, a divine bird surrounded by 5 colored rays stopped in the air. The hazy figure standing on the bird's back was closely watching the old tortoise. Open. Old tortoise suddenly let out a low roar and drew a line in the void in front of him with both hands. There was a sudden violent vibration in the void, and countless ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out from between his hands. The old tortoise seemed to have shattered the void and opened the wall between heaven and earth. A huge space gradually appeared in front of everyone. The place seemed to be incredibly spacious, with mountains and woods vaguely visible. Following this, a blue glow, a human figure, and a fireball sprang out from the space. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar suddenly rang out from within the fireball. Boom! An earth-shattering fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, and the shadow of a terrifying beast could be vaguely seen in the sea of fire. A malevolent beast head with scarlet scales. Everyone could feel the heart-palpitating powerful undulations coming from the sea of fire. That was definitely a terrifying beast. The green shadow that rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world was a three-clawed green flood dragon covered in green scales with three sharp claws on its abdomen. Everyone was extremely shocked, with the exception of Gufei, of course. In particular, the old monsters who were secretly watching were extremely shocked. They could already tell that Old Tortoise had opened the legendary inner world. Inner world. Only real immortals had the ability to open up a void. It was easy to open up a void, but it was unimaginably difficult to stabilize the void and cultivate an inner world. Old Tortoise had opened up an inner world and released two wild beasts and a valiant warrior in armor, which shocked some of the old monsters who were secretly itching to make trouble. Xiaoqing? Gufei immediately recognized the three-clawed green flood dragon when he saw it rushing out of Old Tortoise's inner world. It was the Xiaoqing snake from back then. It seemed that the trace of dragon clan bloodline in Xiaoqing's body had been successfully stimulated. It was no longer the less than a foot-long Xiaoqing snake from back then. After transforming into a flood dragon, Little Blue's body was over 60 meters long, and its entire body was covered with azure scales that shone with a multicolored light. It was like pieces of azure divine metal, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. Old Tortoise really has some tricks up his sleeve. Gufei could not help but exclaim. In just a few years, Xiaoqing had successfully transformed into a three-clawed green flood dragon, allowing the Xiaoqing snake to take the most important step of transforming into a dragon. Its wriggling body hovered in the air as a powerful flood dragon aura spread out, causing all the alien species in the mountain to feel a strong deterrent. Fire Qilin, that's a fire Qilin. Someone recognized the origin of the huge beast in the fire cloud and exclaimed. The legendary fire god's mount? All the cultivators were shocked. It was recorded in ancient books that the ancient fire god's mount was a fire Qilin. The fire god's palace and the fire god's mount reappeared in the eyes of the world. The cultivators in the mountain who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. The ancient fire god's mount was an ancient savage beast. Of course, it couldn't be the Qilin monster king subdued by Old Tortoise in his virtual sky world. If this fire Qilin was really the ancient fire god's beast, then it wasn't the Old Tortoise who subdued the fire Qilin, but the fire Qilin subdued the Old Tortoise. Two savage beasts and a general rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world. They were the fire Qilin, Xiaoqing, and the invincible corpse general refined by Old Tortoise into an outer body incarnation. The two savage beasts and the invincible corpse general could all fly in the air. Their terrifying figures all emitted frightening energy fluctuations. Their strength was definitely not weaker than those famous peerless experts. One man and two beasts guarded three sides. The Old Tortoise was in the middle. He opened up his inner world with all his might and shrouded the valley below. He wanted to take the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire into his inner world. Inside his inner world, there were natural laws. No matter what restrictions or divine techniques, as long as they entered his inner world, they would all lose their effect. In his inner world, Old Tortoise was the sky, the earth, and the supreme god who controlled everything. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook as the Old Tortoise struggled to open his inner world. His inner world gradually expanded until it covered the entire valley. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. Then, the crowd saw that the raging flames divine fire shield that enveloped the fire sea divine palace, as the inner world shrouded it, was like a layer of glass. Starting from the top, it gradually shattered in all directions. Ha! Old Tortoise laughed crazily, and his inner world continued to shroud it. At this moment, more than 10 rays of light suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire divine palace. 7 or 8 rays of light were absorbed by the inner world, and 4 or 5 rays of light rushed out of the valley from below the sea of fire. The invincible corpse general, the three-clawed green dragon, and the fire Qilin who were guarding the 3 sides of the valley could not stop them. But the man and the 2 beasts did not chase after the 4 or 5 psychic ancient treasures. They still guarded the sky above the valley, guarding the three sides. Those are psychic ancient treasures. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw this scene. The peerless experts who could fly in the air immediately rode a rainbow light and rushed into the sky, chasing after the 4 or 5 rays of light. One of the streaks of cyan light flew past the 5-colored divine bird that had stopped in the sky above the valley. It was caught by the hazy silhouette of the woman standing on the back of the bird, who was enshrouded in a 5-colored light, and caught it in a large fiery net. The other rays of light that rushed out of the valley flew in all directions. Those peerless experts took action one after another to compete for the psychic ancient treasures that rushed out of the Sea of Fire divine palace. All the cultivators in the mountain were extremely jealous. That was the ancient treasure of the ancient fire god. Everyone was tempted, but only powerful cultivators were qualified to compete for it. Cultivators below the transcending mortality stage could only watch. Rumble. The old tortoise controlled the inner world and continued to envelop it. The inner world formed its own laws and formed its own heaven and earth, successfully breaking the outer restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. The entire Sea of Fire was boiling, and a terrible heat came out of the valley. The ice and snow on the mountain peaks around the valley quickly melted. The ice and snow on the distant mountain turned into water and converged into a stream, flowing down from the mountain. The ice and snow nearby were directly evaporated into mist by the terrible heat. The entire periphery of the valley was suddenly surrounded by colorful clouds and steaming mist. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away felt a wave of heat after the old tortoise broke the restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. Some cultivators with low cultivation directly retreated to the distance. Only those with high cultivation could continue to stand in the same place, but they also felt the pressure of the heat. The mighty power of the fire chi of the earth vein was very terrifying. Without the obstruction of the restriction, the ice and snow in the area of 100 miles around the valley melted, revealing the mountain under the ice and snow. Even the 5-colored divine bird that was hovering in the sky outside the valley had retreated several kilometers. The heat emitted by the earth fire vein was too terrifying, 100 times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. The fire of the earth fire vein was not ordinary fire, but a terrible earth fire that could smelt divine iron. The location of the fire god's lost palace was the fire eye of the earth fire vein. The temperature there was terrifying to the extreme. Even if divine iron fell into the fire eye, it would probably be instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. The legendary ancient fire god had already disappeared for countless years. Only a few words about this ancient god were recorded in the most ancient books. His lost palace was extraordinary. Even if it was above the fire eye of the earth fire vein and burned by the terrible earth fire for countless years, it was still not damaged. As the old tortoise's inner world shrouded from the sky, the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire began to shake. However, no more spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows and rushed out of the palace. Chapter 365. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying great divine power. He opened his inner world, intending to suck the Inferno Palace in the valley into his inner world. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The restriction that enveloped the Inferno Palace was directly shattered by the mighty inner world energy. Terrible heat surged out of the valley. The cultivators in the mountains did not feel anything because of the restriction. However, after the restriction was broken by the old tortoise, the cultivators with lower cultivation were all shocked and retreated. Only the cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could still stand still, but they also had to summon their magic power to resist the terrible heat wave that swept over. Being hit by the terrible heat wave from the valley, the ice and snow within a radius of 100 miles around the valley melted, and the trees near the valley were set on fire. The fire in the mountains soared into the sky, and the heat wave was so intense that even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its brilliance. However, the old tortoise did not care so much. He still controlled his inner world and shrouded the valley below. Rumble. The world shook as if a part of the world was shrouding down. The Sea of Fire was boiling, and the palace was shaking. The old tortoise's inner world was about to absorb the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire. At this moment, swoosh. 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 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky above the valley. These 3 people who suddenly appeared seemed to have directly walked out of the void, appearing without any warning. There was no escape light around these 3 people. From 3 directions, they surrounded the old tortoise, his avatar, the fire Qilin, and the 3-clawed green serpent. Among these 3 people, a young man stood in the north. The fire Qilin emitted monstrous flames and blocked in front of the young man. The demonic monarch of 6 paths is here too. Someone recognized the young man in the north sky and was extremely shocked. He was the infamous demonic Dao madman who had dominated the Tinglong continent for hundreds of years with his demonic saber. No one could stop him. Network, in the west sky, a middle-aged man with long hair was standing in the air. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. The person in the eastern sky was an old Taoist priest. The right side of this old Taoist priest's face was rosy like a baby's, while the left side of his face had sunken eyes and high cheekbones. At first glance, he looked like half a skull. This old Taoist was none other than old Taoist Ku Rong, who guarded the 3 great Taoist sects in the 100,000 mountains. He cultivated the Tao of life and death. Half of his body was filled with surging vitality, while the other half was filled with surging death qi. The power of life and death intertwined in his body, forming a strange energy fluctuation. The old turtle's tall and mighty incarnation, who was clad in battle armor, stood in front of old Taoist Ku Rong. He seemed to have sensed the threat. He reached out his hand and a pitch-black rod appeared in his hand, which he pointed at Ku Rong Taoist. The 3-clawed azure dragon stood in front of the middle-aged scholar, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Those old monsters who were observing in the dark were extremely shocked because the 3 experts who suddenly appeared were all demigod-level experts. The fire god's lost palace had attracted these terrifying experts who had long disappeared from the world. Ha! I finally made it. A loud laugh came from the southern sky. The loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. A figure shrouded in a golden light charged over from afar. A powerful demonic force surged over, shocking all the cultivators on the mountain. It's him. The demon lord, Huang Long. The person was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with a majestic appearance. His body was shrouded in a golden aura, emitting an extremely powerful demonic force. A dragon qi that struck fear into the hearts of all beasts surged over the mountain. The powerful beast race cultivators in the mountain turned pale. Those with low cultivation base immediately retreated quietly. The dragon qi in the sky caused these beast race cultivators to tremble in fear. Is this the legendary demon lord, Huang Long, who has unified the demon race? Gu Fei was among the cultivators on the mountain. He carefully observed the tall figure in the sky that looked like a golden god of war. From the demon lord Huang Long's body, he could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation that was akin to a mountain. The powerful pressure made him feel as if there was a 1,000-kilogram boulder pressing down on his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. Even the transcending mortality realm cultivators began to retreat further away. The appearance of the 4 peerless experts caused the heaven and earth energy on the mountain to become chaotic. Their powerful auras shocked the surroundings. Even the peerless experts retreated far away. Gu Fei also retreated with the group of cultivators. After retreating for 100 li, he once again climbed up a mountain and looked up at the valley. The vision of cultivators was very powerful. Even from 100 li away, they could see everything in the sky above the valley. Every action of the people in the sky was clear. You 4 little guys, back off. The old tortoise struggled to control his inner world and shrouded the deity palace above the sea of flames. The deity palace shook violently and emitted waves of powerful fire elemental energy to resist the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. You're a dragon? You don't look like one. The demon lord, Huang Long, was shocked when he saw the old tortoise with a dragon head and a human body. Rumble. It was as if 100,000 mountains were descending. The old tortoise's inner world emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It was like a huge mouth that was devouring the heaven and earth. The deity palace above the sea of flames was finally shaken by the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. It began to rise slowly and flew toward the old tortoise's inner world. The demon lord of six paths made his move. He slapped away the fire chelan in front of him and shot a demonic light downward. Bang! The demonic light hit the deity palace. He wanted to stop the rising deity palace. However, the deity palace shook violently and continued to rise toward the old tortoise's inner world. Little devil, you're courting death. The old tortoise was furious. Back then, he was not afraid even when facing the supreme demon lord. Now, a guy who was not even a true demon dared to attack him. This made him extremely angry. Swoosh! The old tortoise glanced at the demon lord of six paths. Two rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. They were like heavenly swords that pierced toward the demon lord of six paths. The demon lord of six paths left an afterimage on the spot and soared into the sky. He then pressed down with his palm. A terrifying power surged in front of his palm. A pitch-black hand the size of a small mountain bombarded the old tortoise below. The two rays of divine light shot out from the old tortoise's eyes, pierced through the afterimage of the demon lord of six paths. In an instant, a mountain peak disappeared into the void. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. Not even a speck of dust or blood was left behind. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were vaporized without a sound. Hiss! Everyone on the mountain sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They felt threatened. Lian Mang was like a receding tide, retreating even further away. A battle between demigod realm experts was just too terrifying. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole world trembled. The void seemed to collapse. The old tortoise and the demon lord of six paths clashed. The demon lord of six paths was sent flying backward. The old tortoise's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His control over the internal space was weakened due to the distraction. The divine palace above the sea of fire rumbled and fell down. At that moment, Ku Rong and the middle-aged scholar also made their moves. The former grabbed the three-clawed green dragon in the air and directly restrained it before throwing it away. The middle-aged scholar strode forward. A purple light rushed out of his body. Within the purple light, a purple gold hammer quickly grew to the size of a small mountain and smashed toward the old tortoise. That seems to be the exploding sky hammer, someone said in the dark. The old monsters who were watching in the dark seemed to have figured out the origin of the purple gold hammer that rushed out of the middle-aged scholar's body. Those old monsters who had yet to break through to the demigod realm had lived for a long time and had seen many things. To them, being able to witness a battle between peerless demigod realm experts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could comprehend something from it, they might be able to take the important step to break through the shackles. Damn it, don't force me to kill you! The old tortoise roared. He waved his hand and tore the void apart. The power of heaven and earth gushed out and shrouded the purple gold hammer that was coming at him. He wanted to put the purple gold divine hammer into his inner world. The old tortoise made a prompt decision. He stopped the descent of his internal space and attacked the middle-aged scholar. His words were not empty. He controlled an internal space and was already in an invincible position. He was qualified to say such words. As long as the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord of six paths, and the others were put into his internal space, the old tortoise would have the final say. However, the middle-aged scholar also seemed to know how powerful a powerhouse who controlled an inner world was. The giant hammer shook again, and a dreadful power surged out like a vast ocean. It unexpectedly resisted the devouring power of the inner world. Samsara of life and death. Old Taoist Ku Rong shouted and waved his hands. The power of life and death formed a strange void in front of him and shrouded the armored general who was holding a black stick. The old tortoise's external incarnation stood in the void like an insurmountable mountain. It stood still and allowed the life and death void to attack it. However, the power of life and death did not seem to be exerted on it. It was as if the old tortoise's external incarnation had gotten rid of life and death. The death chi rotated. The invincible general did not age, and his flesh did not lose its vitality. The life force of the old tortoise's external incarnation did not seem to be sucked away by the old tortoise's life force. How could this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was shocked. Ever since he broke through to the demigod realm and comprehended the path of life and death, he had never failed. Chapter 366. The power of life and death condensed into a fearsome divine power, the samsara of life and death, which enveloped the invincible corpse general that the old turtle had refined into his external incarnation. The power of life and death shrouded heaven and earth as if countless flowers, plants, and trees were growing, withering, and turning into dust around the old turtle's external incarnation. Then, they continued to grow, wither, and wither. The samsara of life and death happened over and over again, forming an unpredictable mighty force that wanted to completely destroy the invincible corpse general's body, life, and even soul in the samsara of life and death. Nevertheless, no matter how old Taoist Ku Rong stirred up the surging qi of life and death in his body, he could not destroy the tall figure that stood in the void like a divine mountain. How can this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was moved. He found it hard to imagine that the person in front of him had jumped out of the three realms and was no longer in the five elements. That's enough. The old turtle's voice was heard coming from the corpse general's body. Following that, the invincible corpse general made its move. It merely thrust the black rod forward, but the mighty and terrifying power that surged out from the rod shook heaven and earth. It penetrated the samsara of life and death and pierced through old Taoist Ku Rong's chest. The inconspicuous black rod seemed to have a strange power that seemed to have frozen the void. Old Taoist Ku Rong felt his body tighten as a powerful force surged from all directions, which almost tore him apart. The old Taoist master Ku Rong could not help but feel shocked when he casually stabbed at Ouyangming. He withdrew his life and death power and shook his hands to break through the power that was coming at him from the seal. He charged out and barely avoided the black stick that was stabbing at him. When the invincible corpse general was alive, it was a fearsome martial artist that had cultivated the indestructible martial body. Its body was so powerful that it could be said to be indestructible, such that even old Taoist Ku Rong's samsara of life and death could not shake it. The indestructible martial body was undoubtedly a treasure house of power. The old turtle had refined it for several years and kept excavating the indestructible martial body's power. The clone had been refined by him until it was as powerful as its original body, and it still had endless room for improvement. Boom! When the invincible corpse general threw a punch at the old Taoist master Ku Rong, the entire sky seemed to be shaking. The powerful force transformed into a dazzling light that surged toward the old Taoist master Ku Rong like a violent energy wave. It was the purest power in the world, a powerful martial artist. It wasn't a spell, but it was better than a spell. It wasn't a divine power, but it was better than a divine power. It was just a punch, but it actually displayed a terrifying power that could break all divine powers. The invincible corpse general's punch directly shattered the samsara wheel of life and death, forcing Ku Rong to retreat. Gu Fei witnessed this scene from afar and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. In the virtual sky world, the old turtle's clone didn't seem to be this powerful, but it could actually force a demigod to retreat. It was really unbelievable. At this time, all the demigod-level supreme experts, with the exception of the demon Lord Huang Long, were attacking the old tortoise. Destructive energy spread out, causing the entire world to shake violently. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The mysterious woman from the demon clan had already retreated to the distance on the divine multicolored bird. The other supreme experts also retreated to the sky hundreds of miles away, looking nervously at the blazing flames in front of them. No one approached the battlefield. In front of the demigod-level supreme experts, even the supreme experts had become extremely fragile. Even the residual power released during the fight between the demigod-level experts was enough to kill the supreme experts. The powerful cultivators in the mountains couldn't intervene at this time. Only a few real supreme experts were qualified to fight for the fire god's legacy palace of the distant past era. As long as the Supreme Saint Realm demigods didn't appear, the demigods were the supreme experts on the Tinglong continent. Demigods represented the strongest cultivators in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent and stood at the top of the cultivation world. However, these so-called invincible powerhouses had encountered the old tortoise, the old monster. Demigods didn't have the ability to open up their inner worlds, but the old turtle could control their inner worlds. The old turtle's situation was very special. His cultivation level was reduced to the demigod level by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world, but his inner world didn't collapse because of the regression of his cultivation level. This made him perhaps the first demigod on the Tinglong continent to have an inner world. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red hair fluttered wildly. The blood-red demonic saber in his hand emitted a 1,000-meter-long saber light that seemed to tear the void and slashed at the old turtle. The heavenly devil saber was originally in the hands of Chu Gu, the first son of Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Obviously, Demon Monarch of Six Paths had found Chu Gu, who was being chased by a group of cultivators, and took back the #1 demonic saber in the world. The old turtle had already retracted his inner world that shrouded the divine palace below. He stood in a hazy void, and his own world formed around him. The moment the 1,000-meter-long blood-red saber light slashed into the void where the old turtle stood, it instantly collapsed in his inner world and turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. His inner world formed a world of its own. In this world, the old turtle was omnipotent and a supreme god who controlled everything. He was already in an invincible position. The middle-aged scholar held the exploding sky hammer in his hand and kept striking terrifying purple lightning at the old turtle. However, the result was the same. The purple golden lightning that seemed to be able to destroy and kill everything in its path was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. Ha! Go on, go on. What a pure spiritual aura. The old turtle stood in his inner world and laughed. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar kept bombarding him. They were simply transferring spiritual aura into his inner world. The old turtle didn't refuse any of them. Swish! Swish! A green silhouette and a stream of fiery light dashed out from a distant mountain. A three-clawed green flood dragon and a fire chelan, which were surrounded by raging divine flames, pounced towards the battlefield. Back off! The old turtle shouted. The green flood dragon and the fire chelan were only at the royal void realm. They could not interfere in a battle between demigods. If they tried to interfere, they would be killed. The green flood dragon and the fire chelan retreated immediately. In fact, they were just putting on an act. When they attacked just now, they were blown away by the demon monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar without being able to fight back. Fortunately, the two fellows did not dare to become enemies with the old turtle. Therefore, they did not directly kill the green flood dragon and the fire chelan. You two little fellows are really annoying. Get in here! The old turtle shouted. He moved quickly in the air toward the demon monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar. He opened his inner world and tried to take them in. The two of them weren't fools either, and they hurriedly retreated. The demon monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar did not dare to let the old turtle get close to them. Whenever the old turtle moved toward them, they would run away. They even slashed at the old turtle a few times. While the three of them were chasing each other in the air, the demon lord, who had not taken any action, suddenly turned into a golden light and rushed toward the ancient palace above the sea of fire. You little brat! The old turtle immediately sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to turn around and stop them. However, while the old turtle was distracted, the demon monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar broke away from the old turtle and dashed toward the divine palace. Old Daoist Ku Rong was the only one who did not rush into the divine palace because he was locked on by the invincible corpse general and was being pressured step by step. However, he was secretly anxious as he wanted to get rid of the corpse general and rush into the divine palace to fight for the treasures. The old turtle had already broken the restriction that enveloped the palace. In a flash, the demon lord Huang Long, the demon monarch of Six Paths, and the middle-aged scholar entered the palace floating above the sea of fire. Wah, wah. I'm so angry, everything inside is mine. Old Tortoise screamed and turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the divine palace above the sea of fire. At this moment, the old monsters who were secretly watching the palace could not help but feel jealous. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the palace. When the outer restriction of the palace was broken, more than 10 psychic ancient treasures flew out, but they were collected by peerless experts. All of those spiritual treasures were powerful ancient treasures. There must be other treasures in the palace. Swoosh. 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 2 human silhouettes and a beast silhouette darted out of the mountain, transforming into 3 beams of light that looked like divine rainbows, flying towards the divine palace above the sea of fire in the valley. Some people could not help but make a move. The 2 people and the beast were terrifying cultivators who had reached the peak of the void-controlling realm. They were only 1 step away from the demigod realm. They were definitely terrifying old monsters. At this moment, some peerless experts who had been hiding in the mountain came out of the dark. Gu Fei sensed powerful consciousnesses rushing out from various parts of the mountain towards the divine palace. A few of the consciousnesses swept past the countless cultivators on the mountain. Gu Fei quickly restrained his aura. He was a martial artist, so he could restrain all of his strength within his body and not release any strange fluctuations. It should be noted that many old monsters from the 3 great Daoist sects had come for him. Gu Fei did not want to be discovered by the old monsters from the 3 great Daoist sects. He blended in with the dozen or so cultivators on the mountain peak and carefully looked around. Sure enough, he saw a few familiar figures. The old monster from the Guanqing Celestial sect, Luo Xiao, who had once captured him, appeared on a mountain peak a few miles away. The old monster from the Shangqing sect, Shen Hongshi, was on a mountain peak to his left, looking at the fiery valley in front of him. From beginning to end, Gu Fei did not see any experts from his sect. Even Taoist Chaoyang, who was in the north, did not appear. This seemed a little strange. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the people from the Taishan sect had encountered some trouble? Boom! Just when Gu Fei sensed that something was amiss, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the valley in the distance. A vast and unfathomable power erupted abruptly, and an ocean-like energy wave swept through the entire world. Chapter 367. At this moment, the entire valley collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, causing all the cultivators to tremble in fear. In the distant sky, there were even peerless experts who couldn't fly and directly fell from the sky. An indescribable palpitation made people breathless. The majestic pressure couldn't be resisted at all, causing the souls of many cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. Rumble, the majestic ancient palace let out a rumbling sound. The earth vein fire erupted from the ground like a volcano. The terrifying earth fire instantly surrounded the divine palace above the sea of fire. 3 dazzling beams of light rushed out of the divine palace. Several screams came out from the earth fire. The 3 beams of light collapsed in the sea of fire. 3 beams of light that were as bright as the sun broke through the sea of fire and rushed out. The 3 rays of light were exceptionally dazzling, illuminating the sky. They were like 3 small suns, emitting a radiance that made the scorching sun in the sky dim. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The peerless experts who were ready to make a move were all frightened because the 3 balls of light were not spiritual ancient treasures. They were the primordial spirits of the 3 old monsters who had just rushed into the divine palace. Boom! The sea of fire suddenly erupted. Endless scarlet earth fire condensed into 18 huge fire pillars that soared into the sky. They were like 18 fire dragons that soared for thousands of zhang and surrounded the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire. The 3 primordial spirits that were like the sun emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. All the cultivators in the mountain felt a sense of despair and fear from the sea of fire. The earth vein fire had been burning for countless years. It was incomparably powerful. The bodies of the 3 old monsters that had just rushed into the divine palace were instantly incinerated, leaving only 3 primordial spirits that rushed out from the sea of fire. However, they didn't escape with their lives. The 18 pillars of fire formed by the earth fire sealed off a part of the world, protecting the divine palace within the sea of fire. At the same time, the 3 powerful balls of primordial spirit light were also sealed within the 18 pillars of fire. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned by what they saw. The lost palace of the ancient fire god was simply a place of absolute death. At the very least, it was a place of certain death for powerful cultivators below the demigod realm. The terrifying earth fire could burn the space and everything that was tangible or intangible. The 18 heavenly fire pillars released a tremendous amount of fire energy. The space that was enveloped by the 18 pillars of divine fire twisted under the scorching heat of the flames. Furious roars could be heard from the fire ocean divine palace. The 4 demigod realm experts who had rushed into the palace seemed to be in trouble. Terrifying energy waves were surging out from the palace. Amidst the flames, one could vaguely see a blood-red saber light flashing, and purple lightning swimming around. As for the 3 balls of dazzling primordial spirit light that shone like suns, under the refinement of the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars, they struggled left and right and gradually dimmed down. The 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars sealed the heaven and earth, emitting an unprecedentedly powerful fire elemental power, and burning the ancient divine palace in the middle of the sea of fire. No matter how the 3 primordial spirits kept casting all sorts of powerful spells and divine abilities, they were unable to shake the 18 pillars of divine fire. The 3 old monsters who were only one step away from breaking the shackles of cultivation and becoming demigods could still use all kinds of secret techniques even if they only had primordial spirits left. However, in the end, their efforts were in vain. Under the refinement of the endless earth fire, a ball of primordial spirit light exploded and was then swept away by the oncoming earth fire. The restless old monsters in the mountains not only felt lucky, but they were also shocked. Fortunately, they did not rush into the divine palace just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered the tragic fate of having their souls scattered. Gu Fei knew that even if everyone in the divine palace died, the peerless monster, the old tortoise, would definitely not die. He wanted to know who would be the final winner. The divine palace will most likely be taken by the old tortoise, Gu Fei thought. The old tortoise controlled an inner world and was much more powerful than Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and the others. At that moment, something unforeseen happened. After the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars refined the remaining 2 balls of primordial spirit light, the divine palace in the middle of the fire pillars began to sink into the fire elemental vein below. Rumble, amidst the monstrous fire, the ancient divine palace shone with endless rays of light and slowly sank. If the divine palace escaped into the underground fire elemental vein, even the immortals would not be able to take it away. Roar! God of fire, you little brat, it's fine if you die, but you still dare to do this to me. The old tortoise's unique roar came from the divine palace. At the same time, 4 figures rushed out of the divine palace. The middle-aged scholar drove the exploding sky hammer and smashed it at the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars that surrounded the divine palace. Thousands of purple lightning bolts bloomed from the purple gold hammer that was as big as a mountain, sweeping away the divine fire in the sky. The entire space shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Bang! The purple gold hammer fiercely hit one of the divine fire pillars that was hundreds of meters in diameter. The powerful force caused the flames to dance and the fire pillar to tremble. The full power of a demigod powerhouse was incomparably powerful. It shook the divine fire pillar, but the divine fire pillar did not dissipate. Although it shook violently, it still sent the violet gold divine hammer flying. Let's work together to break the seal and rush out. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and Yellow Dragon, the Demon Lord, shouted as they dispersed the raging flames and rushed over from behind. At that moment, the 3 of them temporarily let go of their prejudices and wanted to work together to break out of the 18 pillars of divine fire. It should be noted that they had triggered an extremely powerful seal in the divine palace. The divine palace left behind by the ancient god of fire was about to sink into the underground fire elemental vein below. Even a demigod expert would be in danger if he was brought into the underground fire elemental vein by the ancient divine palace. The underground fire elemental vein was formed by the accumulation of the power of the heavens and earth over countless years. Even a demigod expert would not be able to resist the power of the heavens and earth. The 3 great experts worked together. A blood-red saber light soared thousands of meters into the sky. Thousands of purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc as a tattered flag fluttered in the air. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the demon Lord Yellow Dragon did not hold back anymore. They controlled their treasures and gathered their strength to attack the divine fire pillar in front of them. The tattered flag in the demon Lord Yellow Dragon's hand was only left with a bronze pole and a third of the flag's surface. The pole and the flag's surface were engraved with ancient patterns and emitted an aura that seemed to have originated from the prehistoric times. The one-third of the flag's surface was riddled with holes, as if it would turn into dust if it was moved. However, the demon Lord Yellow Dragon was waving it violently. When the tattered flag was waved, the entire sky trembled as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Its power was not any weaker than the sky demon saber in the hands of demon monarch of 6 paths or the purple gold hammer in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering rumble, the combined attack of the 3 peerless experts even caused spatial cracks to appear in the void. The extremely powerful force had really shattered the void. A ball of flame, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly exploded. The towering pillar of divine fire in front of them finally could not withstand the joint attack of the 3 people, and collapsed. The powerful restrictive barrier formed by the 18 divine fire pillars was broken, leaving a hole that was hundreds of meters wide. The moment the restrictive barrier of the divine fire pillars was broken, bang! The remaining 17 divine fire pillars unleashed a monstrous fire elemental power at the same time. The shattered divine fire pillar gradually reformed. The broken restrictive barrier was being repaired. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon seized the opportunity to rush out from the broken restrictive barrier at the last moment. What's that old tortoise still doing in there? Gu Fei was worried about Old Tortoise when he witnessed the scene from a mountain 100 li away. At that moment, Old Tortoise's avatar and old Daoist Ku Rong had already